Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Turned Completely Invisible? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. No one ever notices that he's there. He's just a Deku after all. Once he turned 4 and was the only kid his age diagnosed to be without a quirk, he was left behind. Even Kaken left him behind, though he's sure that was just due to the peer pressure from his classmates. Kaken was too cool to be hanging out with a quirkless Deku like him anymore, but a part of him hoped that Kaken still secretly cared about him. Midoriya Izuku wished that Bakugo Katsuki still wanted to be his friend. It was a lonely day when Izuku was reduced to ashes by the explosive blast of Kaken's amazing quirk. Kaken never hurt him physically at least, but he also never acknowledged Izuku's presence anymore. Those ruby red eyes would just gloss over him nowadays. Gon was the best friend who was supposed to train with him and become his hero partner in their own agency one day. Gon were any friends really? Izuku would like to say he enjoyed playing sports, going to the beach or the mall with friends and talking about the latest villain takedown, but he didn't have any friends. He didn't get to do any of the activities that normal kids his age did. He did well in school, he was at the top of the class right now, set to graduate from Aldra Middle School as the valedictorian, and he hoped it was enough to get him into UA, not that anyone would notice. He wasn't trying for the hero course. He knew being quirkless that was no longer an option. No matter how much his heart yearned for it, he had to be realistic. It didn't stop him from loving heroes though. It didn't stop him from wanting to help people. Maybe he could enter into the business class or support class and work with heroes behind the scenes. He was already used to being in the shadows of others anyways. Sometimes that worked to his benefit though. Like now for instance, as Izuku walked through the streets of Muzudafu after school towards a villain fight, no one stopped the green-eyed, green-haired boy from crossing under the yellow tape and getting closer to the action. Grabbing one of his notebooks, titled, Hero Analysis for the Future, Izuku eagerly flipped to a blank page to start writing. It appeared to be a robbery in progress and was that, yes. That was Death Arms. He hadn't gotten an analysis of him yet. The villain appeared to have just exited from a bank and was trying to make a getaway with a rather large sum of money if the bulging black duffel bag slung across his back was any indication. Death Arms was behind him and quickly falling behind. The villain must have a speed quirk. Death Arms was too muscular to be light on his feet and had no hope of winning a foot race with a villain that could outpace him. Izuku watched as Death Arms stopped and quickly surveyed his surroundings. There was a blue sedan parked on the side of the street that he quickly ran towards and picked up effortlessly. Is he going to throw the car at that villain? It would certainly slow him down, but it did seem a bit aggressive to Izuku. The villain seemed to agree with this thought as he quickly picked up the pace once he noticed the car the hero had set his gaze on. Death Arms faced towards the villain, and with the car between both arms, Izuku watched him launch it right towards the villain. Right towards the villain who was quickly running towards Izuku. The car was flying straight for him. He didn't have a moment to process this realization before both the villain and the car came crashing into Izuku. He saw stars at the same time that he felt and heard a crack coming from his left side. Both Izuku and the villain were knocked to the ground. The black duffel bag the villain had been carrying tore and its contents spilled onto the street. The blue car bounced once, then rolled away from its victims, coming to a rest on its wheels, and if Izuku wasn't currently in intense pain, he would have laughed at the two body indents that were now imprinted on the passenger side. Too bad that wasn't Truckkuin. Maybe I would have been the cool powered-up protagonist in another world. Kid? What are you doing over there? Death Arms roared as he approached the currently knocked-out villain. I didn't see you. Are you trying to get yourself killed? How the hero didn't see a child standing in the middle of the street before throwing a car straight at him was beyond Izuku's comprehension. No sir. I was just watching and it happened so fast I didn't know I was in your way. I'm sorry. Izuku attempts to bow in apology, but the searing pain coming from his ribs halts the movement. I must have broken at least a couple. His school uniform is torn and dirty and his notebook is laying halfway across the street, having slipped from Izuku's grasp on impact. One of his red sneakers was missing. Death Arms just stares at him. Izuku just stares right back. Death Arms slides a hand down his face. Alright kid, this is on both of us. Now are you hurt? Izuku nods. Stay right here, I'm sure someone's called an ambulance and they'll come get you squared away. I've gotta take this guy in, so don't leave, yeah? Izuku nods again and Death Arms picks up the unconscious villain and starts walking toward the police who had neglected to see and stop the kid from crossing under the yellow line in the first place. Izuku sat there, waiting as he was told to, for an ambulance that never came. He watched the villain get unceremoniously tossed into the back of a police cruiser and escorted to the precinct where Izuku was sure he'd get medical attention. Heroes weren't supposed to let the villains die after all. He watched Death Arms talk to the media for a bit before a sidekick of his rolled up in an agency vehicle and whisked him away. He watched as the cops picked up the scattered money and then left to go back to the precinct. And still he watched as the street returned back to normal and no ambulance came to help him. Izuku sighed and oh so slowly got up off the street and went to find his missing shoe. His left side was on fire and every movement and breath felt like a fire-hot iron was branding him. I don't know why I'm so disappointed. This isn't the first time I've been forgotten. I need to get home before Mom starts to worry though. She'll be able to help me anyways. So Izuku collected himself, found his shoe and made the painstakingly slow walk home alone. It was hours past when he was supposed to be home by the time he reached his apartment. His mom was sure to be worried about him by now. He hoped she wouldn't be too upset to heal his injuries. Midoriya Inko was a nurse with a healing quirk that could fix just about any injury, but she couldn't quite get it to work properly if she was feeling too emotional. Her quirk created stem cells in the injured person's body and guided the cells to the injured site where she could speed up mitosis and make quick history of any kind of injury. It was really a remarkable quirk, and Izuku always thought his mom should get more credit for the work she did, but his mom was also a nervous and sensitive person, and if the person injured was someone she knew, half the time she would be crying too hard to be able to actually help the person. And so while Midoriya Inko was well loved by everyone at her job, she was never promoted to one of the higher paying positions she deserved and had to work extra shifts to provide for her and Izuku. Mom, I'm sorry I'm late but I'm home now. Izuku called into the dark apartment. It's dark? Izuku glanced at the clock in the kitchen. It read 6:07 p.m. She must be working late again. Guess I'll just have to bear it a little while longer until she gets home. Izuku figured he might as well get something to eat and wash up in the meantime. He grabbed a pack of ramen noodles from the pantry and set to heating the water. There were leftovers in the fridge from yesterday's dinner, but there was only enough for one person, so he decided to save it for Inko. She would be tired once she came home and he didn't want to cause any more work for her than he already was. By the time Izuku had eaten and showered, Inko still wasn't home. He could always call her hospital to check in, but again, he didn't want to worry her. I'll just wait up in my room for her. She usually comes and checks on me when she gets home late anyways. Izuku was used to being lonely. It wasn't the end of the world having to wait a while longer to see the one person in his life that always sees him. It was just a tad bit uncomfortable with the broken ribs he was sure he was suffering from at the moment. Izuku wakes up to the sound of his alarm. He cringes at the still burning sensation in his side, and it takes him a moment to remember yesterday's events. I must have been asleep when Mom came home, and she didn't realize I was injured. In her defense, it probably wasn't easy to diagnose fractured ribs on someone who was asleep and tucked under the covers. Izuku slowly got out of bed and walked to his mother's room. The door was still open, just like it had been last night when she wasn't home. Is she already up and making breakfast? Izuku didn't hear or smell anything wafting from the kitchen, but he slowly trudged down the hallway to check anyways. The kitchen was empty and still in the same state as Izuku had left it last night, which was clean and tidied up, thank you very much. He is not a heathen and takes pride in keeping his home clean. Izuku looked to the dining table chairs and didn't see her purse slung over a handle like it normally was when she was home. Her shoes weren't at the front door and her house slippers were still there. Izuku went into his school bag and pulled out the phone he'd forgotten to take out and charge last night. No missed messages. No missed calls. The only one who ever contacted his phone was his mother, and it was unlike her to not let Izuku know if she was staying at the hospital overnight. Well, At this point it wouldn't be bothering her, Izuku thought as he dialed the number to Mizudafu General Hospital. Hello, nurse's line at MGH, how can I direct your call? A nurse answered the call. Yeah, this is Midoriya Izuku, and I was wondering if my mom was available to talk for a quick second. Midoriya? She's not scheduled to come in until 9 a.m. this morning, sweetie. She should be at home with you. Is she not there? The nurse seemed just as confused as Izuku currently was. Oh no, I'm not home right now, I was at a friend's house, and she didn't answer her phone so I thought that meant she was at work. I'll try calling her again though, thanks. Izuku hung up before the nurse could respond. Why he lied he couldn't say. It just sort of came out. Izuku calls his mom's phone, and it rings several times before going to voicemail. He was trying not to panic as a dark feeling sunk deep in his chest. If Midoriya Inko was not at work and not at home, then where was she? Izuku didn't go to school. There was a deep pit forming in his stomach and a tightening of his chest that was screaming at him that something wasn't right. His mom wouldn't just vanish without a trace. Actually, she wouldn't just vanish. She loved her son and her friends, loved her job. Midoriya Inko would never abandon him. Well, it's best if I hang out here and wait since I'm not going to school today anyways. It's not like he wanted to sit at his desk with broken ribs either, and missing one day of classes wasn't the end of the world. He picks up his phone again and this time it's answered on the second ring. Mizudafu Police Precinct. This is Detective Tsukachi speaking. The voice sounded tired. Hello detective. I need to report a missing person I think. You think? Look kid, we don't have time for any pranks around here. Now unless this is a true emergency you don't need to be calling and holding up the lines for some who actually any dash. No wait. Izuku interrupts. This isn't a prank, I swear. It's my mom. She never came home last night, and I think she's missing. A deep sigh is heard on the other line. How old are you kid? 14. Look, I'm sure your mom is fine and you just forgot where she told you she was going to be. I can't file a missing persons report unless someone has been missing for 48 hours and it needs to be filed by an adult. Go ask your dad or a neighbor or someone and I'm sure they'll be able to remind you where she said she'd be. Now, I hate to be rude but I've got to go kid. No ethernomize Midoriya dash. Izuku tries to rush out before he hears the click of silence. Well that's freaking fantastic. Izuku tries not to curse but sometimes strong feelings require strong words. He sits back on the couch and stares at the blank TV screen. There's really not much else to do at this point but wait. Naomasa Tsukachi knows he's good at his job but sometimes, no quite often recently, he has been wondering if his job is good for him. The HPSC has been on his DMN but since earlier this morning when he reported to them that Death Arms had injured a civilian in yesterday's bank robbery and the kid had left the scene unattended. Apparently, it was his fault for doing his due diligence when filing the police report since his precinct had taken the criminal in, and now it was his job to get all media footage of the incident over to the HPSC and find the kid so he didn't talk. Can't have it get out that a hero was negligent in his duties. Even if it would be good for Death Arms to get knocked down a few pegs. Maybe even take some anger management courses. This wasn't the first time Naomasa's had to clean up this particular hero's mess. When he saw the footage this morning, he'd spit his coffee out. Sansa, who'd chosen that particular moment to come up to his desk to drop off more files, had hissed at him before walking away with coffee dripping down the front of his uniform. If he wasn't in such a bad mood, he probably would have laughed at the cat mutant for acting like such a cat. But he was not having a good morning. And now he was out of coffee. Then his phone rang and some kid was trying to pull his leg about his mother being missing. Unfortunately for him, his truth quirk didn't work without him physically seeing a person. There was no way for him to tell if the kid was lying or not. He didn't mean to be rude really, but there was only so much a man could take before he'd had a chance to drink the elixir of life that is coffee. No ethernomize Midoriya dash. He sighed for probably the 10th time this morning. Grabbing a pen from the piles of files on his desk, he found a sticky note and wrote, Midoriya, and stuck it to the bottom corner of his computer monitor. He really thought the kid was joking, but if anything, Naomasa was good at his job and this would help him remember to follow up on it later. Turning back to the HPSC clusterfuck, Naomasa spent the rest of the morning searching for the curly-haired, green-eyed kid who had been taken out by a blue car and walked away from it. By the afternoon, he was ready to pull his hair out. How? Tell me how a kid got hit by a car and didn't go to the hospital. No one nearby answered him. They'd spent the day watching Naomasa get increasingly disheveled as he ran his fingers through his hair and pulled the knot of his tie looser and looser. They'd all worked with him long enough to know not to respond, or else they'd be hearing his rant all over again, from the beginning, for the 5th time that day. Sansa, on the other hand, hadn't been nearby, asked as soon as he came into the room, "What are you yelling about, Tsukachi? They can hear your voice all the way in the front lobby." "This kid. I can't find him. It's like he doesn't exist, but he was right there. We have footage. Why can't I find him?" "Well, did you check the hospital records?" The precinct went silent as Naomasa froze and trained his eyes on his soon-to-be ex-coworker. Naomasa didn't think they'd keep him on as a detective after he murdered his friend. "Wow, Sansa. You know, after working here for the past 17 years and working on countless cases involving finding people, did I not once think of checking the hospital records to look for any intakes of children with potentially fractured bones from a literal car crash?" Tamakawa Sansa had been working at the precinct for as long as his friend, and knew he was just frustrated, but, being the good friend he is, couldn't resist riling him up a bit more. Makes the day more entertaining, he thinks. "Well, since you shared your coffee with me this morning, I figured your brain cells were just short-circuiting and it might have slipped your mind." Naomasa just stared at his friend. No kid fitting his description went to a hospital. "It doesn't look like he used a quirk, but I searched the registry for strength, armor, healing, hell, even telekinesis quirks, and there's no one that shows up matching him. It's like he doesn't exist." "Well," Sansa folds his arms across his chest and leans against the desk. "He looks to be of middle school age. Why don't you call all the school nurses and see if any of the students came in complaining about being hit by a car yesterday? There's no way a kid could have that much of a pain tolerance and not go see someone after something like that." Looks like Naomasa would not be committing murder after all. It was dark out by the time Izuku's stomach cried and startled him from his thoughts. His mom still hadn't come home, and still no calls or messages came from her to his phone. It just didn't make sense. He'd spent all day thinking about what could cause his mom to disappear. He hadn't done anything to upset her, he was pretty sure about that, and in general, everyone loved his mom. Her smile always lights up the room and she gives the best hugs. Oh, and makes the best katsudon. His stomach growled louder at the thought of katsudon. "I should probably eat," he says to no one in particular. Not that there is anyone in particular he could have directed that at. The only person who ever listens to him is missing and no one is doing anything about it. He gets up from the couch and shuffles into the kitchen, taking the leftovers he'd been saving for his mom out of the fridge and putting it in the microwave. He can't help but darkly think that she won't be home to eat it tonight either. Izuku goes to bed early. If Inko comes home, she'd come check on him, so it wouldn't be worth staying up all night and being tired the next day. Plus, he couldn't sit on that couch anymore, his ribs needed a break. Actually, they already had a break. He snorts. "I don't even have a dad, and I think that was dad joke-worthy." Waking up in the morning to a still empty apartment, Izuku tries his best not to panic. If he ever learned anything from his mom, it was that panicking did nothing to help the situation. And so he got up and got ready for school. He couldn't miss another day, someone might realize he was skipping. Plus, his ribs felt significantly better today. Maybe that was a sign that today would be a good day and he'd come home to his mom and hopefully an explanation. No one realized he had been absent yesterday. Really, he shouldn't be surprised, and yet every single time he is. He walks into the classroom and heads towards his seat literally in front of the class, and not one person asks where he was yesterday. The teacher didn't ask for an absent note or anything. He should be used to it by now. But he is only human and humans have feelings. Sure, he doesn't mind the peace and quiet that comes from being left alone, but after having your mother go missing, Izuku is feeling lonely. He looks out the classroom window to the gymnasium's roof across the courtyard. He can't help but wonder if he were to disappear over that ledge, if people would talk about him then. If they won't talk to him, at least they could talk about him. That would count for something, right? Would he even be missed? He can't help those dark thoughts that sometimes flit across his mind. He's never done anything to act on them, or anything self-destructive, but he's thought about it before. He knows it's cause he's craving human interaction though, and he's too prideful to walk down that path and admit that he's as weak as Kaken said he was when he bestowed upon him the name Deku all those years ago. It'll get better once I get into UA. And so Izuku spends the rest of the day as just another background character to someone else's story. He gets home earlier today, not finding any hero fights to help soothe the anxiety he's feeling as he walks up the stairs to his apartment's floor. There are a lot of voices coming from the floor landing. I wonder if someone is moving out. Izuku's never really talked to his neighbors, but he knows all the apartments are occupied, so it would be reasonable to assume that that kind of commotion was coming from moving out. As he rounds the corner to start heading for his door, he is quickly stopped by someone grabbing his shoulder. "Hey kid, you can't be up here right now, we're investigating a case." Izuku stares at the police officer whose hand is still on his shoulder, then looks down the hallway. His apartment door is open, but there's yellow police tape running across the frame. There are two cops talking to what he assumes is a detective, and there are others in jackets labeled Crime Lab that are walking around with boxes full of what he presumes to be stuff from his apartment. The TV is on in the living room and he can hear the news reporter speaking, a nurse at Mizudafu General Hospital. Co-workers reported that she has missed her past 2 shifts, which is highly unlike the dedicated employee. Police are asking if you know of her whereabouts or recall seeing her in the past 48 hours to please come forward. Again, this is a developing story. Izuku ignores the yell of the officer as he runs closer to his apartment. He gets halted at the door, but that doesn't stop him from peering in and seeing his mother's beautiful face with the banner, "Missing Person," under it. See? He thinks bitterly. I wasn't lying, detective. She's gone. His mom had always been his whole world. He never knew his dad, having skipped out of his life shortly after Izuku was born. But his mom stepped up as a single mother and never left him wanting for anything. She bought him all Might jammies to match Kaken's. She hugged him and told him it'd be okay when his quirk never came in. She took him to the Hero Con and bought him a present Mike plushie and an All Might hoodie when no one showed up to his 6th birthday party. She always saw him. He was the spotlight of her world. The one person who allowed him to shine and feel what it was like to live. To be seen. To be heard. To be cared about. And now she was gone, and he didn't understand why. Izuku sat on the curb outside his apartment complex. Not wanting to be in the way of the police doing their jobs, he had walked back down the stairs and figured he could wait for them to come interview him or take him somewhere. He figured they wouldn't leave an underage child all alone, and it was only a matter of time before they came to talk to him about his mom. He thought about his mom while he waited and hoped she was okay, wherever she was. A car horn honked from several streets away, breaking Izuku from his thoughts. He blinked up at the streetlight that was on. It was dark out now, and the apartment complex was relatively quiet. Looking out at the parking lot, there were no police cars either. Did they really just walk past me and leave? Don't they know that mom left me behind? Standing up and running his fingers through his hair, Izuku stared up at the stars. Izuku was starting to think he was cursed. Does the universe hate me this much that they gave me an invisibility quirk that's undetectable? He knew that just wasn't possible. He had the extra toe joint and everything. He could only wear the red sneakers that had to be special ordered specifically for quirkless people. Not that he minded that part. Those shoes were cool. But he was quirkless. He was a nobody and society didn't let him forget it. Well, actually, they forgot about him. That was the problem. Pulling his key from the lock, he ducked under the yellow tape that still spanned the width of his door and entered. The apartment was quiet. Walking around, Izuku looked for clues as to what the officers had been searching for. The living room was just as he left it, and they'd had the courtesy to turn off the television before they left. The kitchen was just the same. His plate from this morning that he'd neglected to clean was still in the sink. The door to his room was shut, just as he'd left it. It's like they didn't even come in here. Everything was exactly as he'd left it this morning. His mom's room was a different story. They'd most definitely taken things from here, but Izuku wasn't too sure of the specifics. All he knew was that the room felt cold. It was lacking his mom's presence. Her warmth and sunshine. He went up to the nightstand and grabbed the framed picture that had rested there for years. It was Izuku's favorite picture of him and his mom. With both of them having green hair and green eyes, Izuku looked like Inko's mini-me. He loved this photo because both of their smiles were so bright. He honestly couldn't remember why this photo had been taken. He was only 3 at the time, but just looking at it filled him with such happiness. It had always just been him and his mom. She was all he'd ever needed. And now she was gone. Izuku had to have faith that she would come back. That the police and maybe even the heroes would do their jobs and bring Midoriya Inko back to him. He took the picture to his room and placed it on his nightstand. It was only after he'd done his schoolwork and crawled into bed later that evening that he let the tears fall. Police currently have no leads as to the whereabouts of the missing nurse. Preliminary reports from their investigations have given no indication that foul play was involved. Midoriya's last known location was at her place of employment, Muzutafu General Hospital. Izuku closed out of his phone's browser as he walked up to his middle school. Was no use in not going. It's not like he could go out and look for his mother. He wouldn't even know where to begin. He would let the authorities do their job and watch over their home in the meantime. Most of the class were already in their seats by the time he walked in. Used to not having anyone acknowledge his presence, he kept his eyes trained on the ground as he approached his desk, missing the pair of ruby eyes that followed his movements. The day was uneventful as usual. Izuku took notes without really paying attention. He'd already read the chapters for modern history and had finished the math assignments for the next 2 weeks, so it's not like he needed to actively pay attention to the teacher drone on about the Pythagorean theorem. The only class he paid attention to was in history of quirks. This was the class that Izuku lived for. Even though he didn't have one, he'd always been fascinated with quirks and spent much of his free time analyzing them and trying to figure out what a person's quirk was just by watching them. If Izuku didn't get into UA, if he couldn't help the heroes somehow, he thinks he'd be okay with being a quirk history teacher. The day ended soon enough and Izuku was walking back home to his empty apartment. "Hey Deku!" So lost in thought Izuku didn't hear a certain angry, blonde-haired teenage boy scream. "Deku! Are you effing ignoring me? I'm trying to talk to you." A hand grabbed his shoulder and spun him around. Red eyes were staring into green ones. "KK Kaken? Are you actually talking to me?" Izuku said coldly. He couldn't help the sudden bitter feeling rising to his throat. For all the years that Izuku had spent still wishing he'd had his once best friend, he couldn't help but resent that it took his mom going missing for Kaken to finally speak to him again. Izuku just knew it. There was no other reason for him to being talking to Izuku. "Yes, shitty nerd, I'm talking to you. Listen, the old hag saw the news and saw your mom was missing, so she said I had to check in with you or some shit. I'm glad to know Auntie still cares. You can tell her I'm fine, Kaken. You don't have to talk to me anymore." He turns around to continue walking home. "I'm supposed to, don't walk away from me, shitty Deku." Small explosions were coming from the blonde's hand as he reached for Izuku's shoulder again. An explosion went off as Kaken gripped it, singeing Izuku's uniform. "I'm supposed to invite you to stay with us. Auntie doesn't want you be home by yourself." Izuku rolled his shoulder out of Kaken's grip again and peered at the now soiled shirt. "Tell her I'm staying with a neighbor. She doesn't have to be worried." Both boys knew that was a lie. Izuku didn't have anyone outside of his mom. "Whatever. Can't say that I didn't offer." Kaken aggressively walked away, bumping past Izuku's shoulder. He almost didn't catch the "I hope Auntie is okay" muttered by the angry teen. Izuku watches as he gets further and further away. He wasn't sure what to think about that interaction just now. He absolutely was lonely and wouldn't mind staying with Auntie and Uncle, but Kaken didn't want him there. He was a Deku and Kaken was amazing. He didn't interact with the likes of Izuku anymore. Kaken was going to get into UA and become a hero. He'd always be in that boy's shadow and he'd had enough of that to last him a lifetime at this point. He'd just do what he'd always done. Keep his head down and keep out of the way of others. His spotlight flickered out the day he'd been diagnosed as quirkless. He didn't want his shadow to dim the light of others. Izuku went to bed without eating dinner that night. It had been 2 weeks since his mom had gone missing and there was nothing new to report. The police never returned to the apartment, but the tape was still across the door, and Izuku no longer saw his mom's face on the evening news. Izuku had a new routine going. He'd go to school and afterwards walk around downtown looking for hero fights or anyone's quirks in general to analyze. He'd stay out until it was dark and then walk into the nearest convenience store to grab dinner. He'd ran out of groceries a week ago. At first he felt bad about it, and had been a nervous wreck the first few times, but now it was embarrassingly easy. As much as he'd hate to admit it, this was the first time in Izuku's life that he was grateful to be hidden in plain sight. He didn't have any money, didn't have any way of making money, and so he had to borrow from stores. He had every intention of paying the stores back one day. This was more like just a long-term loan that he needed to use until his mom was back. Izuku would walk into a store and greet the poor soul standing up at the register. All it took was making a few laps around the place, pretending to be debating getting one brand of coffee over another, and then it was like the store clerk forgot he was even there. Izuku would collect what he needed and stuff it in his bright yellow backpack. It could probably hold a few days' worth so he didn't have to come every day, and no one, not even any customers, of which there were few at this time of night, would blink an eye at him. And then he'd just walk right out. He was a wallflower, hidden in plain sight. At home he'd cook dinner, do his homework, and then spend the next several hours learning about computer hacking. He figured if he didn't know where to physically look for his mom, he could start helping in the search by looking for her on cameras. The police wouldn't release this information to him even if he asked, so Izuku had to learn to go straight to the source. He hadn't been at it very long, but even being a quirkless, Izuku was very intelligent and picked up on things quickly. So far he hadn't managed to break through the hospital's firewalls to access the cameras inside, but he had accessed the cameras from a nearby building that pointed towards the hospital. Izuku was scrolling through the day before and after his mom had gone missing when he noticed it. Rewinding several times, he watched again and again as Midoriya Inko walked into Mizudafu General Hospital, and several times he watched as she never walked out. There were multiple exits and entrances to the hospital, but all foot traffic entered and exited through the main doors. The rear entrances were really just loading docks for receiving hospital supplies, but those were only delivered once a week. Izuku knew that from how many times Inko would complain about the hospital. Running low on supplies and having to ration sometimes until the weekly DLVY came. She went missing on a Tuesday. The deliveries were made on Fridays. Izuku watched again just to make sure, and no, not a single vehicle pulled in or out from behind the hospital in the days leading up to and after his mom's disappearance. Midoriya Inko never left the hospital when she disappeared. Izuku was deep in thought when the breaking news anthem sounded from the television. We apologize for the interruption, but we are coming to you with breaking news tonight from Mizudafu General Hospital. It appears that another nurse has gone missing only 2 weeks after the disappearance of Midoriya Inko. Police Chief Tsuragami will be holding a press conference shortly to discuss. What the hell? Here's what Midoriya Izuku knows. Since the news conference 4 weeks ago, a total of 10 nurses have gone missing from Japan. At first it was just Mizudafu General Hospital, but then reports started coming in from Hosu, Fukuoka, Kyushu, Jaku, and Esuha City. Having finally been able to break the firewall surrounding Mizudafu General Hospital, all the other cities' hospitals were easy to gain entrance into. They all ran off similar code. In each and every case, Izuku watched as a nurse walked into the hospital and never walked out. None of the hospitals had cameras in the patient rooms themselves, but they did in every hallway, excepting the hero wards. Izuku thinks they had cameras, but the firewalls were harder than the rest of the hospital to overcome, yet Izuku couldn't see any evidence that showed where the nurses went. He watched his mom walk into a room with a smile on her face, only to never walk out again. The nurses would enter a room and just vanish. And it wasn't even the same room they were walking into. I wish I had access to room assignments. There had to be a trend in these disappearances. Were they all the same patient? Or was it a group of people? How were they leaving the hospital? Izuku wondered if maybe someone with a technology quirk was messing with the recordings, but he had only just started learning hacking weeks ago and couldn't tell if anything was altered yet. Another question was why these nurses? Was there anything special about them in particular? A loud buzzing went off to Izuku's right. He looked across his room to the nightstand where his alarm was currently going off. I forgot to sleep again. This was Izuku's new normal. He'd go to school, pick up food and rush home. He hadn't even seen a hero fight in weeks. His notebook now was filled with investigative musings on the nurses instead of hero quirk analysis. The bags under his eyes were as dark as the ink in which he wrote with. His hair was a rat's nest of dark green curls and his uniform was wrinkled. This didn't bother him as he slowly made his way to Aldra. It's not like anyone would notice his disheveled appearance anyways. Weeks had gone by and no one realized still that Izuku was living alone. He still hadn't been caught extending his loans at the convenience stores. Izuku was muttering to himself as he entered the classroom but stopped when he heard a "T" come from the back row. Kaken was sitting with arms crossed and feet draped over the desk. His face held a look of disgust as he beheld Izuku in all his unkempt glory. "Didn't know they let hobos into this place," the blonde muttered only loud enough for Izuku to hear. It had been like this for the past few weeks. Kaken had been taking notice of Izuku more than he had since their toddler days, and if Izuku didn't know it was probably Auntie's doing, he'd be slightly touched. Today, however, he was not in the mood. Sleep deprivation tended to bring out the Kaken within Izuku, so he only stared at his once friend and gave him a one-fingered salute in response. He sat down and ignored the burning he could feel on the back of his head. After school was over, he headed back to the apartment to continue his research. He'd taken the tape off the door as he'd grown tired of ducking under it, and it's not like the police had even come back to continue with the investigation. It was frustrating as he didn't even know what was being investigated. The police had been tight-lipped on any information about the disappearances. The only thing Izuku had seen them do was increase security around the hospitals. Policemen were now at every hospital entrance and heroes had started adding them into their patrol routes. He'd even seen online that Hawks, the number 3 hero, had been spotted flying around the hospital near his agency in Kyushu. At least they were taking things seriously, as they should, but Izuku didn't know why they weren't sharing any information with the public. They hadn't even announced a suspect or a motive. Izuku opened his laptop and went back to work. Midoriya Inko, Muzutafu General Hospital, General Ward. Quirk, Stem Regen. The ability to create stem cells and speed up mitosis to heal any injury. Nakamura Yui, Muzutafu General Hospital, Hero Ward. Quirk, Patchwork. A single touch could heal even the largest laceration. Nishihara Ichika, Muzutafu General Hospital, Hero Ward. Quirk, Relimb. The ability to regrow limbs. Takahashi Akari, Hosu General Hospital, General Ward. Quirk, Erythro. The ability to create and replenish any blood cell. Watanabe Hina, Kyushu General Hospital, General Ward. Quirk, Rewind. The ability to rewind to the time prior to a wound occurring. Yamamo Himari, Fukuoka General Hospital, Hero Ward. Quirk, Osteo, Bone Regeneration. Ito AI, Jaku General Hospital, Children Ward. Quirk, Super Stitch. The ability to suture wounds with a single touch. Yoshida Rin, Jaku General Hospital, Children Ward. Quirk, Neogenesis, General Regeneration. Kondo Tsumuji, Esuha City General Hospital, Hero Ward. Quirk, Sylvadine. The ability to heal burns. Saito Emma, Esuha City General Hospital, General Ward. Quirk, Axon Genesis. The ability to reform nerves. Izuku stared at the 10 entries written in his journal. The 10 individuals whose only connections were that they were nurses and they had incredible healing quirks. He was almost ashamed it had taken him this long to think of looking up their quirks. Not everyone who worked in the medical field had healing quirks. Some had quirks that let them detect pain, kept their hands extra steady, or gave them super eyesight. But these nurses, they all had regenerative healing quirks. These were extremely helpful in healing major wounds, ones often caused during battles with villains. Whoever was behind these disappearances must have been severely injured. Maybe they were looking for a way to heal themselves. Izuku was certain he was correct. He'd finally found a lead. Now all he had to do was look through the fight archives on the Hero Network, a Hero-exclusive network that he just happened to break into the other day and now had access to most confidential files and forums, and look for any villains who'd been majorly injured recently. The first disappearances happened just under 2 months ago, so he'd figure he'd be safe and look up fights over the past 6 months. He was at a dead end. The past 3 days of research had yielded many villain injuries but no results. The wounds were either too minor or the villains were locked up in Tartarus and there was no way they were conducting business while trapped within those walls. The only thing he really noted were that Endeavor and Death Arms were ranked in the top 2 spots for cause of injury. He really wasn't surprised. What was surprising was the lack of records reporting All Might as the hero who'd made the takedown. As far as Izuku knew, and he knew just about everything there was to know about the #1 hero, All Might was currently in Japan, so why did it appear that he wasn't actively working on the front lines? It's not like he was an underground hero. Limelight heroes didn't do undercover stints, and being the #1 hero for the past 40 years would make it ridiculous for him to even try. He was recognizable worldwide. Izuku sighed and stared at the photo on his nightstand. As much as he wanted to know what his favorite hero was up to, it was more important for him to figure out where his mom went. It had been weeks and no word. He held on to the hope that no news was good news and that even though she was still missing, she was still present in this world. It meant he still had time to find her. Suddenly, Izuku heard the familiar sound of keys inserting into the lock of the front door. He lurched off his bed and sprinted to the front door. There's no way. No way, no way, no way, no way, no. Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate and I hate to have to do this, but I run a business here, and I can't keep losing out on rent to someone who may never even return. I think I've waited long enough to do this. Izuku stops upon hearing the man's voice and sprints back to his room and shuts the door just as the front door is opened. He's out of breath as he feels his heart sinking in his chest. That's the landlord. Go ahead and just box everything up. I've got a cousin who runs a storage business and is letting me use one of his units for free. At least if she turns up again, I'll know that I didn't toss her belongings out. Yeah, you're just tossing her kid out. 2 more sets of footsteps can be heard entering the apartment. You got it, sir. It doesn't look like there's too much stuff in here, but we'll probably have to make a few trips with the rig to get it all out. That's no problem. I just need everything out today. Got some potential new tenants that want a tour tomorrow, so I need everything out and cleaned to show them. Izuku took a minute to collect himself. At this point he had 2 options. 1, he could make his presence known and get the police involved, who would certainly put him in the system, of which he wouldn't have any control to where he went. He had to stay in Mizurufu. This was the last connection to his mom. This was his home. This is where he was supposed to be to get into UA. That really only left option 2. Pack what he could and get the hell out. He'd have to figure out the rest later. He could always just hide until they left, but he heard the landlord, there were new potential tenants coming tomorrow. He couldn't secretly live in an apartment with another family. Or could he? He couldn't. 1, that'd be too weird, and 2, if he were caught it'd probably go on his record for breaking and entering, and UA wouldn't let riff-raff like that in. His mom may not be here currently, but he still held on to being the best son he could be for her. They'd talked his whole life about him getting into UA. She'd done everything she could to get him prepared for it despite being quirkless. He wasn't going to let her down in the aspect. She might be disappointed about my grocery shopping habits, he internally cringes, but there's nothing to be done about that now. Izuku has his school bag and an All Might athletic bag. Whatever he could fit between the 2 would have to be enough. Maybe I can find out where this storage unit is if I ever need to grab something. He places his laptop, his school and hero analysis notebooks, and the photo of him and his mom in the school bag. In the All Might bag, he's able to fit a couple of his school uniforms, and couple shirts, a long-sleeved shirt, and a pair of joggers. He barely is able to fit his favorite bright yellow All Might hoodie too. Glancing around his room morosely, he realizes that all his hero merch will have to stay behind. He can't take his All Might figurines, his Edgeshot and Present Mic posters, or his limited edition hero-themed video game console. He knows it's supposedly just going into storage, but he may never get them back, and it breaks his heart a little bit more than it already has been. He hears the distant sound of a moving truck's engine roaring to life and takes that as a sign that the movers are making their first trip out to the storage unit with his stuff. Izuku looks around his room once more, imprinting it to memory, then turns and walks away from his childhood for the last time. They'd already emptied the living room and kitchen. Bare and naked, with only white spots on the walls where pictures used to hang, and the outline of the couch and coffee table in the carpet where they used to reside, are any indication that there had been life here for the past 14 years. He drops the keys on the counter as he leaves. It's already late in the afternoon as he steps out of the complex and begins walking. To where, he hasn't the slightest idea. His mind shuts down as he lets his feet carry him. No one pays attention to the crying kid with a bright yellow backpack and a red, yellow, and blue duffel slung over their shoulders. No one knows that this is a kid who has been ripped from the protection of his mother and now his home too. And all for what? No one even knows why this is happening, which is the most frustrating part, he thinks. If at least they knew the motive behind the kidnappings, they could be doing something about it. Could be one step closer to having his world pieced back together instead of slowly ripped apart. He looks up when his feet hit sand. Dagoba Beach. He used to come here with Kaken when they were little. They used to pretend to be heroes out at sea, saving captains and cargo from the villainous pirates who attacked them. They used to build sandcastles. Well, at least Izuku did. Kaken would always knock his down halfway through out of anger, and then he'd knock over Izuku's too. Now, the beach was littered with towering piles of debris. Garbage left by careless beachgoers or else washed up from the shore from who knows where. Well, at least for now, this is as good a place as any to go. He sets off through the towers looking for a spot that hopefully will protect him from the elements and not cave in on him. Luckily, it's only June, so the weather is warming up and it won't be too frigid at night. When he rounds the next corner, he stops and almost drops his belongings. Oh, cruel world and your sense of humor. He can't help but chuckle as he climbs into the back of a damaged vehicle. This is as safe of a place as I can be for the moment. I wonder if the doors still lock. Izuku settles in for the night, falling asleep against a car door that has two very familiar indents in it. Deku is struggling and Bakugo Katsuki doesn't know why he cares. At first he only talked to the nerd when the old hag had threatened to take away his gym membership, but now he finds himself anxious to see that front row seat filled every day. Auntie was missing, and Katsuki knew she was the only one in the world who cared for Deku. His dad had never been in the picture, and although the hag and old man cared for him too, it wasn't like Auntie's love. Hell, they had believed him when he told them Deku was staying with neighbors. It's like they'd forgotten that they were the only close friends Midoriya Inko had. Shitty nerd. Always having to make things harder for himself. They used to be best friends. They were gonna go to UA together. But then Deku just had to go and be quirkless. At first Katsuki didn't think it was a big deal. He could be the bronze and Deku the brains in their hero agency. Not that Katsuki wasn't smart, but he thought the nerd needed to having something worth bragging about in his life. But Deku couldn't keep up with him. As he went to quirk counseling and learned more and more about how his explosions worked, he attracted a new kind of crowd, ones with their own quirks. Katsuki was moved into the spotlight, where Ideaman well should be, and the nerd stayed in the shadows. Deku wasn't a moth drawn to a flame. He was smarter than that, knew he'd get burned if he flew too close to Katsuki. Before he knew it, he forgot that the nerd was even in the same classes as him. No more play dates, no more after-school study sessions. They just drifted apart, the chasm becoming too big for either of them to overcome. And then he had to go and let Auntie get kidnapped. And then Katsuki started paying attention to him whenever he entered the room. And it said Katsuki the F off. Deku's appearance was always a little wild, what with that untamable bush on his head, but ever since Auntie's disappearance he was getting more and more wild. He had constant bags under his eyes, his uniform was always wrinkled. His uniform actually started looking too big on his skinny frame. Katsuki almost wanted to ask the old hag for an extra bento for lunch. He could always tell her he was just burning more calories. That wasn't a complete lie, he was trying to get ready for the UA entrance exam. Even though it was still months away, Katsuki needed to be prepared. But he never did, even though he knew Deku wasn't eating school lunches or bringing anything from home. The last conversation he had with him didn't go great. Katsuki wouldn't know how to react if the nerd didn't accept his help. So he stayed quiet and just observed. If Deku really needed help, he was sure there were adults that could provide it. The police had to know what he was up to. Auntie didn't just disappear, she left behind a kid. They had to know that. But then he watched as Deku walked into the classroom one day sporting a black eye and, was that blood? Izuku hadn't meant to get in a fight. The walk from Dagoba to Aldra was admittedly not in the best of neighborhoods, so he'd started running to and from school in an effort to avoid lingering in the shadowed alleyways longer than necessary. It had done great for his stamina. He barely even broke a sweat by the time he arrived at school now. But on his way in last night he'd been halfway to the car. He couldn't call that his home, it was just too depressing, when he'd heard a scream. Without thinking he'd just run towards the sound. A young woman was crying on the floor with a nice bleeding gash on her forehead. Hovering over her and rifling through what he presumed was her purse, was a villain. Izuku watched as the villain was careful about sticking his entire hand into the bag. The skin around his knuckles were thickened, but if you looked close enough there were thin vertical gaps evenly distributed between each knuckle. So you pretty much have brass knuckles anywhere you go, don't you? Or are those knives that come out of there? You're like Wolverine, Izuku says, thinking of the pre-quirk comics he'd once seen on the internet. Both the villain and the victim jumped, not even realizing Izuku had approached them. Can you not control your quirk? Do blades pop out at any given time? Is that why you're not inserting your whole hand? Izuku starts muttering. Quirks were just so fascinating. What the sheet, kid? Get out of here if you know what's good for ya. The villain dropped the bag and turned to Izuku. The woman took this as her cue and grabbed her bag and ran out of the alleyway. Now, when Izuku ran headfirst into this situation, he obviously hadn't thought what he'd do with a confrontation. The villain rushed him and Izuku tried to dodge, but he wasn't fast enough and the villain got him in the left arm with a fist. Yeah, Izuku was right. This was Wolverine too. Actually -2. This guy was a villain. Small knives had protracted from the slits and caught Izuku in the arm. He hissed with the sudden pain and knew that he'd gotten hit deep enough to bleed. Then Izuku's face collied with the corner of the dumpster and he'd blacked out. When he came to, it was morning. He blinked against the brightness and the throbbing headache that seemed to swarm his entire face. That was embarrassing. Izuku, at least the woman had gotten away, he thought, as he scanned the alley for his own bag. Luckily it was still there and it didn't look like anyone had pilfered anything from it. Not that there was of much value to anything. He'd left his laptop back in the car. Taking his phone out of his pocket, the time told him that he could make it to Aldra if he started walking. He was in no shape to run. Every step made his face throb painfully. It was going to be a long day. If anyone noticed that he had a bloody wound and black and blue face, they said nothing as Izuku slid into his seat. He was looking forward to lunch today. He slid into his usual lunchtime spot and leaned back against the wall. The table was set in a corner of the cafeteria and no one ever bothered him here. He closed his eyes intending to take a nap. What the F, Deku? Izuku opened his good eye, only just now realizing that, yeah, the other one was swollen shut, and peered at the spiky blonde who had sat down at Izuku's table. What Kaken? He monotoned back. Why do you look like that? It's just my face, Kaken. I was born this way. I don't know why I came over here. I don't either. Izuku wasn't in the mood to care. He was tired and he hurt. You look like sheet Deku. I'm aware. Thanks. He closed his eyes again, settling against the wall. It was silent for a moment longer and then, the offer still stands. The old hag would let you stay. Izuku didn't respond for a minute, but when he opened his eye to, Kaken was gone. Sitting at the table though was his unopened bento. Did Kaken leave this for me? Does he actually care? Izuku looked around for the spiky-haired blonde and couldn't find him. The onigiri had never tasted so good. Not wanting to repeat the literal dumpster dive, Izuku started spending his evening researching self-defense techniques. He figured yesterday's incident wouldn't be the last and he'd need to be better prepared. Plus, he was at a standstill with his mom's case. This was a good distraction for him. And it may help me prepare for the UA entrance exam. He shouldn't be having those thoughts. He was quirkless after all, but UA would allow him to take the exam. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to just try and see what happens. Worst case was he'd still end up in the business or support course. Or even general education. It was UA. You'd still be a step above your peers just by gaining admission. And so Izuku started to learn how to block punches and kicks, and maybe even throw a few of his own. His trash paradise was great for training. He could kick at whatever, further damaging the scraps of metals, plastics, and what have you with no repercussions. He even started rearranging the trash piles, sorting them by material and then creating trash dummies in which to kick and block with. He found 2 throwing knives that way. Why someone would have tossed them out, he has no clue, but they were still sharp and in great condition. He stored them in the car to learn how to use later. He started moving large items like broken TVs, remnants of couches and desks for nothing more than to build muscle. Resistance training in the sand was no joke. The only drawback to this was Izuku was constantly hungry. He was still extending his loans from the convenience store, but having no access to a kitchen anymore, he was extremely limited on what he could take. He was practically living off protein bars. He needed to find a way to make money and purchase himself a hot meal every once in a while. The problem was, no one would hire a 14-year-old. It was near the end of June, nearly 3 months after his mom's disappearance and weeks of practicing self-defense, that Izuku ran into a group of thugs. Well, actually, it's more like the group had run into him. He was on his way back from the convenience store, having gotten there later than normal because he'd been hyperfixated on trying to move an old bookshelf. Demon thing must be made of solid oak. It was so heavy, I couldn't get it to budge, when he realized he'd been out of bars for dinner. Izuku had just been scrolling through the hero network on his phone when a thug ran into him. "Hey, who do you think you are, punk?" Izuku looked up at the guy, perplexed on how he was more offended than Izuku, who was the one who had just been knocked to the ground. "I'm nobody." He may have been practicing to fight, but he wasn't dumb. It wasn't wise to pick your first match as a 3 versus 1 setup. He went to collect himself from the floor when he saw the punch coming. Dodging successfully, this time, Izuku lays back flat on the ground and sweeps his leg out, catching the other guy off balance and knocking him to the ground. I guess there's no avoiding it now. He pops up and turns to face the other 2. Both come at him at the same time, so Izuku takes advantage of his smaller frame and darts between them, grabbing an arm in each hand and pulling. The momentum from his forward movement brings the 2 thugs together, and Izuku flinches a bit at the resounding crack as their skulls collide. All 3 of them are on the ground, unconscious. It didn't feel like a true fight to Izuku, but he did just successfully avoid getting himself injured and took down 3 men that were bigger than him. He can't help but feel a bit giddy. Is this what being a hero feels like? He knows that this was essentially a quirkless fight, and he didn't save anyone other than himself, but he still did it. His stomach growls as he continues to stare down at the men. Well, he thinks as he bends down and reaches towards the nearest one, they did technically inconvenience me. Consider this a restitution fee. For the first time in months, Izuku walked home with a warm meal and change to spare. The air is warm and the ocean salt clings to him like a familiar friend as Izuku watches the sun set from atop his car. School let out for summer a few days ago, and now he's been truly alone with only his thoughts for company. The silence was deafening. Not even seagulls came to keep the green-eyed boy company. At least when school was in session, he could watch and hear other people's interactions. Live vicariously through them. At least at home I'd had mom. Past tense. It was how Izuku was thinking nowadays. Months have gone by and there was still no trace of any of the missing nurses. He'd lost faith in the police and the heroes finding them. He'd lost faith that she would return to him suddenly one day. That whatever task she'd been kidnapped for had been completed and the villains would let them all be free. Every new day she was gone led Izuku one step further towards a dark reality. The heroes save everyone. The villains don't. He'd been toying with the idea during the last few weeks of school. Whatever the police were doing wasn't working, but what if he went directly to the villains? High off the euphoria of having won a fistfight and money for food, Izuku had started taking to patrolling the back alleys of Mizudafu at night, and he'd learned a few things. First, no one paid any attention to him. He didn't have to hide around corners or jump from rooftops to ambush anyone. He could just walk up and make the first move. He wasn't ever on anyone's radar. Secondly, thanks to the lack of attention on him, it gave Izuku ample time to notice things about his opponents, who the ringleader was, what their quirks were, potential weak points, what they were talking about. Which led to his third observation, that villains knew things. Most of the villains he interacted with were in the minor leagues, not having strong quirks, or at least not knowing how to use them to their advantage. and yet they still knew what the other villains in the area were up to. Izuku overheard them talking about avoiding Cedar Park for a few days cause a drag deal was going down, or that they were free to roam the neighborhood on the west side of town cause the Yakuza had left for a business meeting elsewhere. They gossiped worse than the girls in his middle school class. He stared down at the knife he'd been twirling between his palms. I could do it. I could start tracking the villains. Take them down and question them. I can find some answers. 3 nurses had been taken from this area alone. Someone here had to know what was going on. But if he went down this path, there'd be no turning back. Self-defense was one thing, but going after villains with intent, that was vigilantism. Or maybe even toying with villainism itself. If Izuku did this, everything he'd been working towards his whole life, everything he'd been trying to keep together over the last few months would be for nothing. But I'd be doing it for her. If he was found out, he wouldn't get into UA. He'd no longer be just a shadow, but an outcast, always running from the law, wanted by heroes and distrusted by villains. He'd be signing himself up to a life of isolation. But if he succeeded, I'd have my family again. Izuku knew subconsciously that there was only one choice to make. He'd known it days ago when he'd been drawn towards the clothing section and had left with some dark gray joggers, a dark green hoodie, a black face mask, and a knife strap. No one ever noticed him until he spoke up or threw the first punch, so he didn't need to wear all black. He wanted to go for the red joggers, but considering his shoes were also red, he didn't want to look like a walking Christmas ornament. July was definitely not sweater weather, but the hoodie would be an added layer of protection, not just for his identity. He also hoped the extra layer would spare him from superficial wounds. He had improved since first teaching himself to throw a punch, but he was no All Might. So here he sat, watching as the sun was buried beneath the waves, waiting to be born into the darkness with the rising of a new moon. Why are they always so predictable? Izuku had known this guy was going to run. He'd been stalking him for the past half hour, curious to see where he was going. Initially, Izuku had just been wandering aimlessly when he'd come upon him and noticed him acting strange. Twitchy, anxious, constantly looking over his shoulder. This is a man with something to hide. He'd been heading towards the red light district when someone had called out what he presumed was the guy's name and he'd bolted. It would be worthless to chase after him now. If anything, Izuku bet the guy was going to run straight into a hero and be caught like a deer in headlights. The one who called out to him, on the other hand, he may be a worthier target. He just laughed when Sertwichelot bolted and turned to head back in the opposite direction. He oozed confidence, which came from having knowledge, having power, or having money. So Izuku turned and started following him instead. Tall, with black hair and a long black trench coat, Izuku was too far away from him to discern any facial features, but the man glinted whenever he passed under a streetlight. Was that a quirk? He wasn't sure. He had never seen this man before, but it appeared that he was well known on the streets as people steered clear when they saw him walking their way. A villain? A Yakuza henchman or boss? He'd have to keep following to find out. The man was scrolling through something on his phone, casually strutting down the middle of the street as if not to have a care in the world. Izuku was maybe 400 meters behind him when he turned to go down an alleyway. Izuku sped up and turned the corner and he was gone. The alley was empty. No trace of a man appeared as he silently crept along one side, peering around another corner only to come to an empty dead end. What the hell? Izuku had a feeling this was going to be his new catchphrase. He wandered about for another hour or two, hoping the mysterious trench coat man would appear, but the effort was futile as he never showed up again. He didn't show up the next night. Or the next. Or the next. He showed up almost a week later. This time, Izuku had just taken down a petty thief when he'd seen Trenchcoat strolling down the street again. This time he'd been whistling. Izuku didn't recognize the tune, but it had sounded too cheery to be coming from a man dressed all in black. He followed closer this time. They were in a seedier part of Mizurufu. Not quite the red light district, yet, but also not where you'd take your family if you had the choice. There were more people out on the streets at this time of night than you'd find during the day, catcalling and hollering at anyone that walked by. Except for Trenchcoat and Izuku. The former because Izuku was convinced he was a dangerous man, and the latter because, well, it was Izuku. Trenchcoat abruptly turned down an alley again. Izuku was about to sprint after him when he heard the man's voice. He stopped and casually leaned against the brick at the alley entrance to listen. "You've had your time and now it's my time to collect. What have you got for me?" "He's here. It's this city. He's not traveling back and forth anymore. I don't know for how long, but one of my sources was confident this was a more permanent residence. That's all I know." "Did you see him?" "And no, but I saw his assistant. I swear. This is legitimate this time." The second voice started pleading. "You've got another week." Silence fell, and then the second man, "Wait, no, Cirtwichelt," ran out of the alley and disappeared into the night. "We've got the location. Just here. Now pick me up." Who was he talking to? Izuku peered around the corner only to find it empty. What the hell? He had another week. It sounded like whoever Trenchcoat was meeting with was collecting information on a routine basis, so Izuku was under the assumption that they would once again be meeting in the same alley. Twice now he'd followed the mysterious figure and lost sight of him. Izuku needed to tail him differently. He had to be disappearing via a teleportation quirk, and it wasn't his own, otherwise he wouldn't needed to have called anyone. Teleportation quirks were rare. So rare in fact, that he hadn't even thought of that as a possible way of sneaking the kidnapped nurses out of the hospital until now. Holy hell, did I already stumble upon the right villains? Trenchcoat must be working for someone else then. No big-time villain would be out walking the streets to collect information. Whoever he was working for, they must be the real deal. Yet Izuku found himself once again asking who? Mizudafu was not Tokyo. Yes, they had crime, but it was never with the big league villains. There were maybe B-class villains at the most. Izuku had never even seen an SS-class villain in real life before. All Might always keeps them at bay. And who was this he that they spoke of? Was it another villain? Or a hero? Why were they coming here of all places? Izuku tended to browse the hero network before falling asleep each night, and he didn't recall any chatter of a new hero or agency coming to town. I have a lot of the pieces, but I still can't picture the puzzle. Izuku exhaled heavily through his nose. I should be counting my blessings. I already have a potential lead. It means I'm not wasting my time. Rehearse. He rolled up onto his knees and placed both hands on the window and pushed down before reaching back to grab his laptop and crawling out. He'd accidentally kicked in the good door of his car bed the other day when practicing jump kicks. Between that and the body impacts on the other side, he couldn't get them to open anymore. So manually rolling the windows down it was. The air was already balmy. It was going to be a hot day. Sounds like the perfect day to do some research in a cafe. He strolled up to Caffeinated, a relatively new discovery of his, right as they opened for the day. Izuku was never allowed to have any pets growing up for the simple fact that his mother couldn't afford the extra burden of feeding and taking care of another living being. So this was the best thing Izuku had access to in his life at the moment: coffee and cats. He'd ran across it, literally, one night while on patrol and had started visiting it weekly ever since. They had free Wi-Fi and delicious coffee. "Good morning, Suki," he greeted the owner. She always worked on Sundays, allowing her staff to have the day of rest. "Hey there, Green Bean," she called out fondly. Izuku hadn't wanted to give her his name the first time he'd come in, so she'd made up a name for him. He liked it. "What are you trying out today?" Izuku stared up at the menu hanging behind the counter. He'd been slowly trying everything on the menu at least once. How there was so many different types of coffee he didn't know, but it'd take him pilfering the pockets of many a bad guy to finally get through the extensive list. Well, almost completely through it. After trying an Americano once, he decidedly avoided trying the other flavors. It tasted like soggy water and he didn't understand how people liked that crap. "Let's try the lavender white mocha, please. Iced." "Come in right up, Bean." Izuku smiled at her and walked to his usual corner. Situated to the left of the counter and tucked against a window, Izuku could see who was walking by the store as well as those coming in. Not that he thought he was on anyone's hit list, but ever since he'd started Vigilante ING, he'd thought it wise to be more observant of his surroundings than he normally was. An orange tabby jumped onto his closed laptop and booped Izuku's hand for attention. "Good morning to you too, Scones," Izuku said, complying with the cat's request. All the cats here were named after bakery foods. Only Scones and Muffin, A gray domestic longhair ever came over to say hi to Izuku. He was fine with that. 2 cats noticing him were more than he ever got from humans anyways. He'd take what he could and appreciate it. Opening up his laptop, Izuku immediately went to access the quirk registry and searched for a teleportation quirk. Results: none. Please try again. Transport. Results: none. Please try again. Portal. Results: none. Please try again. Travel. Results: none. Please try again. Well, that was interesting. It's not like all people were born as villains. Statistics showed that people tended to go towards villainy after finishing high school, and the HPSC were fairly good at extrapolating the offspring quirks of known villains. Not many were able to slip the registry. Maybe they were a late bloomer? Izuku had always wished he was. He dreamed of the day he got to go to quirk counseling and register his quirk. He still fantasized about it sometimes. Taking a sip of his coffee, he gave up the search and opened up the hero network. His next task was to try and find out who was that trench coat was tailing. Heh, dad joke. They're even funnier when you don't have one. Izuku needed to sleep more. His brows raised at the first post on the homepage. Death Arms gone to rehab. Well, of course Izuku needed to click on that link. Death Arms, local hero, was forced by the HPSC today to attend anger management rehabilitation. While Death Arms has worked and protected many a civilian, his more recent saves have gone beyond the normal protocol of appropriate use of force, and as such, we have removed him from the front lines for the time being. A spokeswoman for the HPSC reports. It should be of no surprise as Death Arms, whose ranking have slowly been falling backwards, was accused of injuring a civilian a few months back and as recently as last week smashed a car through the walls of a public library, with civilian passengers still within the vehicle. We were told by the HPSC that those victims were compensated generously for their experience. Where was my compensation? Izuku thought sarcastically. Guess I could say he compensated me with my current place of residency. He scrolled down to the hero comments. Street shooter, I'm surprised the HPSC willingly made something like this public. Who gone and spilled the beans? Cat life. Ick, but you can bet the HPSC must be hella mad at them. Yearnin' for burnin'. I heard it was some cop-out in Nizudafu. Found some footage of some kid getting nailed by a car and showed it to the commission. Street shooter. Kid? The article didn't mention he'd hit a kid. Yearnin' for burnin', right? I think the cop's name is Tsuka something. I'd honestly like to shake his hand. Ballsy to do that to the commission. That name was familiar. Tsukachi? That was the name of the detective he spoke to when Mom first went missing. Izuku stared at the screen a moment longer. He didn't know how to feel about a man who had simultaneously disregarded him and recognized his existence. But maybe he was a good man. Everyone knew the hero commissioner liked to hide the hero's dirty laundry. It was pretty ballsy to have brought this to their attention. I hope he doesn't get fired. Even though he delayed initiating the search for his mom, Izuku had to appreciate that he at least did something else worthwhile. He spent the rest of the day searching for new hero activity around Mizudafu and came up with nothing. Tonight, Izuku was practicing staying on the rooftops. He figured trailing trenchcoat on the ground wasn't working, so maybe if he followed from above he would have a greater vantage point at the next meeting, which was only 3 days away now. No one ever looked up anyways. Izuku was pretty agile with all the workouts he had been doing over the past several months and found that jumping from roof to roof was exhilarating. The feeling of free falling in an open space only to tuck and roll and carry on was an experience he'd never had before. Almost like the first time when he'd taken out those thugs, this made Izuku feel invincible. It wasn't often he credited himself with having talent, but he had to say he was doing a pretty damn good job at this. He stopped at the edge of the roof he just jumped onto and peered down. Hiding under the fire escape was a villain holding what looked like miniature lightning rods out towards a pair of teenagers. The villain's hair was sticking straight out as if he'd touched a light socket, and Izuku watched as a trail of lightning rolled down his arms and into the rods. He must be using those to control where his electrical charge is going. Must be like a human taser. Izuku looked around the rooftop. Not discerning anything that could be of use in resisting an electrical current, he moved on to Plan B. People never look up after all. He slowly climbs down the fire escape and towards the trio. He can hear the teenagers crying. The villain is griping on about how teenagers show villains no respect these days and they should have been running in terror from him as soon as they saw him instead of laughing at him and throwing an empty soda bottle at him. Izuku hovers just above the villain. Well, kids do just say the darndest things, don't they? They all look up at the sound of his voice and Izuku jumps from the escape onto the villain's shoulders. Not giving the villain time to grab at Izuku, he squeezes his thighs around the villain's neck and throws himself back, taking the villain along. At the last second, Izuku releases the pressure and hits the floors with his hands, bouncing into a back handspring and righting himself onto his feet. The villain was not so coordinated and hit the pavement, dropping the rods. He runs and kicks them away from the villain's reach. Before the villain can collect himself, Izuku places a well-aimed kick to the man's temple. He crumples fully to the ground unconscious. Quick and efficient. He has to be since he's fighting quirkless. It's better to catch them off guard and end the fight quickly or else lose the advantage. What? Where did you even see Xiom from? One of the teens' lips are chattering. Are you a hero? The calmer of the two ask him. Izuku looks at them and then back at the villain on the ground. I'm nobody, he says. Call the cops on this guy and let them take you home. It's too late for you to be out right now. Don't do something so stupid again either. You never know if help is coming or not. He turns to head back up the fire escape. Dude, that guy was like a shadow. That was so cool. Izuku allows himself a small smile. A shadow, huh? It's nearing the end of his patrol and he's sitting on the edge of a rooftop just enjoying the views. He's always appreciated the quiet beauty that the city has in the hours before dawn. He's just about to start heading down when a flash of white material flies past, inches away from his face, and wraps itself on a pipe right behind him. A tired-looking man in a black jumpsuit with messy waves of black hair and yellow goggles obscuring his face follows quickly behind and lands right next to Izuku. Oh, my God. Izuku's inner fanboy is showing. Are you Eraser? Izuku doesn't have time to do more than close his eyes before a fist is impacting with his face and it's lights out. Aizawa Shota has always prided himself in two things: his ability to sleep anywhere, because dear God did he not get enough, and his situational awareness. He was an underground hero who thrived in the face of obscurity and yet saw everything. It was why he'd been successful for so long. Underground heroes didn't typically make it past 5 years before retiring or joining a limelight team. That was Shota's worst nightmare. He'd been in the underground for the past 12 years and had no intention of leaving the shadows. He was the best at seeing what others missed. That was until 2 seconds ago when he was so startled by somebody, that reflexes took over and now there was an unconscious body on the ground. Please let this have been a villain or I'm going to be joining Death Arm shortly. Shota stared at the figure. Wearing a dark green hoodie with a black face mask, dark gray joggers and red sneakers, even with a knife strapped to their thigh, they didn't look like a villain. He continues to study the body. You're just a kid. He mutters under his breath. Was this who those teens were talking about? The kid looked like he'd had it rough. His clothes were dirty, his dark curls, black? Green? He couldn't tell in the dark. Unruly, and for all the muscle that he had, he also looked too skinny. And why was he on the roof? Kids didn't go on the roof. Especially at night. Unless they were up to no good. At least no good in the eyes of the law. He sighs and sits down next to the unconscious child. I'm going to be home late. Don't worry, I'm fine. He texts his husband. He was so close to being home on time for once. Just once he'd like to get in more than a couple hours of sleep. He'd just come from collecting a villain that had been harassing 2 teens. A witness had called it in and he was on his way to deal with it when he'd been radioed that the victims themselves had just called to report someone else had taken care of the villain. When Shota had arrived, all he'd had to do was wait for the police to show up. He'd questioned the teens who had reported that their mysterious hero came out of nowhere and incapacitated the villain before they could even get a decent glimpse of him. But they'd reported him as a short, lean figure, wearing a dark hoodie and bright red sneakers. Shota can't leave the kid now. If this was who he thought it was, he should be marching him down to the precinct and slapping him with vigilante charges. Better to stop him now before it gets out of control. But Shota couldn't do that to someone so young. Someone who still had a future ahead of him. He just had to convince him to stop fooling around and focus on following the law and becoming a hero the legal way. He'd seen it countless of times. Young people, impatient to become heroes, would take to the streets without any prior training and attempt to take on the bad guys. More often than not, it resulted in them getting arrested or, even worse, killed. Shota would forever deny it, but he had a soft spot for kids. Even though he was known for expelling entire classes from the heroics course at UA, he didn't do it without reason. The heroes that Shota produced didn't get themselves killed. He wouldn't allow it. He would crush the dreams of those without potential before he allowed them the false hope of a long and heroic career. And I want to know his quirk. Shota couldn't help the chagrin he felt for not having noticed the kid prior to knocking him out. So he pulled a fruit pouch out from one of his many belt pockets and sat back against the brick wall of the building to wait. Izuku shoots straight up upon waking and is immediately filled with regret. Why is my face pounding? He groans as he slowly sits down again and grabs his head. He doesn't quite remember how he ended up passed out on a roof or why half his face feels like it ran into a dumpster. He would know how that felt. Your face ran into my fist. A voice responds dryly. Izuku freezes and looks at the voice's owner. Oh my god, or Eraserhand just spoken anonymity. I ran into your fist? You punched me. The underground hero has the decency to look embarrassed at that. You want to tell me why you were up on the roof in the first place? No. Not really. Izuku hadn't exactly been expecting to run into any heroes tonight, let alone one of his top 5 favorites. He had to be dreaming. Want to tell me what you were doing before you came up on the roof then? Izuku stared into unblinking black eyes. He knows what I was doing tonight. Damn it. Admittance was the first step to getting caught, so he replied with, if you knew what I was doing, why are we still on the roof? What's your name, kid? Says Eraserhead, ignoring Izuku's question. I'm nobody. Eraserhead snorts. That's not going to work for me. According to 2 teens tonight, you were their hero. In the eyes of the law, you were a vigilante. I should be taking you in, but I'm not going to, that is, if you promise to stop. You're young, why are you risking your life? He sounded genuinely concerned to Izuku. No one had spoken to him like they cared in months. Not since before. But he couldn't stop. And he couldn't tell the hero why he wouldn't stop. If he found out Izuku was going after potentially dangerous villains, he'd probably get caught and locked up faster than he could say the hero's name. Or thrown into foster care once they realized he'd been living on his own for months. He'd go to the authorities eventually, he just needed time to build up more substantial evidence. There are people that need saving. He answered vaguely. There are always people that need saving. That's what real heroes are for. All Might says anyone can be a hero. Eraserhead rolls his eyes. Well, you just said you were nobody. You're not just anyone, so they're not a hero. At least he didn't say that I couldn't be a hero. Izuku stood up slowly and Eraserhead mirrored his movements. I just need to get out of his reach. The longer we have this conversation, the greater chance I have of being captured. Izuku looks around at his surroundings. Eraserhead would be faster up on the rooftops, but if Izuku could make it to the streets below, he may have a chance at losing the hero and getting away. He'd already had great success using one fire escape today, time to try another. He takes off sprinting towards the edge of the roof with full intentions of dropping to the fire escape right below. Eraserhead shouts, and next thing Izuku knows, he's wrapped up in the hero's capture weapon and held in mid-air over the building's edge. Really, kid? The capture weapon brings Izuku back onto the roof. Now I'm going to have to bring you in and get your parents involved. That'd actually be nice if you could. The sarcastic comment slipped out before Izuku could control himself. The hero pauses and looks at him strangely. This was not going great for him now. Kid, what is that supposed to mean? The hero sounds wary and tired. Izuku thinks before responding. The capture weapon has him wrapped so tightly that he can't reach the knife strapped to his thigh and cut his way out of the material. At the rate this is going, Izuku is going to be brought into the station and then no one will be able to follow the one potential lead that he has. He needs to come up with something to get away. It would be nice if he were better at fighting, then he could Fight. Oh my god. That's right. I'm talking to the one hero that practically fights quirkless and wins. Like a lot. Eraserhead is an amazing hero that most people don't give credit to because not many people know about him. But the HPSC does. They know about all registered heroes. Izuku only feels slightly bad about what he says next. Let me go and train me to fight or I'll go to the HPSC and let them know you attacked a child unprovoked. Shota's quirk flares to life in anger. Are you seriously trying to blackmail me right now? The green eyes that he'd thought looked so sad and innocent a few moments ago now looked sharp enough to cut a man down. It's not blackmail. It's the truth. And I'm sure by the time the sun rises in the morning the proof will be on my face. He's not kidding. Don't want to end up like your buddy Death Arms, am I right? How did he know about that? That article was only posted on the Hero Network and civilians don't have access to that. Shota was starting to get a headache. He was supposed to have intimidated the kid when he woke, gotten him to promise to stop the vigilante bullshit, and taken him home. Instead, the kid had tried to escape and was now threatening to blackmail him. He had to admit the kid had guts, even though this entire situation was turning into a massive pain in the butt. I'm not stopping. I have something that I need to do. I can't let you get in my way. But I could use your help. You sounded like you cared if I got hurt. Well, how about you show you care by teaching me how to fight? I can keep a secret, not that anyone would ask anyways, but I promise I won't ever tell anyone you trained me. You fight practically quirkless and can take down men twice your size. Teach me how to do that too, or I'll have no choice but go to the HPSC about your negligence. Green eyes continued to stare him down. There's something about this kid. He's hiding something. He's not trying to be a vigilante for the infamy. It sounds like he has a specific goal in mind. And does he not have any parents? Is he on his own? Why would someone so young be so devoted to a cause like this already? Shota contemplated giving in to the kid's demands. In reality, the HPSC would probably laugh in the kid's face at the accusation. Even though it was technically true, not that Shota had purposefully intended to hit the kid, they wouldn't do anything without evidence. They could write off the kid's black eye as if coming from a tussle between friends at the park. Kids his age were always getting into fights. I could also just take him down to the precinct and get him slapped with charges and stopped before he could really get going too. There was something that was telling him to give the kid a chance though. See if he had potential. And if he did, maybe Shota could convince him to go through legal channels and become a hero. Or discourage him completely and get him to give up. Okay, problem child. Hold your own against me for 2 minutes. Shota thought he was being generous, thinking the kid wouldn't last even 10 seconds, and I'll train you. Avoid getting knocked on your butt for 2 minutes and you've got a deal. Hand to hand only. No capture weapon. Shota's impressed he had the foresight to realize that was exactly how Shota'd planned to pin him. Deal. Shota released the kid from his capture weapon and set to unwrapping it from around his shoulders. The problem child started stretching and bouncing on his feet. Shota took out his phone and showed the kid the timer set for 2 minutes. He placed it on the ground and ready to hit the start button. Begin. Shota sprang up from his crouching position and rushed the kid. He wouldn't go all out, he really wasn't like Death Arms after all, but he wouldn't go easy on the kid either. If he wanted to make it out on the streets, he had to be tough. The kid placed 1 foot forward and bent his knees, bringing his arms out in front of him, letting Shota come to him. He went to throw a punch but missed as the kid dove forward and went between the hero's legs. Shota felt a kick on his back and stumbled forward, off balance. He turned around and ducked as the kid swung at him. He jumped back up and placed his own fist into the kid's stomach, then grabbed his arm and turned and threw the kid up over his shoulder. The kid cried out but took the toss in stride and rolled into a somersault before popping back up. He's surprisingly agile. Shota charged forward again, this time going to kick his opponent's feet out from under him. The problem child saw it coming and jumped, then tried to kick Shota in the chest. Shota just caught the kid's leg and pulled up, intending to lay the kid flat out on his back. He let go of the kid's foot too soon though, which allowed him to use his hands to go into a back handspring and walk back onto his feet. Shota was impressed. The kid wasn't effective at offense yet, but he had good defensive skills. Still, Shota wasn't about to let him win. He came at the kid, throwing punches and nailing him in the arm and stomach again. The kid took the punches and even attempted to throw his own in, but Shota was able to easily block them. He could see that the kid was getting frustrated. He was looking around for an advantage, but he wouldn't find one. You asked for hand-to-hand after all. Shota threw a kick at his shin, forcing him to take a step back. He threw another punch at Shota, who merely grabbed his arm and twisted it in the opposite direction. Aya! The kid knelt to the floor, cradling his arm. Kid, are you all right? Shota was crouching down, hero instincts kicking in, when the kid suddenly jumped back, putting his body weight onto his injured arm and swept both feet towards Shota's legs, effectively catching the hero off guard and knocking him on his butt. The timer went off. Shota sat there, stunned and looking up at the boy who was grinning triumphantly with one of his eyes currently becoming swollen and black as the night around them. Never said we had to play fair. He smirked. This kid. Shota got up and retrieved his phone. All right, problem child. You won. I'll teach you hand-to-hand combat. But I have 2 conditions. First, no vigilante work unless I'm nearby to help you if things go south. Or Shota could just take the villain out and not give the kid a chance to get involved. And second, I need your number. We'll have to come up with a training plan and the schedules might change from week to week. I need to be able to contact you. Not exactly a lie, but not the whole truth either. If he had the kid's number, he could look up the account it was registered to. A hand reached out and grabbed his phone. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Eraserhead. He hands the phone back and takes off running to the roof's edge. Shota lets the kid go. He looks down at the new contact in his phone book. Nobody. He lets out a snort for the second time tonight. Problem. So, the phone's a burner. Tsukachi hands a piece of paper back to the perpetually exhausted hero. Sorry, Aizawa. It was a good thought though. The hero just grunts and takes a sip of his coffee. It had been a couple of days since first meeting the problem child, and Shota hadn't seen hide nor hair of him on his patrols. He doubted that the kid had actually listened to him about not doing vigilante work without a chaperone, but if he was out on the streets, he was doing a damn good job of keeping it under wraps. I bet he has a stealth quirk. He hadn't seen him use an obvious physical quirk during either of the escape attempts. So when are you going to meet up with your little blackmailer? Tsukachi laughs from behind his desk. I knew I'd regret telling you. Shota sinks further into the chair. Don't you have something you should be Detective NG right now? Truth was, Shota didn't know when he was going to contact the kid. He'd been hoping to figure out his identity first and get him to scrap the vigilante business altogether. So far it had been a bust. I should be, but your blackmailer is far more interesting. It's actually a nice break from all the doom and gloom from the hospital cases. I can't believe it's been months and we've got nothing. No ransom notes or threats. I suspected it was an inside job, but we interrogated the staff at all of the hospitals and I didn't detect a single person lying. Tsukachi's desk was covered in reports and transcripts from all those interrogations still. The actual desk itself wasn't visible. It sure was an interesting case though. Shota wasn't involved, but he'd known Kesajiri and Night Eye had joined in on the hero side and they too didn't know much more either. Muzutafu had never had such a coordinated mass kidnapping like this occur before. Do you think it could be a Yakuza? They were known for hosting underground fighting rings. Perhaps the healers had been taken there for their fighters. Shota knew they brought in big money, but it wasn't the most sustainable form of employment, not when quirks were used and both sides ended up dead. Night Eye was looking into it. You know how much experience he has with them, but so far none of his moles have come up with any credible sources of information. We have heard whisperings of a few new individuals to the area stirring up trouble and trying to recruit, but they haven't actually done anything illegal yet. We're keeping eyes on them, but if a new villain gang is emerging, it makes me glad that Yagi is in town now. Ah yes. The Golden Child. Don't make that face, Aizawa. He's going to be your new co-worker next school year. Then why did he have to come now? Shota didn't dislike the #1 hero. He was actually a very kind man. He just hated all the publicity he brought. The reporters and the students were going to go nuts when they found out. Shota was considering taking a sabbatical starting then. The rat probably wouldn't let him. That's for Yagi to know and you to find out. Shota slowly blinked at his friend's cryptic response. Izuku was on a roof this time, overlooking the alley where Trenchcoat had last been seen. Tonight was when he had calculated there should be a meetup. He'd come hours earlier than normal so he didn't miss it. He scuffed a red sneaker into the ledge. Eraserhead still hadn't contacted him. When he'd woken up the next morning, sore and black and blue in several places, he was mortified when he'd realized he'd tried to blackmail a pro hero. Where that false confidence had come from, Izuku didn't know. Still, the hero had made a deal with him. Izuku had been hopeful he'd honor it. He knew Eraserhead was a heroics course teacher at UA. If he was able to train under him, it would have been like he was getting to attend UA in a way. He'd done pretty decent at teaching himself so far, but he was limited to what HeroTube could show him. Most of the advanced techniques started incorporating quirks into them, and that was something he didn't have. He needed someone to show him how to fight against quirks, not with them. Maybe how to use his knife too. Really, it was more like a faux threat at this point. Maybe I'll just have to run into him again. Izuku had given him his number, for a burner of course. It was easier to pay for the minutes than remain on a cell plan, but he hadn't received the heroes in return. The whole interaction had been strange. At any time, Eraserhead could have taken him in and ended the whole thing, but he'd indulged in Izuku's request instead. And he swears that it felt like Eraserhead cared about him. He knew that sounded crazy, especially since they had only really met for a few minutes, but Izuku had felt seen by the underground hero, after the knockout at least. That was a feeling he didn't get anymore. He was desperate to hold on to it. Voices coming from below interrupted him from his thoughts. Izuku peered over the ledge and saw the two villains he'd been waiting to see for a week. Surtwichelot looked even twitchier than normal today. He was pale and sweaty and his eyes couldn't seem to focus on one spot for too long. Maybe this was why they told kids not to do drags. This was the first time Izuku was getting a better look at Trenchcoat. He understood now why he thought the man had glinted before when walking under the streetlights. The sleeves of his coat were rolled up to his elbows and about 80% of the skin that was exposed was mangled and purple. Hundreds of surgical staples held the dead, burned flesh to healthy tissue. More could be seen peeking out from under his black shirt and crawling up his neck. Izuku couldn't tell from this high up, but he suspected it was on the man's face too. No wonder people avoided him in the street. Izuku didn't want to think about what he went through to get like that. I don't have anything to our report. The man's stuttering was worse tonight. And yet you showed up. IK no WW hat H happens if I skip out T. Clever little mole. The words were spoken softly. Izuku found himself climbing down the fire escape to get closer. If you know what happens when you skip out, don't you know what happens when you fail us? Surtwichelot freezes and his eyes widen, for the first time tonight able to focus on the burnt man's face. Please it's not who I fault. He hasn't LFTDP place. He's still there I swear. I don't have the patience for you anymore. Trenchcoat throws out his arms, palms up, and they suddenly ignite in bright blue fire. His victim barely has time to throw his arms over his face before he is ignited with flames. Izuku gasps, sound hidden over the man's screams. In the span of a couple of minutes the man is no more, just a pile of ashes on the ground, already being swept away by the cool evening breeze. Trenchcoat dampens his flames and stares at the ashes. Izuku thinks he's smiling. I just witnessed a murder. If he was smart he'd be hightailing it out of here. But heroes didn't run from terrifying villains. He was still convinced this was a lead. He couldn't let it go. Trenchcoat pulls his phone out of his pocket and starts to send a message. Before Izuku has a chance to think of the 10 million ways this could get himself killed, he leaps off of the fire escape, landing lightly on the ground just behind the villain. Who are you looking for? The man whirls around to face Izuku, palms burning blue once again. Effing hell, where did you come from? Izuku swallows and clenches his fists in the front pocket of his hoodie, hiding the fact that they're tremoring right now. I'm looking for someone too. Maybe we can help each other out. The man PPS his head and takes a step towards Izuku. Izuku instinctively takes a step back. You're just a FNG kid. Shouldn't you be in bed right now? I know that you've been looking for someone and they're here in this city. You just lost your man. I can get you information. But I need some in return. Izuku is thanking the gods that he is not stuttering right now. Trenchcoat clenches his palms, dampening the fire. How did you know all that? I've been following you for weeks, not that you've noticed. He's making himself sound more skilled than he actually is. Perks of being a wallflower, I guess. That catches the burnt man's attention. Albite. Who are you after? Izuku swallows. This is it. I can't screw this up. I'm looking for the ones who kidnapped the nurses. He can't outright say he's looking for the nurses. He has to sound ambiguous in his intentions. Teal eyes brighten and the man starts laughing. The staples around his mouth and eyes are stretched to their limits. Oh kid, that was not what I was expecting. Ha ha ha. Izuku remains silent. The man looks slightly crazed now and he's not sure how to answer. Alright, I've got the info you want. And I can do you one even better. I know where the nurses are. Izuku's heart is pounding in his chest. But I can't just give away that information for free, little mouse. It's gonna cost you a hefty amount that I bet you can't pay. You don't look like you have much to your name. The blue eyes scan Izuku from head to toe. If you think you can find the info that I want, then maybe my friends and I will help you out. I'll do it. Izuku feels like he's just sold his soul to the devil. The man's smile widens. A swirling purple mist appears behind him. I'm looking for All Might. Rumor has it that there's something peculiar about him nowadays. I want to know what it is. I'll give you 6 months. And if any other villains give you troubles in your search, let them know I sent you. You're Dobby's recruit now. See ya then, little mouse. Dobby steps back into the purple mist and they both vanish. The alley is now empty and silent, save for the heart that is threatening to burst from Izuku's chest. He's clammy and shaking, his body having gone into fight or flight mode. All Might? What did he mean by peculiar? These guys must be the real deal if they were going after the #1 hero. He was #1 for a reason. No one had ever beaten him before. Was this who they'd been talking about this whole time? All Might was in Mizudafu and staying permanently. The villains knew that before even the public did. All Might, Japan's #1 hero, was hiding something. And Izuku was supposed to find out for the villains. He turns and pukes in a corner of the alley. The walk back to Dagoba is long and Izuku knows he looks like he's seen death, because well he had, but no one stops him. He even passes 2 heroes who don't so much as look at him as he crosses in front of their paths. No one would notice if he failed at this and went missing. He had nobody. He was nobody. He was in this alone. But he'd shoulder the burden. Because according to Dobby, his mother was still alive. Izuku didn't notice a man with a white scarf tailing him from the rooftops as he headed into shelter for the night in his car. Am I even allowed to wear this anymore? He was staring at his favorite yellow All Might hoodie. Once, it had been bright yellow, as bright as All Might's smile when he rescued people and brought the bad guys to justice. Now, after weeks of being used as a makeshift blanket, it was a dull and dingy yellow. It looked how Izuku felt. Dirty. But his favorite hero's smile was still present. Even when busted up and dirty, it was still there. Izuku turns from one smile to another. This one sits in a picture frame on the center console. The green eyes sparkle in the light of a smile that brightens the room. He can still remember how it felt to have the kind, soft arms wrap around him, the warm breath that whispered you can do it and I love yous for all his life. I miss you, Mom. Tears threaten to spill as Izuku curls himself into a ball and continues to stare at the happy memories that are starting to fade with each passing day. I don't know if I can do this. I need you. I need my mom. He'd woken up several times overnight, breathing heavy and shaking. Blinding blue seared through his eyelids whenever he closed them. He was tired and he was scared. Although he'd been right in thinking they were a lead following Trenchcoat, no, Dobby from a distance was a whole different experience from talking to him up close in person. He was a murderer and Izuku thinks he had enjoyed doing it. He also thinks that Dobby did it on a whim and not necessarily by orders of whoever he was working for. Or with. Dobby had said something about friends last night. If they were all like the fire user, then they were all dangerous. And Izuku had just volunteered to work for them. He was officially on the wrong side of the law now. Should he go to the police with this information? All Izuku knew was that the guy was a villain and was going after All Might. And that he had a way to teleport. Izuku hadn't seen another person come through that purple portal last night, but it had to be the work of someone's quirk. They must have been on the other side. Dabi had been texting prior to the portal opening, so maybe it worked via GPS. Did he have to have his cell phone? Or did Dabi have a tracker? Maybe the quirk just needed some kind of DNA to find the location, or... He was getting off topic. He blew out a sigh and rubbed his hands over his face. I can't go to the police. He didn't have enough information that would be helpful to them. All he knew was that the man's name was Dabi and he was looking for something that All Might was hiding about himself. He didn't know where that portal led to or who his friends were. He'd been given 6 months to complete this task. Izuku didn't even know if he'd see Dabi before then. And 6 months. Why did he give Izuku so long? Did it mean that whatever All Might was hiding wasn't time-sensitive? Or did whatever they were planning not really involve knowing his secret and this task was just a bonus for them? Izuku didn't even know where to begin on searching for All Might, let alone finding out his secrets. It seemed an impossible task. And even if he were to succeed, how was he supposed to take that information and use it to betray the #1 hero? Betray all of Japan? Because All Might was the shining beacon that kept the darkness at bay. Could what Izuku was doing result in that light going out? He couldn't do this today. His world had already crumbled once, and now it felt like the remaining pieces were being ground into dust. He had 6 months. He could take today to be a young, vulnerable little kid. He wished he had the comfort of his room, his hero merchandise, his mom. But comfort was a feeling that was becoming foreign to Izuku. So he took his fading All Might hoodie and draped it across him as he rested his head on his All Might gym bag. Maybe he'd be able to get a little more sleep under the protection of sunlight. Maybe he would wake up from this nightmare. His phone was dead. He had no choice but to go to the cat cafe and mooch off their running electricity to charge the device. Guess the universe was telling him to stop acting like a child and get to work like an adult. What else should he be doing right now anyways? It was summer break, but it's not like he had friends to run off and play with. No one else was missing their mom. Well, that last part wasn't true. Many people were missing their mom or other loved ones. Izuku was just the only person he knew trying to do something about it. Or perhaps that could do something about it. Dabi had implied that she was alive. It was a relief while at the same time it made him sick to his stomach. Suki wasn't at the counter when he entered the cafe. Instead, it was a younger girl with a bored expression who looked like she'd rather be outside at the beach with the tons of friends she probably had. Izuku ordered a coffee, a hot vanilla chai, and went to sit at his usual table. Being in the corner of the cafe, he had access to multiple wall outlets so he could charge both his phone and laptop simultaneously. There was only one other customer present. He was only a few tables away from Izuku. He actually looked like he was sleeping as Izuku had walked by. He appeared to be Izuku's age, or maybe even a year older. It was hard to tell when all he could really see was a fluffy cloud of purple hair taking up most of the tabletop. Biscuit and another cat that had never introduced itself to Izuku were sitting on the edge of the sleeping boys' table and taking turns to run their claws through his hair. Izuku didn't blame them, his hair looked soft. He watched as the girl from the register came over and brought a large coffee to the sleeping boys' table. She'd barely walked away when the boy suddenly lifted his head and zeroed in on the caffeine. He reached for it and started drinking from it before he'd even blinked. Izuku laughed silently. He enjoyed coffee greatly, but this boy was acting like coffee was life. Turning away from the caffeine-resuscitated boy, Izuku turned on his laptop and opened it to the quirk registry. He thought it'd be worth trying to find out more about Dabi. Not that it'd change anything about the deal he'd made, but as Izuku had learned a couple nights ago, information was power. He tried several different variations of flame, fire, blue fire, hot fire, cremation, pyro, and any of fire-related term he could think of and got nothing. No one under the name of Dabi was registered, and none of the fire users he scrolled through looked even remotely like the burned man he'd met. It was possible his picture had been taken pre-scars, but he still had recognizable enough eyes that Izuku thought he'd had a chance of recognizing him. The world seemed to like to make things extra difficult for him and gave him 0 hits. Not finding any more reasons to keep stalling from searching for what should truly be his priority, he jumped on to the Hero Network. It would be useless to use the public search engine on All Might. All he'd find would be the many videos and interviews from over the years of saving the people of Japan. The Hero Network barred civilians, sans Izuku, and was more likely to hold articles or even better, unfiltered comments from actual heroes. This was as good as any a place to start. Izuku should have known the search results would still be ridiculous. Being pretty positive typing All Might's secret wouldn't magically show him the answer, but would probably lead to his IP address being tracked and the HPSC coming down to collect him for questioning. He typed in just the hero's name and still over 500,000 results came up. This alone would take him months to comb through. Good thing he still had some change for more coffees. Izuku was about to become a frequent flyer at Caffeinated. Hours later and he hadn't found anything particularly useful or that he didn't already know. The heroes acted like most civilians did about All Might, in awe. None of the comments they left on his videos or interviews were ever disparaging or critical. Those who'd been lucky enough to work with him gushed about his strength and speed. All Might was everyone's hero. So absorbed in his research, Izuku didn't notice when Scones, who'd come to nap at his table a while ago, decided to swat at his phone and send it flying. The only reason it didn't fly across the cafe was that it was still connected to the charger. Giving the orange cat a dirty look, Izuku bent down and grabbed the device off the floor. It was only then that he noticed he'd never turned it on once setting it on the charger. It wasn't a huge deal since he didn't have anyone to contact him, but he went ahead and turned it on anyways. Izuku's brows shot up as his screen lit up with a notification. Message from unknown number. No way. Unknown. Cedar Park. 8 p.m. Izuku looked at the time. He needed to get going now if he was going to change and make it to the park on time. Problem child. Will you let me throw the first punch this time? I punch kids. No punches are being thrown tonight. I punch kids. How did you change my name? Change it now. Problem child. Not a chance. Izuku could just imagine the sigh the underground hero was letting out right now, and it filled him with satisfaction. He hurriedly packed up his things and left the cafe, recognizing that the purple-haired boy was still there when he left. The park was technically open until 10 p.m. but no one was in sight as Izuku jogged further into its center. He had no idea where Eraserhead would be waiting for him, so he figured he could stay warmed up by jogging through the park until he found him. Izuku checked his phone as he jogged. It was 7:59 p.m. and he had no new messages from the hero. I'm sure he'll be here. This isn't like middle school where this would probably have been a setup to make fun of me. That had happened more times than he wanted to admit, until one day everyone just simply stopped acknowledging his presence. He's just coming up to the workout area of the park, where the public had access to pull-up bars, a long jump pit and throwing rings when he saw a flash of white out of the corner of his eye. He went to dodge the material that was flying towards him but wasn't quick enough in his escape and felt as the material wrapped around an ankle and tugged. Izuku went face first into the ground. You have more situational awareness than most for your age, but your reflexes were too slow. Now get up. Well, hello to you too, Eraserhead. Izuku grumbles while spitting the grass out of his mouth. How old do you even think I am? The hero walks up to Izuku and puts his hands in his pockets. His capture weapon, no longer around Izuku's ankle, has wrapped itself snugly back around its owner's shoulders. I don't know. Why don't you tell me, kid? Izuku just glares at him. The hero doesn't even pretend to look ashamed of trying to get information out of him. You're going to have to try harder than that, sir. Eraserhead dips his head in acknowledgement. Fair enough. All right, tonight is just an assessment. I want to see where you're at physically and build up a plan from there. We'll go over several exercises and call it a day for now. Sound good? It sounded more than good. It sounded like Eraserhead was serious about training Izuku. He wasn't going to give him one night and then just vanish. He was going to train him for real. Yes, sensei. It seemed more appropriate to give the man more respect now. Is this what you do for your students at UA? He couldn't help but ask. Eraserhead freezes and stares at Izuku. How the hell did you know I'm a teacher there? No one but the school and local heroes know that. Izuku smiles weakly. He can't tell the pro that he knows because he'd broken into UA's directory a few months back when practicing hacking. He'd learned all about the pro heroes that worked there. He'd been elated to discover that Eraserhead and Present Mike, both in his top 5, worked there. Instead, he just shrugs and says, nobody has to know about somebody, or anybody could be everybody. He stifles a laugh as the hero just stares at him and his nonsense. I knew I was going to regret this. The hero mutters. All right, problem child, I don't have all night. Start by going to that ring over there and tossing this ball. Well, that seemed easy enough. Izuku takes the ball and steps into the ring. He's just preparing to toss it when the hero says, and you may use your quirk in any of these exercises. It will help me gauge where your potential strengths and weaknesses are. Izuku just nods and turns back around. I can't tell him I'm quirkless. Not yet. If he finds out, he may refuse to train me. He didn't think Eraserhead was quirkist. UA did allow quirkless students to apply for the hero course after all, but Izuku didn't want to ruin the illusion of skill he was pretending to have. If Eraser realized he truly was a nobody, he'd drop him like everyone else. And so Izuku went through all the exercises to the best of his abilities and didn't bring up why he wasn't using a quirk. The hero didn't say anything about it, instead taking notes and watching Izuku navigate through the course he'd set. Almost 2 hours later and Izuku is sore. In a pleasant way though. Eraser had made him work muscles he hadn't realized he'd been ignoring. He had a long way to go in his training. I'll text you when we next meet. It's time to get you home, kid. I can take you. The hero looks at him expectantly. No thank you, sir. I don't live far from here really, I'll be fine. The face the hero is wearing makes Izuku feel like he knows he's lying, but he doesn't call him out on it. Instead, the hero simply nods and turns to walk away from him. Wait, sensei. Eraserhead stops and looks at him. Izuku puts his hands on his sides and bows. Thank you for taking me seriously and giving me this opportunity. He looks up at his hero. I promise I won't disappoint you. Change my contact name by next we speak, problem child. Do you really think he's homeless, babe? Shota looked up from his notes at the kitchen table to stare at his husband. Known by the public as the voice hero Present Mike, Yamada Hisashi was staring back at his husband of 10 years with a frown. Either that or he's a runaway. Shota replied. When I followed him the other night, he disappeared into the trash city out on Dagoba. I waited an hour for him to come out before I had to leave. He never did. It was pure luck that Shota had happened upon the problem child that night. He'd been leaping between rooftops when he'd seen the kid puking his guts up in an alley. Shota still didn't know what had led to that. The alley had been empty, but the kid looked like he'd seen a ghost. Shota had been half tempted to go up to the kid and check in on him, but he doubted that the kid would have been pleased about that. They were still strangers to each other. So Shota just tracked him instead, wanting to make sure he'd gotten home safely, and hoping it would give Shota an address to run past Tsukachi. I still think we should go out there. Maybe we can find out what's going on and talk to him. It doesn't feel right to know there's a kid out there that may need help and we're not doing anything about it. Hisashi had already brought this point up a few hours earlier. Zashi, you're not changing my mind on this. But shoo, red eyes glared at his husband, effectively silencing the voice hero's quirk. Sorry, Hisashi muttered at a more reasonable volume. But shoo, we can help him. We're heroes. No matter what situation the kid is in, I'm sure we can figure it out. I already know you care about him, even if you won't admit it. Shota sighed and reached for his cup of coffee. Was he on his 4th or 5th cup by now? He honestly couldn't remember. All he knew was that it wasn't enough. The kid is like a stray cat right now. The moment we enter into whatever he's calling his home, he's going to go into fight or flight mode. Either way, we could lose track of him. I'm not risking that yet. Just like on the first night they'd met, when Shota could have easily taken the face mask off of the unconscious boy and seen his identity, he also could have looked for him at the beach. Hell, for all he knew, Shota was making things harder for himself, but he had a gut feeling that this kid needed someone he could trust. Shota had learned long ago to trust his gut feelings. He came to the training session. That was the first step in gaining his trust. Shota had actually been pretty impressed at the assessment. He was currently looking over his notes from then and had been pleasantly surprised to see that he was already athletically at where his current batch of first years were. But he didn't show you his quirk or let you take him home. His husband pouted. Zashi, the kid hasn't even let me know his name yet. I obviously tried to get that out of him, but I'm not surprised he refused to show me. We both know that's the easiest way to figure out his identity, and he's doing this vigilante sheet for a reason. He's not going to give in after a day. I want to come next time you meet him. No, Shota glared at his husband. Straight. You'd be like a rabid dog barreling into his home. No one would like that. Gasp. Do not compare me to a dog. The fur babies already love me less than you. Hizashi looks around the kitchen dramatically. Shota smiles at his husband. It's not my fault they love me better than you. Yes, it is. I swear you whisper lies into their ears at night when my hearing aids are out and I can't protect my reputation. This has always been a jokingly sore subject with his husband. The cats, roast beef, lunchbox, and sandwich have always gravitated towards the quieter and moodier human. Even though Hizashi's always the one to get up and feed them in the mornings. Maybe don't act like such an obnoxious dog and they'll like you more. Shota teases. You wound me. Will you at least take this tonight and feed our little homeless child? Hizashi had been meal prepping for the week and now held out an extra bento box that Shota was sure they hadn't possessed prior to today. He hasn't responded yet. Shota had messaged the kid hours ago, wanting to meet at the park again tonight. He had been reluctant at first to actually train the kid, but after seeing him in the alley the other night, Shota knew this would be a way to keep tabs on the kid and try to keep him out of harm's way. After the first night at the park, however, Shota now wanted to train the kid. He'd been a smartass at first, but then it was like a switch flipped and the problem child actually thanked Shota. In all his years as a teacher, he'd never had a student so willingly and appreciatively do that. The kid was different and Shota was intrigued. And maybe he was starting to care about the kid a little bit. Not that he'd admit it yet to Zashi. Shota's phone lights up on the kitchen table and his husband swipes it before he can see the notification. Oh ho! Speak of him and he shall appear. Shota rolled his eyes at his husband's dramatics. He needed another cup of coffee after this conversation. Looks like you're on tonight's show. Oh, and look at that. He changed your name. Zashi held out the phone so he could see. Problem child, see you tonight, sensei. I punch kids, was changed to Scarf Ninja. Shota couldn't hide his snort from Zashi. Shota was already waiting when the problem child jogged into the park. Good, he's already warmed up. The kid was taking this seriously. He probably could show my first years a thing or two about work ethic. Shota usually had to threaten the beginners to get them started on drills. The problem child was wearing the same clothes as before, dark green hoodie with a face mask, dark gray joggers, and those obnoxiously bright red shoes. He didn't understand the color scheme but wasn't going to question it just yet. Good evening, sensei. Shota nodded. Problem child. Said child's eyes crinkled as he smiled behind his mask. Punch any kids today? There's the smartest. Not yet. He took his capture weapon off his shoulders and dropped it to the ground. I already know you can't block a punch, so we're going to focus on that today. He jabbed back at him. The kid let out a soft laugh. Shota spent the next hour going over basics of blocking and moved him through the motions. The kid was intelligent and picked up on things quickly. He could tell some of the movements were semi-familiar to the kid but not well practiced. He was awkward at first but progressed quickly as Shota directed him on what he was doing wrong. Who taught you how to fight? Shota asked innocently as he feinted with his left, then threw a punch at the kid with his right fist. The kid saw it coming and used his arms to redirect the punch. I taught myself. He panted. Why did you feel the need to learn how to fight? He threw another punch. Why do you feel the need to look like a hobo? He ducked under Shota's arm. Shota stepped forward and went for the kid's midsection. The kid grabbed his fist and spun around him. He tried to throw a punch of his own but Shota deflected it and kicked him in the shin. Oh, I thought we were just throwing punches. Green Eyes accused him of cheating. Hobos don't play fair and neither do villains. You should always expect the unexpected. He thinks he saw the kid's cheeks blush, but it was hard to be sure with the mask. How many villains have you fought? When did you start being a vigilante? Not as many as you, I'm sure. Shota rolls his eyes. Have you ever gotten hurt? Who would notice your injuries? Not enough to need attention. The problem child answers honestly. Where would you go if you got hurt? Who do you have looking out for you? I used to go home. The child stops mid-block and his eyes widen. Used to. The kid slipped up. Shota pretends not to notice and throws another punch. The kid attempts a half-hearted block but lets Shota through and he hits him in the shoulder. All right, kid, let's be done with this for tonight. Go run around the park twice, then come back and I'll teach you some stretches. The kid simply nods and takes off, clearly only half paying attention to Shota. Shota was right. The kid must be living out on that beach. Which tells him that his parents are out of the picture. He had sounded so sad when he said he used to go home. What happened to this kid? What happened to his parents? Were they the people he thought needed saving? Shota thinks back to the first time they met. The kid had been fierce in saying he wouldn't give up what he was doing. He had a goal in mind and was pursuing it to the point that he'd been willing to blackmail a pro hero. Maybe this was the hint Shota needed to figure out the kid's identity. Next time he saw Tsukachi, he'd have to ask him to look into any runaway foster kids. Maybe he'd lost his parents and had run away from the social services system. It was worth a shot. The kid comes back and goes through his stretches silently. Hey kid. Green eyes look up at him. If you ever need any help, you already have my number. No questions asked. He thinks he sees tears welling but the kid doesn't let them spill. Instead he nods and looks towards the ground. Well, if that almost made him cry, I think this surely will. Shota walked over to a tree that he'd placed the bento set earlier. Hizashi had made sure he didn't leave without them. Have you had dinner yet, kid? I usually eat before patrol around this time and brought extra food just in case you wanted to join. He holds out the bento. The kid slowly walks up to him with wide eyes. Are you as sure? He never heard him stutter before. I'm sure. My husband thought you might be hungry. What? You're married? And you told him about me? Yes, problem child. You tend to tell your husband about vigilantes who try to threaten him with the HPSC. He answers dryly. I'm only partially sorry about that, the kid mutters. The kid accepts the bento and they sit in comfortable silence. It's only as they each pull the lids off that he gasps and looks back up at Shota, this time with tears running down his face. Katsudan is my favorite. Shota may be all of their cats' favorite person, but Hizashi will be pleased to find out that he may just be their little homeless child's favorite right now. As he watches the kid inhale the food and gratefully give the box back to Shota, he finds that he can't wait to tell him when he gets home from patrol. Izuku's life had become a routine. He'd wake up, do some core workouts and training, go to the cafe to do more research on All Might and look for any sightings of him on the Hero Network, then meet up with Eraserhead on most nights for more training, do some patrolling, then turn in for the night and repeat the next day. It had been like this for weeks now. Izuku was now pretty decent at hand-to-hand combat, even making Eraserhead have to work a bit harder to knock Izuku on his butt, and he'd learned how to use his knife without injuring himself. Eraserhead, or rather his husband, had kept feeding him too. Izuku was actually starting to build up muscle now. He was still small for his age, but he was strong. And while the underground hero still poked and prodded to figure out Izuku's tragic backstory, it was a gentle interrogation. Izuku no longer felt afraid that the hero would suddenly drop-kick him to the curb. Figuratively, he'd definitely still do that literally. He actually thought he trusted the hero now. Izuku was adjusting to a new life and it made him happy. Which made him feel guilty. He felt like he was leaving his mom behind even though he was doing this all for her. Every day he was learning new skills, enjoying new coffees, and getting to live, and he had no idea how his mom was doing. Was she being hurt and abused? Was she all alone? It had been months. Izuku had no idea what horrors she or any of the other kidnapped nurses were going through. Every time he smiled, he'd think of her and it'd wipe the smile right off his face. He felt like he had survivor's guilt, yet neither of them had survived anything yet. Izuku was starting to find comfort in Eraserhead, and it felt like a betrayal to the woman who'd raised him and loved him all his life. Would she be upset with me if she knew I've been smiling? Izuku knew the answer to that, and it made him feel all the more worse. Because his mother was the kindest, gentlest soul this world had ever known. She always put him above herself. So no, she wouldn't be upset. If only Izuku could have both present in his life. Not that he deserved that. He stared at his computer screen and soaked in those melancholy thoughts. It was nearing the end of summer and he only had about 3.5 months left to get the information he'd promised Dabi. Information that he didn't have. Internet searching was no longer working. The only peculiar thing he'd noticed was that over the past 6 years, All Might's appearances in villain fights had decreased by 63%. No one would realize unless they went looking through the dates like Izuku was. There had been a gap of a few months where the number one hero was just gone, and then when he'd suddenly come back, the fights were fewer and more spread out. Prior to 6 years ago, All Might would be seen in Eastern Japan in the morning, and by evening was in Western Japan, easily having taken down dozens of villains in between the two distances within the span of 12 hours. Now, he was more isolated and seemed to disappear for the day after about 6 or 7 hours. And ever since his presence had been confirmed in Yuzurifu, there'd been no appearances. Izuku hadn't seen him on the streets or reported in a rescue or fight once. It was strange. Since the internet wasn't working, however, and the villains obviously didn't know, or why else would Dabi have asked him? He had one last source to try since he couldn't find the hero in question himself. Eraserhead was an underground hero after all. They knew about things that other heroes didn't even know to look for. They were the shadows in the corner of every room. Always lingering and collecting information but never noticed. Like me, but in a cooler badass way. Izuku would ask him tonight. The hero had said weeks ago that he could reach out to him for help. Maybe it was time he started to trust him more. Then he already did. Izuku closes his computer and leans back in his chair. It was cloudy out, more humid than normal, and there was static in the air. Maybe a storm was coming. He was drawn from staring out the window by a sudden screech and a loud smack as something hit the floor. The purple-haired boy, who was in the cafe as often as Izuku was, if not more, was the apparent source of the screech. On the floor was the boy's apparent source of heartbreak. If Izuku had to guess, Biscuit or maybe another cat, but he had a strong suspicion it wasn't, must have thought it'd be amusing to swat at the cup of coffee that had been on his table and was now pooling along the tiles on the floor. Izuku thought he'd had the heartbreak look down to a science, but this boy looked absolutely devastated. Izuku looked at his own fresh cup of coffee that Suki had just brought over. Well, it's about time I leave for the day anyways. He collects his things and stands, grabbing the coffee cup and going over to the purple hair boy's table. He looks up as Izuku approaches and Izuku just smiles and sets his cup down on the table, then turns and walks away. Everyone needs help sometimes, I guess. He arrives earlier than normal to the park. As the hour crept closer to their agreed meeting time, Izuku had started to grow more and more anxious. It was one thing to think of asking the hero if he knew anything about All Might, and entirely different to actually do it. On the one hand, it was possible that Eraserhead didn't know anything about the number one hero being in Yuzurifu. On the other hand, he could know something and may find it suspicious that Izuku knew too and was asking about it. How did he bring it up without sounding suspicious? Eraserhead knew he was a fanboy, but this information potentially crossed the line to creepy stalker. Maybe he could just wing it. See if the situation arose where it just felt right to ask. Izuku senses the hero coming and flips backwards as the capture weapon tags the spot where Izuku had just been standing. This was Eraserhead's new favorite game to gauge Izuku's situational awareness. At least 3 times a week, the hero would appear from nowhere and try to capture Izuku. At first, he was caught nearly every other time, but now, Eraserhead hadn't caught him in going on 3 weeks. Gotta be quicker than that old man. Izuku says as he dusts the dirt off his palms. The hero merely sends his weapon after Izuku again, forcing him to dodge every which way as the two ends parade around Izuku in an intricate dance. Izuku still doesn't understand how the capture weapon works. Eraser won't tell him. Suddenly the hero's eyes glow red and his scraggly black hair lifts up. That's cheating. Izuku thinks as he continues to duck and twist and jump away from the DMN white scarf. At least it would be if I had a quirk. He still wasn't planning on telling him, and Eraser hadn't yet figured it out. Izuku knew it was driving him nuts. Two can play at this game. Izuku jumps to avoid the capture weapon once more but then reaches out and grabs an end with one hand and yanks, knocking Eraser slightly off balance, just enough for him to lose his concentration and blink. Izuku takes the opportunity to grab his knife and hold it up to the end of the capture weapon. It goes limp in his hand. Good job, problem child. Izuku smiles and lets go of the scarf. Using your head and your resources can be the difference between life or death. Villains don't play fair and you don't necessarily have to either. It was smart of you to go after my capture weapon since it's essentially like a limb to me. Will you tell me how it works now? No, Eraser's answer is clipped. Izuku looks at him. The hero looks more tired than normal. He always has bags under his eyes, but tonight those bags have bags. When's the last time he slept? Is everything okay, sir? Izuku's not completely sure if he's allowed to ask that. The hero sighs and buries his chin deeper into the scarf that sits around his shoulders again. I'm fine, kid. Just been working a long case. And my husband decided to take my coffee privileges away tonight. That was kind of funny. It was like a kid getting his cell phone taken away by a parent. Did you deserve that? From what Izuku could tell of their relationship, his husband seemed to be the happy-go-lucky one of the two, so Eraser must have done something dramatic to have deserved this punishment. I apparently refused to kill a spider for him. He's terrified of them and bugs in general. I was in the middle of something and told him it'd be a minute. That translated to no in his mind, so in his panic he grabbed one of our cats and threw him at the spider, but the cat let the spider go and now it's missing and the cats are mad at him and it's my fault. Izuku just starts laughing. That is just so domestic and unexpected from the usually stoic man. He apparently needs his coffee just like the purple-haired boy does. If only Izuku'd known, he would have brought Eraser a coffee. Said man just further scowls into his scarf at Izuku's giggles. Couldn't you have just gone and bought coffee? He asked between continued giggles. That's not the point. The hero whines. Izuku's laughter finally dies and he stares at the hero. Maybe now's not the best time to ask him about All Might, but he has been answering most of his questions tonight. Hey Eraser. He begins but then is cut off by the hero's phone suddenly chiming. The hero looks at his screen. Sheet. Kid, I have to go. Go home. And with that the hero's capture weapon wraps around a street lamp and he begins to disappear into the night. Izuku watches in the direction the hero takes off towards. Eraser had looked tired tonight and whatever was going on must be serious with the speed at which he left Izuku. Go home, my butt. Maybe it's time I started acting like an actual vigilante. Eraserhead did say all those weeks ago that Izuku was only to vigilante in his presence after all. Izuku heads in Eraser's direction and climbs up to the roof of the nearest apartment complex. He can see the hero's capture weapon catapulting him across the city from here, so Izuku continues to follow him. Raindrops start falling from the sky and Izuku hears a rumble of thunder in the distance. That's not good, he thinks as he continues to jump from roof to roof. Eraserhead relies on his goggles to protect his eyes when his quirk is in use. If it starts to rain and collect on his goggles, he won't be able to see his targets and use his quirk. He quickly approaches where he last saw the hero on the roof before he jumped down to the street level. Izuku stops at the edge of the roof and looks down. Why is it always alleys? Izuku thinks that villains could afford to get a little more creative. It's pretty dark down there and difficult to see. Eraserhead is running towards a villain who's bending over an unconscious hero halfway down the alley. From what Izuku can see, the villain has shark-like features, gray skin, a dorsal fin and rows of very sharp-looking teeth. Lightning flashes, illuminating the alley and Izuku can see blood dripping off of them. Eraser's quirk won't work on him. He's a mutant type. The underground hero will be fighting this fight quirkless. Izuku watches as Eraserhead uses his capture weapon to wrap around the villain and pull him off the unconscious hero. Eraserhead pulls on his scarf, bringing the villain closer to him and kicks him square in the chest, allowing the scarf to unravel as he does so and sending the villain flying back into a wall. The villain is only down for a second before he gets up and launches at the hero, mouth opened wide and teeth aiming for him. Eraser lets him get close enough for him to reach and slam a fist into the side of the villain's head. The villain screams and throws a punch of his own, missing the hero who ducks and strikes out with the capture weapon again. He takes the villain and beats him against the wall several times before effectively knocking him out. Demon Eraserhead. You're so cool. Izuku thinks that fight lasted less than 2 minutes. He watches as the hero reaches into one of his many pouches and pulls out a pair of cuffs to restrain the villain. Lightning flashes again, illuminating the alley as he bends down towards the villain. And that's when Izuku sees him. Hidden behind a dumpster, another villain appears and creeps up behind the underground hero. Something glints in his hand and Izuku is moving before the alley grows dark again. But he's not fast enough. Izuku watches in horror as his hero is stabbed several times in the back before falling to his knees. No! Izuku screams. I can't lose someone else. The villain, so focused on Eraser, didn't notice Izuku coming. He slams into him and steps between the villain and the one adult still present in his life that cares for Izuku. Sheet, there was another one of you too? The villain is tall but plain, wearing just a white t-shirt and some jeans. There's nothing distinguishing in his features to help Izuku identify a quirk. You be yesterday. Izuku shouts as he charges the villain. Don't let him strike first. Quick and efficient. I can do this. He pulls his own knife out and slashes towards the villain's thigh. The villain jumps back and laughs. Hey, you're just a kid. What are you doing out at a time like this? This your dad or something? Izuku ignores him and focuses on running towards the wall behind the villain. He jumps as the villain ducks, thinking Izuku had been jumping at him, and parkours off the wall to gain some height and flips backwards so that his feet are now aimed directly at this villain's head. The villain grunts from the impact and falls back towards the wall but doesn't go down. He does drop his knife, which Izuku promptly kicks away. Daddy showed you some skills, did he? The villain holds his arms out and Izuku watches as another knife seemingly grows out of his skin. The villain tosses it abruptly at Izuku, who dodges, but it still nicks the side of his cheekbone, just under his left eye. Lightning flashes again and Izuku can feel the blood mixing with the rain running down his face. Knife Man now has 2 blades in each hand and rushes towards Izuku. Izuku blocks his advances and kicks the man hard in the shin, forcing him down on a knee. Izuku goes to hit him in the head with the handle of his knife, but the villain blocks him and slashes at Izuku again instead. Izuku dodges this time but doesn't see the knife in his other hand swinging towards him. He suddenly feels a sharp pain in his right arm, but Izuku can still use it, so it must not be that deep. By now his body is pumping with adrenaline and panic. He needs to end this now. He looks at the dumpster and an idea comes to him. His legs are pretty strong, a lot stronger than his arms are, and the dumpster is on wheels. He quickly runs over to it as the villain gives chase and squeezes himself between the wall and the dumpster, bringing his knees up to the chest. Just as the villain gets close enough, Izuku pushes and sends the dumpster barreling into the villain. The villain grunts as he's pinned between the dumpster and the wall. Izuku runs and jumps on top of the dumpster, then brings the handle of his knife down hard on the villain's head. The villain slumps over the dumpster, unconscious. Eraserhead. Izuku runs over to the fallen hero and falls to his knees beside him. He's laying on the ground now, in quite a large pool of blood, and his skin has gone deathly pale. He must have hit a major artery. Izuku can't tell in the rain exactly where the bleeding is coming from, so he takes the man's capture weapon and does his best to wrap it around the hero's abdomen and apply as much pressure as he can. He sees Eraser's phone on the ground and grabs it. I don't know his husband's name. Who do I call? I have to save him. He can't leave me. I can't do it again. He's scrolling through his contacts when he sees the word detective. Izuku hits the call button. You're too late, Aizawa. Yamada already called me and forbade me from giving you coffee tonight. Detective Tsukachi laughs as he answers. He's hurt. Please, you have to save him. Izuku cries into the phone. Hello? Who's this? The voice is instantly seriously. The Eraserhead. He's been stabbed and has lost a lot of blood. Please, send help. There's another unconscious hero and 2 villains. I can't help him. Kid, send me the location. Help is on the way. Stay there with him, okay? Don't leave. Izuku hangs up and sends him the location in a message. Please, detective. You failed me with my mom. Don't make it round 2. Don't let him die, Izuku thinks. The man's breathing has become shallow. He's not my dad, but I wish he was. Tears are running freely down the boy's face. Izuku stays until he sees the lights of the emergency vehicles begin to light up the alley. He climbs up to the roof and watches as Eraserhead is loaded into an ambulance that then blazes down the road, heading to Mizudafu General. Please world. Don't do this to me again. The world is like a seesaw. For every good thing that happens, a bad thing must happen. A cause makes an effect. They cannot be in balance. If they were to reach equilibrium, the world would simply cease to function. Life cannot be static. Static is for the deceased. Time only goes forward, but memories turn back time. Izuku stares at the road that would take him back to his old apartment. It is still raining out and he doesn't know how much time has passed since the alley. He had watched as the police came and arrested the villains. He didn't know what happened to the other hero. He'd only had eyes for his underground hero as they'd rushed him away. Izuku didn't know if he was alive as they took him. And then the alley had become silent. And static. So Izuku just moved. He didn't realize where his feet were taking him until he blinked and recognized his old neighborhood. As if his mind had been subconsciously trying to remind him of happier times. And of what he'd lost. It seemed the world was trying to balance the seesaw that was Izuku's life, and it was destroying him on the inside. For every moment of happiness he felt, he was sure to experience a tragedy too. He'd known being a hero was dangerous work. He'd already seen someone die by a villain's hand. But the suddenness in which he saw the bright flame of life be reduced to a flicker troubled him. For all the years he knew heroes trained, for every day they put their lives on the line and protected others, all it took was one moment and it could all be wiped out. Gone. Life had felt like a given to Izuku. That all he had to do was work hard enough at something and he would eventually be successful. Until tonight, when he was reminded that his life was a privilege. And privileges weren't a given. Who was Izuku, thinking that he could suddenly become a hero and save others? Save his mom, save Eraserhead. He was a nobody and had been so his whole life. The world was trying to put him back in his place. What had he done to earn this place in life? He may never know, but maybe he just needed to give up and accept it. Crawl back into the shadows and watch others live from afar. At least then, he'd be the only one getting hurt. Deku. Yeah, that's right. I am a Deku. Deku. I heard you the first time. I am a Deku. Fucking, Deku, look at me. Explosions popped near him, though they were muted from the rain, and Izuku was broken from his despair as he turned his head and saw Kaken approaching him. What the hell, Deku? Why are you out so early in the morning? Is that blood? Izuku just blinked at him. Morning? He looked at Kaken and noted the tank, gym shorts and running shoes. Izuku knew Kaken was an early riser and always started his day with a run. He was privileged with such an amazing quirk and work ethic. The world was going to let him be a hero. I must have stayed out all night. Izuku didn't have a clue what time it was. What your dumbass has been doing, but this is the second goddamn time I've found you with blood outside your body. Are you even listening to me? Kaken grabbed his face and forced Izuku to look into his eyes. Izuku just stared back at him and said nothing. Words were too hard at the moment. Kaken released his face and grabbed his uninjured arm instead. Come on, you dim nerd, let's get you home. Izuku starts to get pulled in the direction of his old apartment and suddenly his brain brings him back to the present and he digs his heels into the ground. Kaken, stop. He says quietly. The blonde boy looks back at him and raises a brow in question. That's not my home anymore. He whispers. Kaken just stares at him in silence for a few moments before nodding and changing directions. Let's get you cleaned up. If the old hag finds you or blood on her white carpets, I'm gonna kill you after she does. He mutters. Izuku just follows him like a shadow. Izuku follows Kaken into a house he hadn't visited in years and leads him to the bathroom. He wordlessly sits on the seat of the toilet as Kaken starts rummaging through the cabinet looking for first aid stuff. Dek, you need to take your sweater off. I'm not your fucking nurse that's gonna undress you. Izuku complies with the boy's request. It's only once the sweater is off that he realizes it was soaked through. Weighed down with rain and blood. Some of it his, some of it Eraserhead's. Izuku starts to tremor slightly and the panic from the alley returns. He doesn't know why his body is doing this to him and he can't control it. His teeth start chattering and his hands start shaking and he feels so cold. Kaken turns to look at him and the usual hostility that he reserves for Izuku is absent. Instead he thinks he sees pity, or maybe concern. Kaken cleans Izuku's wounds. The slice to his arm was deep enough to warrant stitches, but both boys knew he couldn't go to the hospital. Not just because what he'd been doing tonight wasn't legal, but also because the staff there would recognize him. Izuku didn't want them to figure out he'd been living on his own. Kaken mercifully has butterfly bandages that will have to do. He'll just have a scar. The same goes with his face. When Kaken is done helping him, he leaves the bathroom for a minute and returns with some of his clothes. He throws them at Izuku and mutters, "Change and meet me in my room. I'm sure you remember where it is, nerd." And he walks away, leaving Izuku alone. Izuku gets up and slowly changes into the dry clothes. It takes him a few times as he's still shaking. He looks up in the mirror before he exits. His eyes are bloodshot, his face is pale and his hair is plastered to his head, making him look like a sad drowned rat. With a cut running under his eye, he knows he looks like hell, but he can't bring himself to feel anything about that in the moment. All he knows is that he's cold. Kaken is waiting for him at his desk as Izuku enters. He wordlessly gets up and grabs Izuku's arm again, bringing him over to his bed and pulling back the sheets, then forcing Izuku to sit. "I think you're in shock or some sheets, so just stay here for a bit." Izuku thinks he nods as he lays his head on the pillow and lets the world go dark. Yamada Hisashi squeezed his husband's hand again. He knew he was alive, that he would be okay, but he needed to remind himself. Even though he was a hero, he'd still felt panic when he'd been awoken in the middle of the night by a phone call from Tsukachi saying Shota'd been gravely injured. They knew this was a risk in their line of work, and this wasn't the first time Hisashi had had to sit beside a hospital bed, but it never got any easier to deal with. The doctor in charge of Sho had told him that he was lucky to be alive. His abdominal aorta had been lacerated. Binding his abdomen with the capture weapon had saved his husband's life. I don't know how he did that himself. The EMTs had said they found him like that, collapsed in the alley with 2 other villains and another wounded hero. Hisashi didn't have any details of what led to his husband being hospitalized. The detective had yet to come in, probably knowing that Sho would be unconscious for a bit. He'd gone through a major surgery and 2 blood transfusions. So Hisashi waited by his husband's side and watched the sun rise higher and higher in the sky. It was a beautiful day out today. As if last night's storm had washed all the grime away. Around midday he'd stepped out to go to a cafe nearby that sold better coffee than what the cafeteria offered. His husband was going to want it and Hisashi was not denying him anything and the moment. He entered the hospital room and saw Shota sitting up in bed. He smiled and rushed over to his husband's side. "Oh Shota, I didn't know you'd be so dramatic over not having coffee last night." He teases. The black-haired man just grunts and accepts the cup that is offered. Hisashi knows the doctor is going to flip his lid when he sees his patient drinking the caffeine, but this is what love does to you. You break the rules to make them happy. "Do you remember what happened, babe?" he asks gently. Shota takes another sip before answering. "It's a little hazy. I remember receiving a hero down alert from the network and getting to the alley. I took a villain down and was about to cuff him, and after that, I woke up here." "So you don't recall getting stabbed and nearly bleeding to death?" Shota looks at him sharply. "What?" At that moment there's a knock on the door as Tsukachi lets himself in. "Ah good, you're finally up. How are you doing, Aizawa?" "Been better apparently," he mutters. Hisashi knows his husband is bristling at the revelation that he was taken out by a sneak attack. He's always prided himself in his DMN, situational awareness, and now that he thinks about it, Hisashi doesn't think his husband has ever been taken out by a villain unseen. Usually he gets himself injured by being outnumbered or a destructive force taking a building out or something. This is a first for Shota. "I take it you don't recall what happened." Tsukachi looks concerned at that. "Not everything." Shota responds slowly. Tsukachi sighs and looks at the both of them. "I can't find the kid. I'm assuming that's who you were with and that's who made the call." "What?" The couple yells in unison. The kid wasn't with me. Shota says. I told him to go home before I took off. He's silent for a moment before he curses under his breath. The sheet followed me, didn't he? It appears that way. Tsukachi responds. He used your phone to call me last night. He was in a panic and thought you were dying. I told him to wait with you, but he'd hung up on me. We searched the area all night and couldn't find him. We don't know if he was injured or not. Shota just closes his eyes. So let me get this straight, Hisashi joins the conversation. Our little homeless child who we have been feeding for weeks was with Shota last night, apparently saved his life, and now we don't know where he is and he could be out there bleeding to death? Or already dead? Tsukachi just nods. Zashi, give me my phone. His husband holds his hand out as Hisashi finds his phone and hands it to him. They all wait in silence as Shota finds the kid's contact and puts the phone up to his ear. They all hear as it goes directly to voicemail. God damn it. His husband looks up at the ceiling. Hisashi knows that his husband cares for the kid. Has been wanting to love him more and more with each passing day. Hey Sho. We'll find him. He's gotta be okay. He has a great teacher after all. Look at what he did, he took the villain down and was able to bind your stomach. Someone who's bleeding out probably wouldn't have been able to do that. He stares at his husband pointedly. Shota avoids his eye contact and mutters something about a self-sacrificing little sheet. Tsukachi pretends not to hear that. A pro-hero isn't supposed to be helping a homeless vigilante after all. I'm sorry I don't have better news, Aizawa. We'll keep looking for him. We'll be in touch. Tsukachi leaves the room. Sho, we know where to look for him. Although they were all friends, they had to be careful with the information they knew about the kid around Tsukachi. They didn't want his hands to get tied in the politics of the law. We need to go now. He's probably thinking I'm dead and he's all alone again, Zashi. I think the problem child was about to open up to me last night. He was about to ask me a question and I had to leave him. I told him to go home. Hisashi can't tell who Shota is more angry with right now, himself or the kid. It's not your fault he didn't listen. In fact, I'm glad he didn't, or you may not be here right now. He puts an arm on his husband's shoulder and gently pushes him back against the mattress. You're in no shape to leave right now. I'll go. I have my phone on me. I'll bring the kid back. His husband mutely nods and looks down at his phone. Hisashi presses a kiss to his temple and leaves the room. It's a beautiful day to go to the beach. Hisashi scans the trash city towering before him. He hadn't visited this place in years. Maybe even a decade, he thinks, now feeling old. There's no one else in sight. The beach, once a popular summer destination for the locals, has now become a no-man's land. A place to dump the broken and unwanted. You should never have needed to live here, little listener. He says quietly. Hisashi has never even met the kid before, but his heart broke for him from the moment Shota first made the connection that he was alone in this cruel world. He'd been wanting to come to their evening training sessions but had respected Shota's wishes to work on gaining the kid's trust first. He didn't have the same training as his husband didn't deal with the drag busts, SEC trafficking, the kidnappings, the runaways. All the cases that most limelight heroes avoided. Those cases were too graphic and depressing to put on the nightly news. So Hisashi had patiently waited and continued to cook for the little listener. Learned that katsudon was his favorite and he'd only eaten Hisashi's shabu-shabu to be polite. That he made fun of Shota for not knowing how to cook much beyond boiling water. The kid had changed Sho's contact to "No Cooking Daddy" that week and had told his husband to thank Cooking Mama for him. Sho had to erase his quirk for a whole 5 minutes that evening. He'd laughed so hard. The kid was a perfect mixture of polite and sass. Little listener, are you here? He calls out, walking through the trash city. You wouldn't know it from the parking lot, but walking through the maze of debris, Hisashi could tell that someone had been living here, had been using the trash as target practice. Objects of similar size or shape were lined up in rows or at even intervals. Old tabletops had been set upright and there were varying indents in them from a knife being repeatedly thrown at them. Hisashi could see the clear pattern of when the kid had first started practicing to where he was now. His accuracy was impressive on the later placed tables. Other piles had long pipes or ropes, A sort of obstacle course to run through. The kid was resourceful. Little, oh wait. That's not what Shota calls him. That was a habit from his radio show and hero persona. Problem child? He calls out uncertainly. No sound calls back out to him, so he continues forward, calling out every once in a while. He has a sinking feeling that the kid isn't here. He turns the corner of a particularly tall mountain of trash and sees a blue car sitting up against one of the piles. He almost would have disregarded it as just another piece of trash except for the fact that something was giving off a bright glare from inside. He noticed the passenger's side had what looked like 2 body indents in it, and the other side had been kicked in enough to bend the door frames. The window closest to him has smudges from handprints all over the inside and is partially cracked at the top. He peers into the window as he approaches and sees that the glare he was seeing was from the sun reflecting off of a picture frame resting on the center console. The back seat also has an All Might duffel bag in it, and a yellow book bag rests on the floorboard. This is where he's been sleeping, isn't it? These are his belongings. Hisashi looks around the place again. He doesn't think the kid is here. He doesn't want to be that adult and rummage through the kid's things, but at the same time, he is a pro hero currently looking for a missing child. He'd like to think that the kid will forgive him. He pushes down on the window, figuring out the reason behind all the handprints as he fails to get a door open, and reaches in to grab the duffel bag. A computer, a phone charger, and a couple pairs of clothes are in there, including a school uniform. He looks at the school logo embroidered on a jacket sleeve. Aldra Jr. High, huh? Sho figured he was close to his first year's age. Hisashi's heart broke again. How cruel the world was to allow someone so young to live like this. The backpack contains various notebooks which he doesn't open. He finally looks at the item that had caught his attention in the first place. He gasps as he gets a good look at the 2 green-eyed, green-haired individuals, one in the prime of adulthood, the other in his youth, both with a smile too big and pure for this world. Oh little listener, you've been alone for a while, haven't you? He pulls out his phone to take a picture of the picture. He knows this must be the boy's most prized possession and can't take it with him, can't let the boy think he's lost his mother yet again. But he takes the picture because he recognizes the young woman in the photo. Had seen her face plastered on the news months ago. Had vanished without a trace. She was the original missing nurse from Muzutafu General. I haven't gotten the image yet. Yamada, slow down. Naomasa is at his desk waiting for the message to come through on his cell, talking to the voice hero through his work phone. He had been attempting to clean his desk before the disturbance. Having finally gone through all the transcripts for the hospital interviews and not finding anything of significance, he was getting ready to file it all away. Unfortunately, the case was going cold and protocol was protocol. He couldn't spend all his time working on something with no leads. She has a kid, Tsukachi. How did he slip through the cracks? He's been alone for months at least and could be injured right now. How have we all failed this family? Yamada Hisashi is practically screaming into the phone. Let me get the image first and look into it. I can't tell you if I don't know who it is. Naomasa looks down at his phone as the image finally uploads. He recognizes the woman, but what makes his heart stop is the small boy that she's hugging. The wild bird's nest of green curls looks vaguely familiar to him. Yamada, Naomasa says, trying to cut off the voice hero's rant on the other end of the line. Detective, where did you say you found this photo again? He'd heard the first time, but he just needed to confirm as his thoughts flitted back to an incident with a certain hero by the name of Death Arms. It was in a banged-up blue car out at Dagoba Beach. He swallows. It's starting to feel hot in the office all of a sudden. Did the car happen to have any dents on the outside? Yes. How would you know that? The voice hero replies suspiciously. If me. Naomasa breathes out. Excuse me? Yamada, I've got to go. I'll call you back. Yeah. He hangs up. His eyes flicker to a sticky note sitting stuck to the corner of his monitor. A corner of which he hasn't seen in months because his desk was covered in stacks of papers. Midoriya. The kid who'd called before anyone knew. The kid he hadn't believed was being serious. He realized a day before anyone else that she was missing. The kid he hadn't paid much attention to because he was too busy looking for another kid. But it wasn't another kid. It was this kid. This was the kid that had gotten nailed by Death Arms. Naomasa has never felt like such a failure before. He pulls open the school directory to Aldra Junior High from his computer. It was where Yamada had said the uniform was from. He types in Midoriya, and sure as shit there he is. Midoriya Izuku. Naomasa takes several deep, slow breaths. The police chief is not going to like this. There is an incessant clicking noise that Izuku can't tune out. He rolls over and pulls the sheets further over his head. He's never felt so tired upon waking. He buries his face further into the pillow. Click, click, click. Pillow? He opens his eyes and sees he's covered in a canvas of white sheets. He blinks a few times as the events of the past. I don't actually know what time it is. Or day. Comes back to him. Erase her head. I still don't know if he's okay. And Kaken. Oh my god, I'm in his bed right now. He slowly pulls the sheet down from over his head enough so that his eyes can peek out. Kaken is sitting at his desk with his chair swiveled away from Izuku, playing on one of his handheld video game consoles. Well, that explains the clicking. He doesn't know how he ended up here. Well, he does, but not like why. The last time Izuku had been in this house was prior to his quirkless diagnosis. He didn't understand why Kaken had taken care of him last night. Not that he was ungrateful. To be quite honest, he still felt like crap. The more his brain returned him to consciousness, the more aware he was of the chronic burning that was coming from under his eye and arm. The chronic aching of his heart. I know you're awake. Izuku starts at the sudden noise. Gee, good morning, Kaken. His throat is dry. It ain't the morning, nerd. You slept through pretty much the entire DMN day. He still hasn't looked up from his game. Oh, I'm sorry. Izuku couldn't help that his body shut down. He kind of wished he was still out of it. The spiky blonde finally turns around to look at Izuku. You gonna tell me what the hell you were doing last night? Lightning and blood flash through Izuku's mind. I was trying to save him. He whispers. And I don't think I did. I wasn't fast enough. I didn't see him until it was too late. I let Eraser bleed out. Huh? Who's him? Why were you trying to save anyone, you fucking Deku? Because I thought I could be a hero, Kaken. Red eyes widen in surprise. Izuku has never yelled at Kaken before. Has never admitted that he wanted to be a hero post-quirk diagnosis. The floodgates have opened and now Izuku can't close them again. I thought I could do it. If I worked hard enough, I could save Mom. I could find her. And then I met him and he started training me, and I thought it was okay to think of him as a guardian, and his husband feeds me, and then he had to leave and I followed him cause I thought I could be a hero too, and then I didn't see it in time and he was stabbed Dan bleeding gone. Sheet Deku breathe. Izuku stops his rambling and does as the boy tells him. He hadn't realized it had all started coming out in one breath. I'm sorry, Kaken. I'm sorry I'm such a failure and that you had to come save me. Kaken looks away from Izuku. I don't think you're a failure. What? Izuku just stares. I'm not going to get cheesy with shitty feelings, okay? But you're not a fucking failure. You're just going through a hard time right now. He mutters, still looking away from Izuku. Kaken, Izuku doesn't know what to say to that. You're just you. Even with Auntie going missing, you still fucking showed up to school and didn't cry to anyone. Apparently you even went out and tried to save someone, even if you did a shitty job. You're not a failure. You're just a Deku, a fool because you don't know how to give up. I don't know how to give up. Izuku feels like there's a compliment in there somewhere. He supposes he can see what Kaken is trying to say. There's been lots of times Izuku has thought about giving up, but Kaken is right. He never has. He just modifies things. Like the time he'd gotten lost in the woods while on an elementary field trip. The class had forgotten that he was there and he'd wandered off the trail and got lost for a bit before he found his own way out and barely made it back to the bus in time. Or the time he'd learned how to cut a piece of cake all by himself at Kaken's 5th birthday party because no one had given him a piece. Or like last night. He did knock the villain out eventually. He didn't let the villain win. Still, I wasn't good enough. But Kaken didn't think he was a failure. Could he be telling Izuku the truth? Was he allowed to get up and try again? A small kernel of hope lit within Izuku. Someone believes in me. He just never expected it to be Kakin of all people. Come on, nerd. There's an All Might marathon on TV right now. The old man and the hag won't be home till later, so we can watch on the big TV. Kakin gets up and walks out of the room. Izuku follows the boy but only half pays attention to his favorite movies. I don't know how to give up. The kernel within his heart starts to harden into resolve. I will not give up. Izuku is still terribly worried about Eraserhead, but he has to have hope at this point. His phone is dead, so he can't check the hero network, but if a hero was killed in the line of duty, they will usually announce it on the evening news. He just had to wait a little bit longer for it to come on. Finally, hours later, when the fourth All Might movie has ended, Izuku and Kakin are still on the couch as the evening news begins. Izuku's heart sinks as the segment begins with breaking news. I knew it. He can feel the tears coming. That is, until he sees his own face smiling back at him with his name captioned below. Breaking news tonight. Mizudafu police have issued a missing child alert. If anyone has seen this child, you are to call the police or flag down a local hero immediately. He may be injured and in need of help. He was last seen wearing a dark green hoodie and… what the hell? The last person to see him wear that was Eraserhead. Does this mean he's alive? Oh, if he's alive, I'm going to kill him. How did he figure out Izuku's identity, and why am I on the news? This wasn't good. He couldn't get caught. He had a mission to complete and he wasn't going to let anyone get in his way. Including himself. I won't give up. Katsuki, who'd been playing his video game the whole afternoon, hadn't been paying close attention to the TV. It's only when he runs out of lives that he looks up and sees Deku's face on the news. Deku? What the foo? But the boy was speaking to an empty room. He hadn't noticed that his green-haired friend had left. Naomasa had never wanted to be on the wrong side of heroes. Not that he'd ever considered being a villain, but he stayed behind the yellow tape for a reason. Chose the blue so that he could still serve and protect the public, but was a safe distance from the havoc that superpowered humans could wield. He was their ally. A friend. A support system that often worked behind the scenes. But now, as red eyes glowered at him from a hospital bed and wiped his quirk out, not that it'd do anything for him at the moment anyways, and another pair of green eyes sat beside the red and glared daggers at him too, Naomasa knew he was currently public enemy number one. I'm sorry, he said, feeling miserable. Sorry doesn't bring him back. Aizawa snarled at him. Sorry doesn't replace the weeks of trust one spent building it up with him. Sorry doesn't fix the fact that you just outed the identity of a hurting child who will no doubt think I betrayed him. We needed to find him and make sure he wasn't hurt from the other night, and you. Aizawa's eyes glowed a brighter red with each word, just lost us that chance. I know, Aizawa, and I'm sorry I didn't come to you first, but my hands were tied. I had to report it to Police Chief Tsuragami. The kid, Midoriya, he's the kid that I was looking for after the Death Arms incident. The underground hero continued to glare at him, but he saw Yamada's eyes widen in realization. That's why you were asking about the car. Midoriya was attacked and then lost his mother all within 24 hours. The voice hero looked sadly at his husband. Yes. And I missed him twice. And it resulted in him being out on the streets. Where he still is, I hope. Naomasa was still berating himself for it. When I told Tsuragami that he was the child of one of the missing nurses, he officially became a ward of the state. The kid doesn't have any other family. We had to post a report on him. Or you could have come to us first and given us more time. I didn't even get to go look for him. The red eyes finally look away from him and he can't help but breathe out a quiet sigh as he feels his quirk again. But now Naomasa's also angry. Aizawa, I had to go to Tsuragami. You don't understand, the nurse's case was going cold. No one was going to be looking into it anymore. Midoriya having a connection to at least one of the victims has allowed it to go active again. He's the only person that was never interviewed. This allows me to try and help him. Fix what I effed up. Find him and his mother. Oh shit. I wasn't supposed to tell them that. There's a moment of silence and he watches as the black-haired man's nostrils flare. Then he says in a deadly quiet voice, "Are you telling me that kid, that child who saved my life, is now one of your suspects?" Naomasa nods slowly. It's protocol. He knows one of the victims. Everyone has to be cleared, Aizawa. You know that. We know he's just a child. That's why Tsuragami put the bulletin out as a missing persons case. The public doesn't know he's a suspect. Naomasa had argued for it. Do you remember what he told me the first night we met? Aizawa doesn't give him a chance to respond but continues. There are people that need saving. He was talking about his mother. He has no goddamn involvement in this case beyond being a victim. And now you've just scared him away. He's not going to turn himself in and give up on her. Red eyes point toward him again. Yamada just stares down at the floor, gripping his husband's arm and avoiding looking at Naomasa. Take your protocol and get the F out of my room. He sighs. He knows Aizawa is just angry at the situation and there's no use continuing to argue about it. He'll understand when he's had time to cool off and think about it. Still, Naomasa leaves to go back down to his car, each step filling him with remorse. I had to do it. He sits in his car gripping the steering wheel when a thought comes to him. Pulling out his phone, he calls the number of a dear friend. And someone who has always been able to pull off the impossible. Yagi, I need your help. It was surreal to see your face plastered everywhere and it seemed a bit overkill to be honest. Izuku still hadn't figured out how his identity was discovered and why the police were so intent on finding him. It's not like anyone had ever cared about him before. Well beyond his mom, that is. But he didn't just see his face on the TV at the Bakugos. It was on every storefront and bus stop for miles around. He'd felt bad about leaving in Kaken's clothes, but considering everyone was looking for him in his vigilante outfit, this was his best chance at getting by unnoticed. He wasn't about to let himself get caught. He wasn't about to let anyone get in his way. His little talk with Kaken was a pep talk he didn't know he needed. He always knew what he was attempting to do was dangerous. Seeing Eraserhead get hurt had shocked him and he hadn't dealt with it very well, but now that he'd had a chance to regroup, now that he'd been exposed to it, he realized it wasn't the end of the world, it was motivation to do better. Izuku may be quirkless, but he wasn't a goddamn pushover. He had a brilliant mind and a natural athleticism and was often overlooked by others. He was going to make them regret that. He felt as if the alley incident was a turning point. Like his skin had been shed and Izuku was about to be reborn, for maybe the second time this year. Or, he thinks dryly as he looks at one of his missing posters again. Maybe I am older and therefore wiser now. His poster said he was age he hadn't realized he'd missed his own birthday. He makes his way back to his car as the sun is setting. The light racing to creep under the waves has lit up the trash city with an orange glow. As he gets closer, he sees a set of footprints in the sand that are larger than his own. He follows the tracks to his car and sees that they go back out again. The window to his car has been pushed down and Izuku is certain that he'd left it cracked a few nights ago. Peering in, he sees that all his things are there but they've definitely been moved from where he left them. This is how they found me. He stares at his school uniform with his logo displayed on the sleeve. But who? How did they know to come here? Izuku had thought it was Eraserhead at first, but there's no way the underground hero, who he was strongly starting to suspect had lived to his relief, would have made it out here. He had to still be hospitalized. Izuku didn't have a clue who the prince belonged to. All he knows is that his trash city is no longer safe. He couldn't continue to stay here. What if they come back? Are they watching me now? He didn't have anywhere to go. Could he risk staying here? He stares at the mystery footprints and contemplates his options. I have to go. He looks at his things. I can't take them with me. He wasn't about to walk around the city at night with his stuff. That was just asking to be mugged. He takes the dead phone out of his pocket and places it in the duffel bag. Not like he has anywhere to charge it now. He refolds his All Might sweater and shoves it in there too. Hopefully whoever found this place will leave it be in peace. He doubts anyone else will come here. Maybe in a few days or so when he finds a new place to inhabit, he can come back and collect it all. Before he leaves he stares at the framed picture. I promise, Mom, the next time I see your face, it will be in person. Arg. Izuku jolted from his sleep as a dirty shoe presses into his abdomen. The body the foot was connected to fell over him and into the alley wall. What's a kid doing? Great, it's another drunk. Izuku sighed and uncurled himself from the corner of the alley he'd been sleeping in. Turns out he'd been pretty lucky the day he'd found his car at Dagoba. It had been a couple weeks now and Izuku hadn't found anything comparable to replace it. He'd taken to sleeping in the dark corners of alleys. Most nights he was left alone, but others, like tonight, people tended to trip over him or step on him or involve him in whatever fight had brought them into his alley in the first place. He was pleased to say he ended those fights quickly. The clothes Kaken had lent him were now darker under the layers of grime that had collected in the weeks he'd been wearing them. The gray hoodie was now more like a charcoal gray and the pants, well, good thing they'd started out black. Even his shoes, once a bright red, had been dulled by life on the streets. Izuku grabs the drunk man and half drags him back out onto the main street. He finds the nearest street lamp and plants the man under it. Stay here. A hero will be by soon and wonder what a random man is doing sitting against the light. They'll help him get home. Okay. Thanks Whittle, Iro. The man waves and falls to his side as Izuku walks away. He's up now and it looks like the sun is starting to rise, so there's no reason to go back to sleep. He might as well patrol the streets for a bit before the public awakes from their slumber. Izuku wasn't as afraid anymore of someone discovering him to be the missing kid. He still wore the hoodie up and had found another face mask, but as time wore on and the novelty of the missing kid wore off, he saw less and less posters of him still posted, heard less people talking about it. He was turning into old news, a forgotten face on the wall. He was a wallflower again. But he still didn't dare go back to the beach. Whoever had gone there had known to look for him. No one would know which random alley he'd end up in now. It was safer this way. He tosses a knife in the air as he walks. He'd lost his original one that night with Eraserhead, but he'd picked this off a villain a few days ago. It was a nice knife. Sharper than what he'd had. The streets are quiet as he continues walking. He's just passing a 24-hour grocery store when he spots a public spigot. Izuku hasn't had a proper bathing in a while, so he decides to take the opportunity to wash up a bit before the streets become active. Looking around, he only spots an old man walking out of the grocery store carrying a single paper bag. Izuku can't see his face from here, as his eyes are sunken beneath his brow and his long blonde hair is hanging in front of them, but the man probably won't pay any attention to Izuku. No one ever does. He takes off the mask, then his hoodie and shirt, and turns the spigot on. The water is cold, but it feels refreshing. Izuku bends over and gets his hair wet, scratching his fingers through it. He wishes he had soap, but this is better than nothing, he figures. He rubs at his neck and down his arms before turning off the spigot and straightening up. The old man is approaching him as he puts his shirt back on. Good morning, young man. The old man greets him and continues walking by. Izuku, with his hoodie in his hand, turns to the old man in surprise at being acknowledged. Good morning. Green eyes meet piercing blue ones, sunken in around black orbits. Suddenly the old man coughs and drops his bag. Are you all right? Izuku reaches to help the old man but just gets waved off. No, young man, I am fine, thank you. No need to help me out. I'll just pick these up and be on my way. And on his way he goes. Izuku turns back around to put on his hoodie and decides that he'll walk in the same direction as the old man. Just to make sure he makes it home okay. The cough had sounded wet, for lack of a better term. And although Izuku was the one who was homeless, he thinks the man looked more homely than he did. He was honestly surprised he was able to carry his groceries and walk around with that skeletal frame. Izuku turns to start heading in the old man's direction when he notices that the old man is gone. The street he's on is long and fairly straight, so he can see down it for quite a distance. The only turns to take are to get to the alleys that run behind the stores. There are no residences back there. So where did he go? Izuku continues forward on the road and peers down the alleys he passes. No sign of the old man. The hair on his neck raises as he peers down the next alley. Sitting against a wall is a single paper bag filled with groceries. Izuku walks toward it, senses on high alert for the old man. Was he mugged? Is there a villain? He pulls his knife out and readies it in his hand just in case. The alley is silent, no life to be seen or heard. A sudden strong breeze picks up, causing his hood to come down, and he hears the bag of groceries tip over. It wasn't windy a second ago. Izuku feels like someone is watching him. Young Midoriya. A deep voice suddenly booms in the silence. We have been looking for you. But it is fine now. Because I am here. Izuku turns and stares into the eyes of Japan's #1 pro hero. All Might. He knows my name. Holy shit. He knows my name. Izuku quickly covers his mouth with a hand. He hadn't meant to say that out loud. Izuku thinks he's died and gone to heaven. Actually, his heart is beating fast enough that it might kill him. The Izuku of 6 months ago probably would have fainted. Now, young man, that is not the language an upstanding citizen should be using. All Might, the All Might, is now standing in a hero's pose with hands on hips, staring directly at Izuku. Talking to him. Well, you obviously don't know Eraserhead. Izuku mutters. Weeks spent training with the underground hero afforded Izuku a more colorful vocabulary. He couldn't help that a few weeks on the streets had caused it to slip out more often. But I know of him, young man. Why, I think I will get to know more of him very soon. The man booms when he speaks. Izuku doesn't think he knows what an inside voice is. It's a good thing they aren't in a residential area. All Might would have probably woken up the entire prefecture by now. But wait, very soon. Izuku latches onto the words. All Might had just spoken of the hero in present tense. Does that mean that Eraserhead is alive? It was hard to hear the news reports when generally avoiding people during the day, and he hadn't had access to the internet in weeks. He'd been fairly confident before, but now Izuku felt starved for the confirmation. Yes, my boy. I was told by a mutual friend that he was released from the hospital a couple days after the incident. The hero looks expectantly at him. An attack that I'm told you saved him from. Izuku can't help as tears of relief spring to his eyes. He should be more embarrassed that he's about to start crying in front of his favorite hero, but considering he probably looks like a hobo anyways, what's a few more tears to complete the look? Young Midoriya, I need you to come with me. All Might says gently, as he extends his right hand towards Izuku. I can't go with you. But I do need information from you. When Izuku had first accepted Dabi's mission, it was under the presumption that Izuku wouldn't have ever spoken to the hero, but rather have gleaned information from a distance. He couldn't quite believe that the man had found him instead. Izuku was almost afraid of why the world had allowed this chance meeting. Is it fate? Is this your way of apologizing for the shit you've put me through recently, world? I must insist you come with me, young man. A child like you should not be living out on the streets. I can help you. Please, don't make this more difficult on yourself. His hand is still extended. Izuku takes in a deep breath. This is it. The fate of Mom and the other nurses rests on this moment. He hoped he didn't screw this up. Channeling all the inner bravado he could muster, he glares at the #1 hero, his #1 hero, and says, I know your secret. You're not making me do anything I don't want to do. Blackmailing a hero the second time is a lot easier to swallow than the first. Izuku closely watches his reaction and doesn't miss when the hero's left arm rises from its position on his hip to graze his ribcage before quickly relaxing at his side. If Izuku hadn't been watching so closely, he would have missed the almost protective nature of the movement. The villain said he was hiding something peculiar. Whatever it is must be originating from his left side. Izuku needed to find out what. How do you know, young man? Izuku is shocked to hear All Might sound so shocked. He believes me. Holy shit, there is something. No, wait, we cannot discuss this here. Come with me, please. All Might goes to reach for Izuku again, but lucky for Izuku, All Might's not using his quirk. Izuku doesn't have a chance of holding his own in a fight against the pro hero's super strength or speed, but without his quirk? Very slim chance. And Izuku was going to take any chance he could get. Aiming towards All Might's left side, Izuku lets the knife fly. And watches as the hero stops it only inches away from penetrating where his stomach should reside. All Might looks at the knife and then at Izuku. Did you just try to stab me? The hero says in disbelief. To be fair, he's probably never had a teenager throw a knife at him before. It hits different when it's not a villain. I needed confirmation. Izuku says vaguely. Apparently, those were the wrong words to say. A sudden breeze picks up, and faster than Izuku could blink, The hero is suddenly face to face with Izuku. "You're coming with me now, young Midoriya." The hero has lost all cordiality. He reaches for him and Izuku lets out a shriek and dodges to the right of the hero before jumping up to the nearest fire escape and climbing like his life depended on it. He didn't have a plan. All he knew was that All Might was a very large man and had been blocking the exit to the alley. If Izuku wanted to have a hope of outrunning the symbol of peace, he needed to find somewhere where the hero couldn't fit. All rooftops had a small stairwell, perhaps that could give Izuku a chance to think of something. He crests the last rung of the ladder and pulls himself over the edge, just to see All Might standing in front of him. F-. He turns around and jumps back over the ledge. "You cannot outrun me, young Midoriya. I will catch you." His voice booms behind Izuku. Izuku parkours off the walls and is back on the alley ground in no time. He dares to look up and sees All Might watching him from above still. Izuku turns left out of the alley and starts sprinting. Unfortunately, it's early enough in the morning still that there are no witnesses to his plight. All Might is free to move about without garnering much attention. Izuku looks and sees a construction site up ahead, maybe only 800 meters away. There are ladders and rickety frames and small spaces created by various tarps and drywall that Izuku could hide in. All Might wouldn't dare destroy public property in pursuit of him. Heroes had to minimize property damage or else the public would be up in arms. Heroes were supposed to protect, not destroy. If they found out he caused damage for chasing a kid, they would be upset. If they found out it was over a quirkless kid, it would be a scandal. He picks up his speed but dares another look behind him to see where the hero is, only to find All Might in the air behind him with a fist raised back above his head. "Tigzea smaz." The hero throws his fist forward and a gale of wind erupts from around his fist and heads straight towards Izuku, knocking him in his chest as he's still turned around. The blast sends him off balance and he hits the ground hard before rolling, only coming to a stop mere feet from the construction site. The building rocks gently in the dying gust. Izuku takes a moment to stop seeing stars and remind his body to SCK in air, as quite literally all his breath had just been knocked out of him. "Did you seriously just Texas smash me?" He sputters. "Consider it repayment for the knife, young Midoriya." The hero is walking towards him now, semi-amused. Izuku gets up, relieved to find that nothing feels broken and launches himself over the chain-link fence meant for keeping people off the property. He runs into the half-constructed building and books it into the first dark corner he can find. Half of the flooring hasn't been placed yet, but the cement foundation has been poured, so there are wooden planks at regular intervals to help walk about. Izuku jumps and hides underneath one, standing on the foundation. He holds his breath as he hears slow footsteps approaching. The plank he's under vibrates as Izuku watches the yellow boots of All Might walk slowly overhead. "Young Midoriya, I am not going to hurt you. Please, we need to talk, but not in public. Where are you?" The footsteps disappear, so Izuku slowly climbs up and heads in the opposite direction. If he can sneak out of the building without All Might noticing, he might be able to get away from the hero completely. Ever since his training with Eraserhead, he's felt more comfortable up high, so as soon as he sees some scaffolding providing access up to the future roof, he hightails it over there and begins climbing as quietly as he can. He reaches the top and readies himself to take a running jump to climb up onto the framing, when the scaffolding starts gently swaying. "Young Midoriya." Izuku shrieks and on instinct turns around and swings a fist out. Not realizing that All Might was right there, bent over slightly so as to be at the same level as Izuku, his fist collides with the hero's face. "Huh," Izuku thinks as a white-hot searing pain spreads up his arm. "I can understand how Eraserhead punched me now. It really was a reflex." All Might, of course, doesn't get knocked out like Izuku did. Instead, he takes a step back and grabs the railing of the still swaying scaffolding, other hand coming up to brush the cheek that Izuku just punched. "Oh my god, I'm sorry, I didn't meant to." Only meant to take the weight of a couple of normally sized men, the scaffolding suddenly collapses and both All Might and Izuku go crashing to the ground in a plume of dust. "Ow," Izuku groans, clearing the dust from his face. Only, it's not clearing as he wipes at it. It's lingering in the air in swirling patterns, almost like smoke. He can hear the coughing of All Might just a few feet away and gets up to approach the hero, waving his hands to clear the mysterious plumes of smoke. All Might, are you okay? He sees the outline of the hero as he approaches, but it looks strikingly smaller than it should be. The coughing continues. All me. The words die in his throat as the smoke clears and Izuku comes face to face with a figure he wasn't expecting in the slightest. What? Sure. But, Ari, the old man from the grocery store. The man with the skeletal frame sits where All Might should have been and is coughing up blood. What the F dash? Izuku shrieks. The skeletal man looks up at Izuku with those piercing blue eyes that look like All Might's, now that Izuku thinks for a second. Young Midoriya, he pauses to cough. Hasn't anyone ever told you that it is impolite to call someone old? I may be your senior, but I can still wipe the floor with you at only a fraction of my power. There's silence as Izuku's brain processes that the old man knows his name. It comes to him in sudden clarity. Why you're All Might. He points at the skeleton before him with his good arm. He's pretty sure his right is broken from the punch. The skeleton just blinks back at him and wipes some blood from his mouth. It is now too late, but I take it from your reaction, you were lying to me before, weren't you, young man? Now it appears you do know my secret, but it was discovered only through my own foolish actions. All Might sighs as begins to stand up. Izuku just stares with his mouth hanging open. Please come with me now. I promise I just want to talk. I can explain, but in private. I hope you can see now how imperative it is to keep this quiet. All Might stands before him, a skeleton of a man, looking sadly at Izuku. Well, this is peculiar, alright. He'd succeeded in his mission for Dabi. But instead of feeling elated at keeping the chance of finding his mother alive, Izuku could only feel horrified. Was All Might dying? He realizes the hero is waiting for him to respond and goes to lift both arms up in front of him, only to hiss in pain as he moves his right arm. You're hurt. Come, my boy, I know somewhere we can go where that can be fixed while we talk. Izuku looks up at All Might. He wants to know what is happening to Japan's symbol of peace, but he won't risk his own mission. He can't get caught. He already knows he can't outrun the hero, even in his skeletal form, as Izuku'd already lost him earlier this morning. His only real option is to go with the hero and plead his case. All Might, I have something that I have to do. He tells the hero. I can't get caught, I can't get taken off the streets and put in a system. There's someone I have to save. I'll go with you if it's not the police station or a hero agency. I do think we need to talk. The hero is quiet, assessing him. Izuku stands tall and holds the hero's gaze. Whatever the hero sees in his eyes, it makes him sigh and gesture to Izuku. Come, young Midoriya. I know a place where we can talk, and I promise I won't try to capture you or let anyone else take you until you've said your piece. He begins walking away, trusting Izuku to follow him out of the half-built structure. Well, it appears that's about as good an offer as I'm going to get. He starts to follow the hero. All Might, where are we going? He doesn't like not knowing where the hero is leading him. It could still be a trap for Izuku. Call me Yagi in this form, my boy. He turns and waits for Izuku to step out onto the street beside him. And we're going to UA. Izuku's gaze landed on the massive, sprawling school sitting atop the highest hill in Mizudafu. He still wasn't sure why All Might was leading him here of all places, but he couldn't think of a reason for it to be a trap. He was a runaway, a vigilante, and considering his identity had been discovered, he knew everyone also knew by now that he was the quirkless son of a missing nurse. That made him a ward of the state. It was the police precinct's duty to find him a suitable home since he was still underage. UA, the most prestigious hero school in all of Japan, operated on its own autonomy. They could turn him over to the authorities just as easily as they could harbor him. At the moment it was the most neutral yet hostile place for him to go. He eyed All Might warily as they began to ascend up the hill. He knew UA was his alma mater, but it didn't explain why he was bringing Izuku there. UA had the best security in all of Japan. You had to have clearance as either a student or a staff member for entrance unless personally invited by Principal Nizu. Izuku wasn't either of those options, and as far as he knew, neither was the hero. Are you one of those kids that peaked in high school? His nerves couldn't take the silence of their walk any longer. "Pardon, young Midoriya?" All Might looked at him slightly confused. He gestured towards the acres of sprawling forests that housed various training facilities and the massive main building that housed all the classrooms and administrative offices. The only people who return to their high school after graduating are the ones who peaked in high school. They come back to relive their glory days. "Is that what you're doing now that you look like?" He waved his good arm towards the hero, "Skillmate." The hero mouthed the name Izuku had bestowed upon him a few times before laughing. "I can assure you that I am not here to relive my glory days." He responds, still slightly laughing. "How did you know who I was?" Izuku was curious. He was a nobody and shouldn't have been worth the #1 hero's time. "I saw your missing poster all over the city, as I'm sure you did. But I also have a dear friend that works at the precinct. He was determined to find you and asked me to keep a lookout. It was completely by chance that I ran into you this morning." "Why?" Izuku didn't understand. No one ever bothered to care for him before. Why were they looking now? Because you were a child all alone on the streets. You should have never been there in the first place." All Might doesn't understand Izuku's confusion. "But I was out there for months and the police never looked for me before. What made me their priority suddenly?" "Well, my boy, it appears you've got a certain underground hero wrapped around your finger. I am told when he awoke from his injuries and found out you'd been the one to save him, that he tried to go out and look for you. In fact, none of us knew for certain that you hadn't been mortally wounded that night too. They will be relieved to know you are all right." Izuku is silent and stares at the ground as they continue walking. "I can't believe someone cared if I died." He'd wondered before if the world would miss him if he left it, and he was feeling emotional over the fact that someone beside his mom would. They're approaching the security gates by now. Izuku looks up in awe. He'd only seen images of UA on the internet and it didn't do justice to the prestigious energy that seemed to permeate the air. Everything was pristine. No graffiti along the security walls, the grass was manicured and the windows sparkled in the sunlight. Izuku felt too dirty to be in its presence. He also felt nervous. If this was a trap, would he be able to escape? He watched as All Might took an ID out of a pocket and held it up to the gate scanner. A green light blinked and suddenly the gates were open and they were walking within the grounds of UA. Do you work here now?" Izuku hadn't seen All Might on the directory when he'd hacked it months ago. All Might holds a finger to his lips and says, "Wait until we are inside, my boy, I will answer your questions then." The grounds are empty. Summer is still in session for a couple more weeks before students have to return for fall term. Izuku wonders if they might run into any of the other teachers though. He knows they still come in and work on lesson plans during the breaks. They walk in silence. Izuku follows All Might as he is led through quiet tiled hallways with closed classroom doors. At any other time he would have been itching to look into every classroom and been fanboying over all the hero memorabilia of notable alumni that are displayed in cases along the way. He had given up on ever entering UA months ago. His heart skipped a beat to think he was given a chance to walk these halls, even if it was as an unofficial, temporary guest. They stop outside a door that reads, "Infirmary," and All Might knocks once before opening the door. The lights are off and no one is in. All Might turns on a light and gestures Izuku inside where he chooses to take a seat on one of the many made-up hospital beds. I guess they have a lot of injuries considering they train future heroes. It looked like an actual hospital in here. The bed was pretty comfortable too. Izuku hadn't sat on anything so soft since he was at Kaken's. All Might had gone into an office tucked behind a door across from the bed Izuku was sitting at. He comes back a few minutes later and takes a seat in a chair next to Izuku's bed. It appears that Chio isn't in yet. We can talk here while we wait for her to arrive. He tells Izuku. Wait, do you mean Recovery Girl? Izuku was going to be healed by the Recovery Girl? She was amazing. His mom had told him all about her healing abilities when he was little. They both admired the hero. If only I could tell you I'm meeting her mom. Inko would probably have burst into tears to meet her. Yes, Recovery Girl. I take it you're a fan. Izuku nods, continuing to look around the room. So, you're a staff member now? He looks back towards the hero. All Might clasps his hands together and rests his elbows on his thighs. What I am about to tell you must remain a secret, young Midoriya. If the wrong people were to get their hands on this information, it could be disastrous for not only me, but for Japan. Izuku swallows guiltily but says nothing. I'm doing this for her. All Might takes his silence as an indication to continue. I was injured in a fight years ago. It left me without my stomach and only half of my lung lobes. My quirk, as you know, is super strength and speed. It relies on adequate ventilation and perfusion to my muscles in order for me to move the way I do. This injury has disrupted my body's ability to maintain homeostasis and allow me to use my quirk to its full potential. I have been trying for years to find a cure, but it appears as if the injuries are permanent. As such, I am currently only able to hold my hero form for about 5 hours a day before I revert back to this form. He unclasps his hands and sits back to lift his shirt for Izuku to see. Along his left side, right where Izuku had been aiming the knife, is a sunburst scar whose epicenter radiates from below the last rib. The skin is raised and a dark red. It looks horrific and Izuku can't believe anyone could survive those injuries. He can't imagine what had done that to the hero. 6 years ago, Izuku looks back up at the hero. That happened to you 6 years ago. It made sense. Izuku had discovered a sudden decrease in appearances over the past 6 years, but there had been a point when he'd gone off the radar for months. That must have been when he was healing from this. This is what the villains were trying to ascertain. And this is why you've been silent since the beginning of the year. You were coming to live here, weren't you? All Might looks at Izuku curiously. How did you realize that? Very few people know, and they have been sworn to secrecy. Izuku shifts a little on the bed. I was researching you. Izuku could always play it off as being a fanboy, but this was big news. All Might had been right. If this information got into the wrong hands, it could end him. The symbol of peace would be gone. The implications of that were too great for Izuku to comprehend at once. It was possible to take down All Might. And if Izuku told the villains, he was all but signing the death warrant himself. Izuku wanted to save his mom. Save the other nurses. Be their hero. But he didn't think he could do that at the expense of Japan's hero. There would be a lot more lives put at risk if All Might were to be defeated. The devastation would be something that people hadn't seen in decades. Izuku's heart started to break. I'm sorry, Mom. I failed you. Tears start clouding his vision. Just when he'd had hope, it was once again taken away. Maybe I can find another way. He knew he was lying to himself. He was never going to save her. The villains know. He whispers, sealing her fate. Young Midoriya? All Might looks at him with concern. Izuku closes his eyes and lets the tears start to fall. A couple months ago, I ran into a villain interrogating a man about your whereabouts. I didn't know they were talking about you at the time. I put myself in the villain's path and made a deal with him. He said he had information on where the missing nurses were, knew who'd taken them. He said they knew something was different about you and set the task for me to find out in exchange for the information I wanted. It's why I've been out on the streets, why I didn't want to get caught. I was so close to finding where they'd gone. I just had to figure out what happened to you. You were my key. Izuku opens his eyes but looks at his hands resting in his lap. He can't bear to look at the hero he was going to betray. He didn't think the secret would be this bad. The reality of what he'd been trying to do for the past few months was setting in. All Might had always been invincible his whole life. The hero that would always win with a smile. Izuku hadn't realized until this point that All Might wasn't immortal, he was human. And Izuku been trying to help in his destruction. I was trying to be a hero, but I think I was turned into a villain. Izuku lets the statement fade into silence, still looking at his hands. He hears the shifting of a weight and suddenly All Might's hands appear in his vision, coming to clasp over Izuku's. You are not a villain, my boy. All Might sounds incredibly sad. A person who acts in the interest of saving others is a hero. At any other time Izuku's heart would have ceased to beat out of happiness for having the number one hero call him a hero. But it felt false now. I'm not a hero, All Might. I'm a nobody. I was selfishly trying to save someone at the expense of others. He was ashamed he hadn't realized it until now. He felt alone in his grief. Wished a hole would open up and swallow him. Young Midoriya, look at me. Izuku reluctantly looks up into the piercing blue eyes. I think I understand that you have been dealt a poor hand in life. I understand what it's like growing up quirkless. To have family ripped from you all too soon. That would be enough to turn anyone into a villain. But a villain doesn't help a random stranger in a back alleyway, doesn't help a hero and stop them from being murdered. A villain doesn't sacrifice their life to try and rescue someone they know is lost. To me, that sounds like a hero. All Might takes his hands away from Izuku's and sits back in his chair beside the bed. The life of a hero is a dangerous one, something we all know the day we sign up. For the sake of Japan, I tried to keep my injuries a secret, but if it will help to save someone, there's a sudden poof, and a swelling of clouds surround the hero before he steps out in his muscle form. I am here to help you. What? Either Izuku got hit harder than he thought and is concussed, or he just heard All Might say he was going to help Izuku. My boy, I will help you. You do not have to shoulder this burden alone, nor can I let you deal with villains on your own. But there are lives at stake. Maybe we don't have to tell them all of my secrets, but just enough to get the information you seek. All Might is smiling at Izuku. I can tell him? Izuku's definitely been concussed. Maybe he's passed out and is dreaming. Or hallucinating. He might be in an alleyway talking to another drunkard for all he knows. Maybe only tell him about my injury. Let's not tell them about my true form, only that I am weaker. I can still protect myself, if only for a limited time per day. But it will be helpful that I know they know. What is this villain's name? Dabi. I've never heard of him. I will have to ask my friend to investigate him. You won't find anything, I've already looked through the databases. Izuku mutters without thinking. All Might's eyebrows raise. Do I want to know how you know to get into secure databases? Izuku smiles slightly. Was All Might really going to do this? Was all hope not lost? No, you don't. But you might want to tell Principal Nizu to up his game. I've accessed UA's network before too. All Might blinks. I think I'll let you be the one to disclose that information. Now, when do you have to meet up with this Dabi? Izuku thinks a bit. He gave me 6 months, which is still another 2 months away. Perhaps I could find him earlier than that though. If Izuku truly was going to have help, he didn't want to waste another minute trying to find his mom. Then we have time to plan. If you can get their location or the names of the villains that took your mother, we can figure out a plan to get them out. Izuku can't believe he's hearing those words. All Might thank you. Those words won't ever be enough to convey the feelings Izuku has towards the hero at the moment, but they're the only words he can currently choke out between the tears. My boy, we are just doing our jobs. Heroes must help other heroes out sometimes too. Which reminds me, I have one more thing to tell you about my quirk. The reason I'm here at UA is to look for a successor. He cuts off suddenly as the infirmary door opens. An elderly woman with a walking cane comes through the door and pauses upon seeing the room occupied. Izuku's sure she wasn't expecting to see All Might and a dirty, crying kid first thing in the morning. All Might? She inquires. Ah yes, hello recovery girl. I am sorry to be intruding like this, but I needed to request your services for young Midoriya here. All Might gestures to Izuku. Recovery girl approaches the bed. What happened, Sonny? She asks Izuku. Izuku, suddenly feeling giddy with hope again, replies, All Might tried to kidnap me, so I threw a knife at him and he Texas smashed me, then I punched him and he broke my arm. He sees All Might poof and then Skill Might returns, sputtering as Recovery Girl turns to eye him menacingly. She knocks him in the shins with her cane. All Might, you are going to be a teacher here soon, you should know better than to use your quirk on a child. I ought to tell the HBC on you. Izuku laughs out loud. This conversation's about to give him déjà vu. Recovery Girl turns back to Izuku, ignoring the still sputtering All Might as he grabs his shin. Izuku bets he's going to have a bruise there now. Let me see it, Sonny. Izuku carefully takes off his sweater to reveal a very purple-looking right arm. Yes, well, I imagine that is broken. Nothing a healing kiss can't fix. But you're probably going to be very sleepy after this, okay? Izuku nods his consent and Recovery Girl leans in and kisses him on his forehead. Suddenly his arm is warm and tingly and there's a dull pain and then, it's gone. That was incredible. Thank you, recovery girl. How does your quirk work? A sudden wave of exhaustion hits Izuku mid-sentence and he's out like a light. Oh my, recovery girl says. He must have been more worn out than I thought. What did you do to that boy? All Might smiles nervously and just shrugs his shoulders. For the first time in weeks, Izuku sleeps peacefully. The waves are a restless companion, mirroring his mood as Shota sits in silence on an old, dilapidated mattress. He looks down to the base of the trash mound where the dented blue car has sat empty for weeks now. A ruin in the sand, its inhabitant nothing but a ghost that has vanished into thin air. Midoriya. The problem child had an identity now. It wasn't discovered how he'd been planning, but the cat was out of the bag. The problem was he couldn't find the DMN cat. The kid hadn't been seen since he saved Shota's life weeks ago. If he wasn't so worried he'd beat his butt for following him that night. Shota had been working for weeks to make sure he'd never be in that position and the little sheet had walked right into it. A child who'd been forced to grow up rather quickly it seems, and with no self-preservation. It had made sense to Shota that the kid was looking for his mom, but what he didn't understand was why he was still out on the streets when there were authoritative figures that were trying to help him now. Because Shota believed that Midoriya was still out there. Unless a body was found, he'd keep looking. He'd taken to coming to Dagoba every day at random times during his patrol shifts. Zashi had told him all his possessions were inside the car, so surely the kid would come back for them at some point. Or so he'd thought. It's pretty much the end of his patrol by now. The sun is only an hour or so from rising, so Shota gets up with a sigh and walks down towards the car. He'd given himself 2 weeks for the problem child to show before he went down to look at the car's contents. At this point he felt it was no longer an invasion of privacy. If the kid wasn't coming back to watch over his stuff, Shota would. He pushes the back window down and sees the duffel bag and yellow backpack that his husband had mentioned. All Might themed. Shota barely refrains from rolling his eyes. That big oaf. Shota thinks he can almost hear the number one's voice in the distance. He's ashamed that he knows what a Texas smash is. He contemplates for a moment. Clothes can be replaced. So can electronics. He would not be caught dead walking around with All Might's gear. If the kid does come back, he could probably use the clothes. The weather would be changing soon. He grabs only one thing from the car and holds onto it carefully. Pictures and the memories they hold cannot be replaced. This is something he knows all too well. He goes home to an empty apartment, knowing Zashi should be at the radio station by now. He takes off his shoes and hangs his capture weapon by the front door, then walks into their bedroom. He takes Midoriya's picture and puts it in the nightstand drawer on his side of the bed. Until he helps find both Midoriya's, he'll keep their memories safe. He gets ready and crawls into bed, still enjoying the summer break hours of not having to go into UA only a few hours after patrol ends for a few more weeks. Shota. Ignore it. Sleep is more important. Baby. Wake up. Shota, I need you coherent. I have coffee. His husband sing-songs. The underground hero cracks open an eye to see a cup of coffee waiting for him and his husband's excited face peering at him from behind it. He goes to look at the time on his phone only to see 5 missed calls from All Might of all people. He does need coffee for this. Taking the cup from his husband, he chugs half of it in one go and looks at his husband. They'd been together long enough that Zashi knew if he wanted Shota to pay even an ounce of attention to him, he needed caffeine in his system first. He ignores the notifications and sees that he got 4 hours of sleep this morning. That was almost a full night's worth for Shota. Zashi smiles. They found him. Shota's heart dropped for a second before he realized his husband was smiling. Now it's beating as fast as if he was sprinting. All Might found him and they're at UA right now. Apparently Midoriya got into a little scuffle with him and had to be taken to Recovery Girl. He's fine though. Asleep right now but otherwise unharmed. Shota is up and out of bed, grabbing clothes at random to get ready. It's a good thing his wardrobe mostly consists of black. He runs through the kitchen and finds a thermos filled with more coffee waiting for him. His husband is already waiting at the door, keys in hand. Let's go see our problem child. Izuku wakes to muffled voices beyond the door. Blinking sleep from his eyes, he realizes he feels the best he's felt in weeks. Still tired, but all the aches and pains are gone. No one is in the infirmary but him, and he can still hear multiple voices coming from out in the hallway. He quietly gets out of bed and slips his sweatshirt back on, because sorry Kaken, you're never getting it back at this point, and listens in. What do you mean you can't tell us? He's not a hero, he's a child. He doesn't have missions. Eraserhead. Izuku's eyes widen. Now Aizawa, All Might responds. I know he is a child but he is not without skill. I know that because I was training him. Eraserhead hisses, interrupting All Might. I was training him so he could protect himself until I could gain his trust and try to get him off the streets. That is until you. Eraser's voice sounds quieter as if he'd turned to look towards a different person, blew up his identity all over the city and sent him into hiding. Well, it turns out it was a good thing I did because it allowed Yagi to find him now, didn't it? The semi-hostile voice sounds vaguely familiar to Izuku. Yes, and now he's apparently buddy-buddy with a child and keeping secrets with him. Izuku has never heard Eraserhead sound so angry. He's gotten us a lead, Aizawa. We have the potential to find his mother and the missing nurses. He's done something none of us have been able to do in months. We can't let this opportunity go. No, Tsukachi, you can't just let it go so you'll just let him waltz in to make a deal with a villain that none of us have ever heard of before and whose capabilities we don't know. Izuku recognizes the detective's name. At least he can admit he SCKS at his job. He may have helped get Eraserhead to a hospital, but he failed to stop his mother from disappearing from one. Sue him for holding a bit of a grudge. He won't be alone, Aizawa. We have time to make a plan. If I am to understand young Midoriya correctly, he'd already been in contact with this villain for as long as he's known you. He hasn't hurt the boy before. He may truly just be an informant. An informant who's been harboring information about 10 missing people for months. Who's to say that he isn't somehow involved in their kidnappings and this is a trap for the kid? They have his mother, maybe they want him too. A new voice, one that Izuku swears he's heard before but can't recall right now, chimes in. Yamada, he is quirkless. No one is going to kidnap him. The detective says exasperatedly. Izuku's fists tightens at his side. That is a PSS poor excuse and you know that. I pretty much fight quirkless. I was impressed to find out that Midoriya is quirkless. He can hold his own in hand-to-hand and has been developing quite a skill with the knife. Get him, Eraserhead. Izuku preens at the praise. He hears a low, I knew about the knife skills, muttered by All Might. Then that proves that he is more than capable of setting up this meeting and getting the information we need. The detective refutes. No. I will not allow him to be put in harm's way. He is too young. Whatever is allowing you to cloud your judgment, All Might, and give sensitive information to a child to use as bait on villains, will not be occurring. As soon as he is awake, Hizashi and I will be using our emergency foster licenses and taking him into my custody. You both are a danger to him. Izuku isagas in a breath. No, Eraserhead. You can't do that. You don't understand. He didn't know All Might's secret. Didn't know that he'd made the deal with Dabi, so he was the one that had to find him again. He was touched that Eraser cared so deeply for him. Was Hizashi his husband? The name too sounded familiar, but he was about to F everything up. All Might had given his blessing. He didn't need the hero present to find Dabi. He could get his info and bring it back to them. Izuku would step back only then. He needed to leave now before Eraserhead caught him. He wouldn't put it past the hero to have brought his capture weapon to physically trap Izuku. He'd done it before during training. Izuku looks around the room and spots Recovery Girl's office. Would there be another door in there? This is a hero school after all. It'd be dumb of them not to have more than one escape route. He enters the office and sure enough, she has another door that leads out into the hallway. The heroes and detective obviously don't know he's awake yet, so they probably aren't paying much attention to their surroundings. Shame on you and your situational awareness, Eraser. Izuku quietly opens the door and sees the group still arguing in front of the infirmary entrance. All their backs are turned away from him. Thank you, world, for the small conveniences in life. Izuku steps out into the hallway and silently pads away. As soon as he rounds a corner, he takes off running. He'd spent hours looking at UA's blueprints online when he'd hacked the directory so he knows where all the main exits are. He crosses past the security gate in no time and takes off running towards the slummier part of town. Sorry, Eraserhead. I'll see you after I find Dabi. It was nearing 11 p.m. and Izuku was on high alert. He was a runaway again, and this time, he knew Eraserhead would be actively looking for him. He was lucky in that All Might was a limelight hero, or else he'd have to worry about two pros out on the streets. As soon as he'd left UA, he'd made it back to the alley where he met All Might and was lucky enough to have found his knife again. He may still be a child, but he wasn't dumb. He wouldn't go looking for a villain without some sort of defense. Now, he was lurking near the alley that he'd seen Dabi those few times. He didn't have high hopes of finding him tonight. Izuku was never that lucky. But he did hope that he'd be able to find someone that could potentially pass along a message. Villains, just like heroes, all had their methods of communication. Izuku just had to find the right messenger. He spotted two villains talking quietly to each other as they passed by Izuku unnoticed. Just as he'd done several times prior tonight, he quietly stepped out and grabbed one of the villains, pulling him back and placing his knife at their throat. Big mistake, kid. The companion turned toward Izuku, skin steaming from whatever quirk he was about to activate. It will be if you touch me. Izuku replies. I'm looking for Dabi. He sees the villain's eyes widen. Bingo. This was the first time the name had been recognized tonight. He releases the villain and lets him return to his companion. Tell him his little mouse has come to play. Unfortunately, the night was quiet. Izuku sighed and continued to kick his feet against the side of the building. He was sitting on the edge of the roof watching the alley. It had been 3 days and he still hadn't appeared. Was it because none of the villains Izuku had threatened had actually given Dabi the message? Or was it because Dabi didn't answer to a summons? Izuku could clearly see it being the second option, but he didn't know how else to seek out the villain. Even if Izuku had a phone, it's not like he had the villain's number. The nights were getting cooler. Fall was quickly approaching, and so was the start of school. He felt a small pang in his heart to know that his seat would remain empty. Until this was over, until he found Mom and the other nurses, he couldn't go back to a normal life. Hell, they probably wouldn't even let him in the halls of his middle school. He hadn't properly showered in weeks, and he didn't even have his uniform. He hadn't been back to Dagoba and wouldn't be for the foreseeable future. Eraserhead had to know about its location, and Izuku knew he was on the hero's radar. He also didn't know where he'd end up after this was all over. He'd committed crimes, threatened villains, and ran away from pro-heroes. He wasn't naive enough to think he'd get away from everything with no consequences. Izuku hears a light thud behind him and freezes. He found me. He doesn't bother looking back, instead choosing to launch himself off the edge of the roof with the hope that he can grab onto something to help slow his descent before he hits the ground. White material whips around him as he falls, but is just a hair's breadth too late to snatch him. Midoriya! Eraserhead calls after him as Izuku hits the ground and takes off running. He knew the hero was out on patrol but had hoped he wouldn't appear in this neck of the woods for a while. What if Dabi decides to show and Izuku's not there? He knows the rooftops are Eraser's preferred method of travel, so he hopes to inconvenience the hero by sticking to the streets. There's not enough people out that he can try and blend in with and lose him, but enough to hinder the use of the capture weapon. Turning to look behind him, he can see that Eraser stayed up above and is tracking him by jumping roof to roof. He didn't fall for Izuku's game. I can't outrun him. Plan B. Izuku spots a group of shady-looking men. Drag dealers if he had to guess. Safety in numbers, I suppose. Izuku stops running as he approaches the group and tries to control his breathing. The group of 6 men are standing outside an old liquor store that has a busted storefront window. None of them pay Izuku any mind as he nonchalantly walks behind them and leans against the window. He watches as Eraserhead stops on a roof from just across the street and watches him. He can see him scowling into his capture weapon from here. He won't put himself up against 6 men to get to Izuku. If he tries, it'll give Izuku time to run. He feels slightly guilty about it. He would like to talk to the hero again, but not at the expense of getting to meet with Dabi. He just needed a little more time. He laughed right in his face. Who in their right mind would go up to the shy Hasaikai and demand to see the big boss? Especially as a nobody. A few of the men in the group lets out a chuckle. I heard he wanted to ask for men. Says they're planning something big and needed manpower. Wouldn't tell them what it was without speaking to the boss. Another man chimes in. Sounds like they don't know what they're fucking doing to me. Izuku is only half paying attention to the conversation, eyes never leaving the figure watching him from above. Yeah, well, we all started somewhere, didn't we, Chubs? One of the men playfully punches the skinniest man of the group in the shoulder. Izuku wonders how he got the name. Well, no shit, but you don't go FING straight to the top of the ladder. There's a food chain. They've gotta earn their place. The men all nod in agreement. Alright, well, it's almost time for the meetup. Let's start heading over. The group suddenly starts to move down the street. Still going unnoticed, Izuku walks with them. Maybe I do have a quirk. He will never understand how he manages to be so blatantly ignored by others, but it's working in his favor now. As they turn a corner to start heading to the heart of the red light district, Izuku sees the hero getting smaller and smaller as he remains put and lets Izuku go. Izuku is tired. After losing Eraserhead last night, he ditched the cronies he'd been following and slowly made his way back to Dabi's alley, sticking to the shadows and watching for the hero. He wasn't sure if he'd given up and left the area or if he was waiting for Izuku to come back. Izuku didn't sleep at all for fear of waking up wrapped in the capture weapon. Eraserhead didn't know the significance of this particular alley. Hopefully he thought Izuku had just been taking a breather up on the roof and not actually surveilling down below. It was nearing midnight and this time he was lingering in the shadows of a stairwell across the street from the alley. He stifled a yawn as he continued the attempt to manifest a swirling purple vortex to life. I could really go for one of Suki's coffees right now. Anything warm would be nice actually. He'd had to resort to stolen protein bars for breakfast, lunch, and dinner again. He was starting to detest the things. He's just about to doze off when he spots movement above Dabi's alley. God damn it, you stubborn old hobo. The hero was peering over the ledge down into the alley looking for him. Izuku lets out a sigh and rubs his fingers into his eyeballs. He cares for the hero, he really does, but at the moment he is making Izuku's life so much harder than it already is. Izuku feels like he's at the finish line of a marathon and Eraser is waiting to trip him before he can cross. I just want to finish this. He looks around for inspiration. How can I chase him off without getting caught myself? The streets are quiet tonight, not a soul in sight. He doesn't have a phone so he can't call in a fake emergency to lead the hero away. He's too tired to go on a wild goose chase. If he runs, the hero will surely catch up to him quickly. He grips the handle of the knife he has placed in the front pocket of the hoodie. Well, guess we'll find out how durable that oversized scarf really is. He waits until the hero's back is turned to him, then quietly leaves the stairwell to go into the alley and climbs the fire escape up to the roof. He makes sure to keep to the shadows and stays light on his toes and takes a running leap to jump across the street, landing on a roof adjacent to where Eraserhead is. These two buildings are much closer than the one he just came from, so he's able to make it across with minimal noise. The hero still hasn't noticed him. It is so illogical not to be aware of your surroundings, sensei, he thinks, mocking his teacher. Eraserhead is standing with his hands in his jumpsuit pockets, face buried in the capture scarf, and back turned to Izuku. Izuku approaches from behind, getting within a foot of the hero and says, "I'm not coming with you." Recalling his last experience startling the hero, Izuku is ready to duck as a fist comes swinging out. Izuku hits the ground and swings a leg forward, knocking the hero behind the knees and sending him to the ground with a grunt. He steps in front of the hero and levels the knife toward the hero's chest. "I have to do this, sensei. Please, let me finish what I started. I promise as soon as I get the info I need I'll turn myself in and let you guys finish it." Eraserhead slowly gets back to his feet, Izuku's knife trailing his movements. "It shouldn't be your burden to bear, Midoriya." The hero sounds as tired as Izuku feels. "We can figure this out. You're just a child. You shouldn't be out doing this in the first place." "Yeah, well, the world isn't fair, Eraserhead. I've managed it so far. I'm glad you're okay, by the way." The hero scowls deeper into his capture weapon. I'm afraid to thank you in fear you'll think you did the right thing following me that night, you little sheet. I had told you to go home. You and I both know I don't have one. Then let me give you one. I am my husband and I can take you in. We want to. Midoriya, you are infuriating us at the moment, but you're a good kid. Just until we can get your mother back. We aren't trying to replace her. But you don't have to be doing this anymore. Let us help you. I can't. Not with this. Not yet. Only I and All Might know what the villains want. He was willing to help me with this. I know you aren't. I heard you at UA. The hero is silent. He guesses none of them had realized that Izuku had heard their conversation before leaving the other day. Then tell me, kid. What's this secret between you and All Might? The hero takes a step towards Izuku and he mirrors the movement away from the hero. If he won't tell you, then I can't either. The hero's eyes flash red with irritation and his hair starts to raise. That blonde dumbass has been the #1 hero for so long he lives with his heads in the clouds, problem child. His judgment is clouded and he doesn't see the danger that I do in allowing a child to help out with an unknown, potentially violent criminal. Oh, he's violent all right. Izuku mutters, thinking of ashes blowing in the wind. You're not helping your case. The hero monotones back. I'm not on trial. This is my life. This is for my mom. She is the only one that I have ever had in my corner, Eraserhead. I can't not do anything. I waited for weeks for the police and heroes to find her and they didn't. It's my turn now and you're not going to get in my way. A tear starts to escape from the corner of his eyes. You gave me hope, Eraserhead. You gave me a chance to train me and made me feel like I was worth something. Not just another decoration on a wall. Please, don't take away my hope. Not yet. Not when I'm so close. I'm in your corner. You are worth something, Midoriya. I see a lot of potential in you. It's why I don't want you taking this unnecessary risk. You are not a hero yet. I think one day you can be, but you need proper training. You need guidance and you need to have the chance to grow up first. He takes another step towards Izuku. Izuku takes another step back and hits the ledge of the roof. He didn't realize he'd already backed up to the ledge and wasn't prepared to butt up against the wall. He gets knocked off balance and falls over the edge, down towards the alley ground. Midoriya. Eraserhead launches himself from the roof, one end of the capture weapon reaching for Izuku and the other end grabbing on to whatever leverage it can find to suspend both their weights. Izuku grunts with pain as the weapon manages to wrap itself around his arms and chest, bringing his descent to a sudden halt. He looks up with wide eyes at Eraserhead. I didn't mean to do that. Eraserhead's eyes are just as wide as Izuku's. The hero lets out a breath and slowly takes them both safely down to the ground. He doesn't let Izuku out of the weapon. Kid, you've trusted me once before. Please, trust me once again. I promise you I will do everything I can to help you, but we can do it without putting you in danger too. What would your mom think if you got hurt in the process? No one wins if we lose you while saving her. Before Izuku has a chance to respond, a sudden stream of blue fire comes barreling past Izuku on either side of him, aiming for the hero. Eraserhead attempts to pull Izuku back with him, but a familiar-looking burned arm cuts in front of Izuku's vision, and next thing he knows is that the capture weapon has been cut in half and a wall of blue flame now separates him from the hero. Now hero. We can't have this little mouse here stuck in a mouse trap. I'm sure there are many other rodents out right now for you to catch. You can't have this one. Dabi grips the ends of the capture weapon that still surrounds Izuku and starts tugging him backwards. He's mine. As Izuku is pulled through the purple mist, the last thing he sees is Eraserhead's pale face as he frantically screams and tries to get past the flame. Hello, little mouse. Dabi whispers into his ear. Izuku feels a sharp pain crack across his skull and the world fades to black. Never having had one before, Izuku could only imagine that the pounding headache and dizziness he feels must be a concussion. He slowly opens his eyes and is grateful to find that the room is dimly lit. He's laying in what appears to be a restaurant booth and the remnants of the capture weapon are still loosely around him, like he was just dumped there as soon as they came through the portal. Carefully, he rises to a sitting position and takes a second for his environment to stop spinning before he assesses the situation. He shrugs the capture weapon off and is pleased to find he still has his knife on him. He slips it in his hoodie pocket and slowly looks around. He's in a bar. It's surprisingly clean, with a few more booths set up on either side of Izuku's and a few round tables scattered between them and the bar front. There are two men sitting at the bar, quietly talking to one another. Dabi occupies one chair and listens to what the other one is saying. He has shaggy blue hair that hangs limply above his shoulders, and like Dabi, is wearing all black. He's hunched over the bar top, nursing a drink with amber liquid between his hands. He keeps looking at a flat-screen TV mounted behind the bar every few seconds, even though the TV's blank screen would indicate it's currently off. Dabi said he had friends. Friends who know about his missing mom. The question is, which one is the more dangerous of the two? Izuku doesn't see anyone else within the room. There's a door off to the side of the bar that looks to lead up a set of stairs, but Izuku doesn't hear any movement coming from above. They haven't noticed that he's awake. He quietly gets up from the booth and approaches the men from behind. Taking the knife from out of his pocket, he slides up behind Dabi and places the knife at his throat, only hoping that he chose the right villain to threaten. "Where am I?" he says into the quiet. Both men startle at his sudden appearance from behind and the blue-haired man starts laughing. "Dabi, it looks like your sneaky little mouse bites." He laughs at the burned man. Neither seem to feel threatened by Izuku. Not sneaky enough apparently. I had to save his butt from a hero. Izuku internally flinches. That must be what it looked like from Dabi's perspective. Dabi takes a drink out of his glass, blatantly ignoring the cold steel that still rests against his skin. Should have just let the BSD take him, but I'll admit, I'm curious as to why he summoned me 2 months earlier than scheduled. Izuku swallows. I have your information and now I want mine. He sounds a lot braver than he feels. The blue-haired man's brows raise and he smiles. His lips are dried and cracked, and now that he's looking up he can see that the man also has scratches across his neck and face. They look self-inflicted. Red eyes quickly flick towards the TV again before returning to settle on Izuku. And he talks back. "Is this why you let him live?" Dabi grunts and suddenly grabs Izuku's wrist, allowing blue flames to come to life. Izuku cries at the sudden heat and he drops the knife, backing away from the flaming villain. "No. I was bored that night." Izuku bites his tongue in pain and inspects his right wrist. Streaks of red now blister from his wrist to halfway up his forearm, the sleeve of the hoodie burned through. He cradles his arm to his chest and looks to see where he dropped the knife on the floor. It's sitting right under Dabi. There's no way the villain will let him grab it unless he wants to be burned by the scorching flames again. "What were you doing with a hero, kid?" Red eyes are staring at him again. They look nothing like Kaken's. These eyes are filled with malevolence. "I was running away from him." He decides to stick with half-truths. They don't need to know that he cares for the hero. "Why were you running from him? An innocent-looking kid like you shouldn't be on a hero's radar." The eyes continue to study him curiously. "He was trying to stop me from finding Dabi." "Why?" Izuku stares at the back of the burned man for a moment. Is he trying to figure out whose side I'm on? Izuku never told Dabi why he wanted the people who took the nurses away. He'd been in his vigilante gear the first time he spoke to the villain. Vigilantes were known to toe the line between hero and villain. "He knows I found out All Might's secret." At his statement, Dabi starts laughing again and turns around from the bar to face Izuku. "Did you think I was serious, little mouse? Are you trying to make us believe that someone who looks as pathetic as you was able to track down the symbol of peace and discover what we've been trying to find for months? You've got to be shitting me." Izuku sees red as he glares at the villain. "I'm not lying, and you better not have been lying to me either, or I will find the #1 hero and let him tear you to pieces." He snarls. He did not just spend months of his life, ruining his life, to have been led on a false hope. Dabi stands up from his seat and takes a step towards Izuku. "You little sheet." He raises his arms. "Who are you to talk back to me?" and lets a burst of blue flame fly towards Izuku. Izuku rolls out of the way, but it appears as it was unnecessary. He watches as a purple mist opens up between them and the flames are redirected to just behind Izuku. "Tamura. Dabi. That is no way to treat a guest." A deep voice speaks quietly. The blue-haired man, Tamura, turns and looks up to the TV. The screen is still black, but Izuku notices a small red light is now on in the bottom panel. There's now a man behind the bar too. He's wearing a gray vest suit and is polishing a glass, but Izuku can't see any distinguishing features behind the purple mist that encompasses the man. He has yellow glowing eyes and what looks like a metal neck brace. Izuku doesn't think the voice came from him. He looks like the portal. Is that his quirk, or is it him? I was just joking. Dabi mutters and turns back to sit at the bar. Midoriya Izuku. The voice is coming from the TV. Izuku looks up with a start. How did he know my name? Your face was plastered all over the news. Of course we would recognize who you are. The voice continues to emanate from the TV. What the hell? Can he read minds? I would have already been busted. Dabi told you the truth. We know who took the nurses. If you prove to be of value to us, I'll leave it to Tamura to disclose this information you seek. The blue-haired man nods his head. Yes, sensei. He tells the TV. Red eyes turn to look at him again. Well then you heard, sensei. Prove your worth to us. Izuku can feel the chills crawling up his spine. These men are the bad type of villain, but he's already in it this deep, so he retaliates with, how do I know you're not lying to me now? I'm not disclosing anything without proof. Midoriya Inko. Worked at Mizudafu General Hospital. Has a quirk called stem regen. She can create stem cells and manipulate mitosis to heal injuries. And she's your mother. The voice from the TV lists off. And if you want to see her again, Dabi looks at Tamura and they smirk at each other as if sharing an inside joke before turning his gaze at Izuku. You'll give us what we want. Izuku glances at the TV before looking back to the two sitting at the bar. The purple mist guy is still cleaning glasses behind the bar, impartial to the conversation occurring. Mom's quirk wasn't shared with any of the news stations. No one knew she had a kid until recently. And they never said I was connected to her when I was plastered all over the air. The voice from the TV isn't lying. They know something. I saw All Might. He has an injury that has weakened him. Left side of the chest. He's missing part of his stomach and a couple lung lobes. I saw him coughing up blood. They don't need to know about his skinny form or his time limit. They don't need to know he actually spoke to the hero about it. Tamura glances back at the TV. When it remains silent, he turns back to Izuku. And how do we know you're not lying? You could have made that up. Izuku clenches his hands into fists, hissing when it tugs at burned skin. I'm not lying. I saw the scarring. He's weaker now. Surely you've noticed he hasn't been as active as he used to be. I don't have anything else I can tell them. What do I do? They have to believe me or I just wasted my one chance and put All Might in danger for nothing. I don't believe you. Dabi, do you think we should send him away or take care of him here? Dabi smiles and lets the flames flicker to life again on his palms. Seems like we have a rodent problem, Shigaraki Tamura. He starts advancing towards Izuku. Izuku's heart starts to beat rapidly and his sweat drops. This cannot be happening. Eraser was right, I should have listened. Wait. Izuku looks up desperately and says, successor. He said something about a successor. The words don't seem to mean anything to Dabi, but Shigaraki straightens up and looks at the TV. Dabi, stop. The TV orders the man down and he complies. Shigaraki turns back towards Izuku expectantly, so he continues. He's going to work at UA. I overheard him say something about looking for a successor. That's all I know. Please forgive me, All Might. Izuku didn't have a clue why the hero was looking for a successor or what the successor was for. All he knew was he'd heard those last few words before he'd drifted off to sleep by Recovery Girl's quirk. Shigaraki smiles widely. It makes the cracks on his chapped lips split further and start to bleed slightly. Well. Looks like our little mouse did put in the work. I leave him to you, Tamura. The light on the TV suddenly goes out. Izuku swallows before saying, I just want to know who took them. Then I'll go and won't bother you again. Shigaraki looks back at Dabi and nods. I think I've just upped my price, little mouse. Dabi tells Izuku and his heart sinks. We want to destroy the world's little symbol of peace. You've just proven your worth to us. I don't think we can let you slip away that easy. Shigaraki approaches Izuku. The #1 hero has stood for far too long. It's time he falls. He has been the foundation of the heroes for decades, suppressing all us weaker men under his strength and might. He spits the last word out. If he falls, all the other heroes will too. There will be no one in comparison that can stand on his mantle alone, unless he finds a successor. Shigaraki reaches a hand out towards Izuku. He applies his thumb to Izuku's neck. And you will help us in his demise. A nobody, his index finger now rests against skin, a less than. Another finger goes down. Do you know what number comes before 1? Another finger goes down. 0. Izuku whispers. That's what you are. Whoever you were before this is dead, just like All Might is soon to be. You are now 0. Shigaraki's pinky goes down and Izuku screams as he feels his flesh start disintegrating under the man's touch. Welcome to the League of Villains. And for the second time tonight, Izuku's world goes dark. Come on, Sho, we need to go. Shota sighs and replaces the picture frame in his nightstand drawer. I'll never understand that man's energy in the morning. He walks into the kitchen and grabs his thermos of coffee. He's already on his 3rd cup, even though he's only been awake for 30 minutes. God bless his husband for knowing how to make the elixir of life. Do you think anyone's going to beat the record this year, babe? Zashi is bouncing on his heels as he waits for Shoyuta to put his boots on and grab his capture weapon by the front door. No. Zashi just rolls his eyes and heads out the door. Drink another cup before we get there or you're gonna scare the baby heroes. Thanks. Less work for me to weed through at the beginning of term then. He still takes another sip as he locks the door and follows his husband out to the car. He lets Hizashi drive and takes the opportunity to take a nap along the way. He hadn't had a decent night's sleep in 6 months. Well, a decent night to his standards. Not since his problem child had been stolen away in front of him. The few hours he did sleep were filled with purple mists and blue flames. The wide eyes of a teenager that he didn't save. Every night since that night, he searched the streets for that kid. Every night he'd returned home empty-handed. Just like his mother, the kid had vanished and left no trace. He'd even put aside his anger at Tsukachi and All Might and had been working with them to look for the kid, but they too had come up empty. They couldn't find anything on this Dabi villain, or the quirk that had teleported them away. It left him feeling sick. His husband woke him when they arrived at UA and Shota wished him luck as he went to his classroom. Zashi proctored the written portion of the UA entrance exam as well as the simulation testing. He was going to nap until it was time to head to the testing grounds. Or at least he tried to, but the Hero Network kept blowing up the alerts on his phone. He usually kept it on silent except when on duty, but with Midoriya still missing, he'd set his alerts to go off anytime something was posted that could potentially refer to his kid. Apparently, the network was excited about something this morning. Only with slight trepidation did he open his phone to see what got the other heroes in a tizzy. Mystery Vigilante takes down Quirkist Kidnapper. Shota's brows shoot up while reading. The Vigilante had appeared around a month ago and was gaining notoriety quickly. He'd yet to meet the newcomer as he hadn't been spotted in Muzutafu, but he'd been spotted in towns all around. No one knew what his quirk was, but they suspected it had to do with super speed. No one had seen him in action and they couldn't explain how he got around so quickly. Pro Heroes had started finding random knocked-out villains on patrol, tied up with zip ties. No notes, no victims. Almost like they'd been tracked down for capture. Wanted for the kidnappings and abuse of over 32 quirkless victims over the past 4 years, authorities were shocked to discover the unconscious body of the villain that had been dubbed the Quirkist Kidnapper earlier this morning in Fukuoka. Considering no heroes have stepped forward to claim the takedown, authorities believe it was the work of the mysterious vigilante who may also be responsible for 7 other takedowns of notorious villains in the Shizuoka prefecture within the past month alone. It is still unknown at this time who this vigilante might be and why they take down notable villains but remain hidden in the shadows. All 7 of the captured villains have remained tight-lipped about the vigilante, even refusing to give a description of them to authorities. This is a developing story. We will continue to update as more information is obtained. This new vigilante is interesting, that's for sure. But Shota doesn't think it's his kid. He knows his kid was abducted by villains, and if he'd escaped, he was confident that the kid would have returned here to Mizurufu. Midoriya knows Shota cares about him, and he's pretty sure the kid cares for him too. Him living and breathing is proof of the kid's heart. He continues scrolling to the comments. Sometimes they know more details than the articles itself. Street shooter, another one? Dimen, this guy is putting us pros to shame. Bubblegirl 29. I bet he takes down Stun Gun next. Scyther, no way, that's all the way out in Hachigamini. My bet is he goes to Mizurufu next. It's the only place he hasn't hit yet. Sonic Stream at Scyther, that's because we don't need a vigilante to do our work for us. Street shooter, damn at Sonic Stream. Shots fired. Paravision. I heard wherever this vigilante goes, small town thugs disappear too, only they aren't notable enough to be mentioned on the news. Sonic Stream. What do you mean, disappear, at Paravision? Who's your source? Paravision. A buddy of mine's friends with a detective. Remember when that gecko mutant villain was caught? Apparently this detective had been on the verge of taking down a small drag gang and they all went missing around the same time. No trace. Bubblegirl 29. Could it be Yakuza? They've been known to wipe out gangs that encroach on their turf. Paravision. It's possible but only marginally. The Yakuza often leave the evidence for the authorities to clean up. There've been no bodies found. Street shooter, so what? Is this guy playing both sides? Or is he hiding because he's actually a villain? Shota closed out of the network. Villains being caught and going missing at the same time? That was paradoxically illogical. You couldn't be both a villain and a hero. It was one or the other. If this vigilante was truly doing what that hero said, then he had to be mentally unstable. It also didn't make sense to capture the eviler of the two groups. If Shota were a villain, he'd get the pettier thieves and villains out of his way and use the worst of the villains to hide behind. That was simply the more logical choice. Stay in the background and let others take the fall for you. That was common sense. Not that Shota'd ever considered being a villain before. For all the years he'd been teased growing up for having a villainous quirk by all his a-hole classmates, he'd never once considered it. Though he also never thought he could be a hero until he came to UA and met Hizashi and Shirakumo. Shirakumo. Another one of his failures that would haunt him for the rest of his living days. Shota closes his eyes and releases a long sigh through his nose. This day had just begun and he already had a headache. A chime plays over the school speakers. The written portion of the exam has finished. Shota gets up and goes to the teacher's lounge. He has time to get one more cup of coffee before he goes to the testing center. Most of the UA staff is already inside the observation room by the time Shota slinks in. He takes a spot against a back wall and looks at the monitors displaying different views of the 4 different testing areas. There seem to be a lot more applicants this year than in previous years. Poor Maijima is going to have a hell of a time fixing up the robots after these hero wannabes are done with them. Shota has been trying for years to get rid of the robots in the physical exam. Maybe he'll gain an ally if enough of them are destroyed. He sees a spiky blonde-haired kid that looks particularly excited to destroy, if the literal explosions popping from his palms are any indication. Zashi announces the start of the exam and the kids take off running, charging into the mock cities awaiting to have havoc rain down on them. The explosion kid takes down 3 robots before the others even make it into the city proper. In another arena, he thinks he sees an engine quirk. Guess Tensei's little brother is finally of age. He wonders if the kid has finally loosened up a bit. Shota hadn't seen his friend's younger brother in years. Shota can't lie, it seems this year's crop might have some potential. Hizashi looks pointedly at him as the explosion kid takes out 4 3-pointers by himself. Shota still shakes his head no. The record was set by All Might decades ago, and only Endeavor has ever come close to it. They may be close this year, but he doubts the record will be broken. A flash of green catches his attention in the top left monitor and his heart skips a beat for a moment. Midoriya? He looks for the green again, only to bury his face in his capture weapon to hide the hope that had been on his face. There's a kid with green hair, but it's not his kid. This kid has brown eyes. Not the emerald that Shota last saw shining with fear. He scowls and continues watching the monitors. He can't help but think if he'd been better, if he'd been faster, that his kid could have been taking that exam down there too. Die. Bakugo Katsuki is sweating profusely and it's only adding to the excitement of the exam. This was it. He was finally here. Years of preparation was finally coming to fruition and he was having a blast. The written portion of the exam had been a breeze. He'd be graduating at the top of his class from Aldris soon after all. Only because Deku isn't there, a small voice in the back of his mind reminded him. Die, you stupid extra. He lets out a particularly violent explosion on another three-pointer. He would not think of his missing childhood friend right now. Not today. Today was his day, where he would be free from the haunting nightmares he'd had, wondering where the demon Deku had gone. He couldn't lie to himself and say he wasn't shocked when they'd started school again last fall and he just hadn't returned. He couldn't understand the pit that had grown in his stomach since the last time he'd seen the green-eyed nerd had been the day a missing person alert had gone out about him. As far as Katsuki knew, Deku had chosen to go AWOL. It was his own goddamn fault he wasn't graduating from junior high. Wasn't going to UA with him. Even though Katsuki knew they wouldn't be in the same class, Deku was a DMN nerd obsessed with heroes. He could have gone into the support or business courses and helped Katsuki reach the top 10 within a year of graduation. Not that he needed the nerd's help. But after seeing Deku that last time, a very small part could admit that he wanted to be friends with him again. He still didn't know why they'd drifted apart. Why he'd kind of just forgotten about Deku, even though he'd always been present in Katsuki's life. Deku looked like he'd needed someone that day. Heroes were supposed to be there for people, even the nobodies, right? Shitty robots. Stupid F-. Katsuki whips his head around looking for the source of the expletives. Usually he's the only source. He spots another examinee attempting to take on 2 three-pointers and doing sheet nothing to them. He has purple hair that seems to defy gravity and the darkest bags under his eyes that he has ever seen. He's punching at one of the robot's legs and only barely denting the outside sheet of metal. He's never going to take it down without more strength. Why doesn't he just use his quirk? Katsuki continues to watch the boy. 2 minutes left, little listeners. Present mic announces over the PA. Ibags lets out a cry of frustration and continues to punch at the robot. Erg. Why did I even? He continues punching at the robot. Try. Right. Now he starts kicking at the leg. I thought I could be a hero. He cries out in frustration. I thought I could be a hero, Kaken. Katsuki's eyes widen. Goddamn nerd is everywhere. Katsuki doesn't think as the memory of the green-haired boy possesses him to propel himself in the air with explosions towards the new dumbass in his life. Oidamus. Go for the throat. Katsuki yells as he aims explosions at the robot's legs, bringing them down to the other boy's height. The neck exposed the circuitry that kept the robots running. If you couldn't bust through to their interior like he'd been doing with his blasts, that was the next best weak point. Ibags gapes as Katsuki flies by but then quickly collects himself and does as the explosive blonde tells him. Katsuki grabs whatever remaining robots are in the vicinity and fires them towards the boy, who quickly takes them out now that he can reach their weak points. Time's up, little listeners. The remaining robots suddenly freeze and the 2 boys are left panting. Why? Ibags huffs towards Katsuki as they start to make their way back to the entrance. Katsuki takes a moment to respond to the boy. Because I realize I've been an a-hole and now I'm trying to be slightly less of one. Because you reminded me of someone. Because you weren't giving up. He says. The boy stares at him, processing his words before nodding in thanks. I'm Shinso Hitoshi. Bakugo Katsuki. Good job, little listeners. I saw some plus ultra work out there. Results will be finalized in a couple of weeks and mailed to your homes. If you have injuries that need to be treated, please seek out Recovery Girl under the yellow tent. You're a DMN extra if you need medical after something as simple as a robot fight. Katsuki purposely avoids the yellow tent and goes to wash off in the boys' locker room. The entrance exam was a piece of cake. There's no way he didn't get into the hero course. He wondered if he could convince the old hag to bring some spicy ramen home for dinner to celebrate. He didn't believe in the whole, not counting your chickens before the eggs have hatched. If Katsuki wanted 10 chickens, He would goddamn make sure he had 10 chickens. There was no room for doubt in his mind. I wonder what Deku would have done in the exam. He scowls as the thought comes unbidden into his mind. Hey Bakugo! A voice calls out from behind him. He scowls further. Only one person could know him here, and he's already regretting having been the one to tell them his name. He keeps on walking, pretending he didn't hear eyebags calling out to him. Footsteps approach closer to him now. That's not a hero persona, is it? You're really just a ray of sunshine all the time, aren't you? Eyebags has caught up to him. It's not my fault I'm surrounded by you demon extras all the time. He mutters back. I remember why being an a-hole is easier now. Do one nice thing and they latch onto you like a parasite. Eyebags just snorts. Hey, I know I said thank you earlier for helping me with the robots, but do you think I could treat you to a coffee or something as a proper thanks? Katsuki eyes the purple-haired extra. He's doing a good job of hiding it, but Katsuki can tell he actually looks nervous. I don't drink coffee. That sheet's gonna stunt your growth. You can get me a tea. It's not like he had anything to do with the rest of the day anyways. Eyebags runs a hand through his hair with a small smile. Yeah, I can do that. Do you like cats? Katsuki just shrugs his shoulders and lets the other teen lead the way. He finds himself in a cat cafe, located not too far from Dagoba Beach, a place he hasn't been to in years. If he'd known this is where the purple-haired dumbass was going to take him, he would have declined. They enter the cafe and Eyebags goes to order while Katsuki claims a window seat. The place is pretty empty right now, and he eyes the few cats that are roaming suspiciously. He's never liked the little devils, doesn't trust them and their retractable claws, but he'd never admit that to someone he just met. He's eyeballing a particularly gray and fluffy cat that's only pretending to groom itself but is probably plotting Katsuki's murder when Eyebags slides into a seat and sets their drinks down on the table. That's Muffin. He'll leave you alone for the most part. As if the cat heard him, it gets up and slowly walks away. Murder. It's definitely plotting murder. Katsuki vows to keep an eye on their whereabouts. One predator to another, he knows it'll strike when the prey least suspects it. And this one is Biscuit, Eyebags continues, not noticing Katsuki's inner monologue. You have to watch out for her. She thinks it's fun to knock your drink off the table. He points out a blonde domestic shorthair. Its eyes are a dark amber which are staring at Katsuki now. Well, this one looks more trustworthy than the long-haired freak though. He just grunts in acknowledgement to the other boy and takes a sip of green tea. It's surprisingly good. There's another one, Scones, that likes to come out but I don't see him wandering right now. Eyebags takes a sip of his coffee. Katsuki's not one to make small talk unless it's to yell about something, so he's content to just sit in silence and finish his tea. Yeah, spicy ramen sounds great tonight. The other teen shifts in his seat. He looks like he wants to say something but is fidgeting and looking everywhere else but at Katsuki. Katsuki rolls his eyes. Whatever you want to say, just say it and stop acting all nervous, dumbass. Eyebags huffs a quiet laugh. Sorry. I don't get to talk to people very much. Why? The boy looks at his hands in his lap. My quirk. It's not exactly popular with people and why I was struggling during the exam. Just then a cat, Butters, Bisquick Biscoff? Katsuki didn't FNG know, jumps onto the table next to him and he can't help the flinch that escapes. He avoids the other boy's gaze and just waves an impatient hand to continue. It's called brainwashing. I can control the mind of someone if they respond to me. I know it's villainous, but I think it could be great for underground work. It's why I want to go to UA. The best underground hero teaches there and he has a quirk like mine. Katsuki didn't have the slightest clue which hero he was talking about. Villainous quirk? Did you brainwash your own brain? Do you even have a brain? There's no such thing as a villainous quirk, dumbass. It's what a person does with the quirk that makes a hero or a villain. He does understand the teen's frustration during the exam now though. The test really was only beneficial to people with combative quirks like his. Eyebags stares at him and blinks slowly a few times before responding. I don't get you. You're like nice but also an butt. A nice butt? Katsuki lifts a brow. You think I have a nice butt? Eyebags goes beet red and sputters. That is not what I meant. Katsuki just laughs. It's alright, Eyebags. I know I've got a nice butt and now you know it too. Eyebags scowls in his direction and his eyes flick past Katsuki's shoulders for a quick second before looking back at him. You know what I'd like to do to that nice butt? Wah! Get up and go pet the cat that's behind you. Suddenly a haze goes over Katsuki's vision and he feels the strong urge to listen to the voice. No matter how much his own mind wants nothing to do with any cat, he can't stop himself as he walks over and pets the beast before the haze is lifted and he suddenly has control of himself again. He jumps back and turns towards the boy who's smirking at him. But what the hell? Now it's Katsuki's turn for his face to be red. That's what you get for being in butt. Katsuki just scowls and sits back down. Hitoshi dear, you're not using my cats to terrorize your friend, are you? An older woman approaches the table carrying a small plate of cookies. We ain't Ifenji friends. Katsuki mutters quietly. Eyebags either didn't hear him or pretends not to. No, Suki. He did that all on his own accord. Katsuki just rolls his eyes. The woman, Suki, doesn't seem to buy it but she lets it go. Hey Suki, has he been back yet? She sighs and shakes her head. I've asked all the staff to keep an eye out for him and they haven't seen him either. Oh. Thanks Suki. The woman nods her head and walks away. What was that about? Katsuki asks, reaching for a cookie. He worked hard today. He can have at least one before dinner. There was a kid, probably around our age, that used to come in here all the time. I didn't notice him at first cause he always sat in a corner back there on his computer and kept to himself, but one day Biscuit came and knocked my coffee over. I'd been having a pretty bad day and that was just icing on the cake, but anyways, he got up and gave me his coffee as a replacement. We'd never even acknowledged each other's existence before. I never got to thank him. It was a small gesture but it made my day so much better. I was planning on thanking him the next time he came in but he just disappeared, hasn't been back since that day. Suki and I are worried about what happened to him. Well, it looks like you and me have something in common there, Eyebags. He says only slightly sarcastically. What? You missing a little green bean too? Eyebags jokingly responds. The F does green bean mean? It's a nickname that Suki gave the kid. 'Cause he had green hair and eyes. And was a short little sprout, as Suki said. Katsuki's stomach drops and he stares across the table with wide eyes. Did he wear obnoxious red shoes by chance? Eyebags stares at him suspiciously as he responds with a slow, yes? That FING nerd. That was Deku. I just know it. When did you last see him? Katsuki was going to kill the nerd when he saw him next. What was the DMN idiot doing hanging out in a cat cafe instead of going to school? Deku? What's a Deku? Are we missing the same person? Not what, that's him. The boy you've been looking for. When did you see him last? I don't know exactly, but like 6 months ago? Give or take a week. Katsuki thinks back to when he last saw Deku. The timelines fit. That's around the last time I saw him too. 6 months. What happened to you, Deku? First auntie and now him. Katsuki was starting to think the Midoriya family was cursed. Well, sheet. So he really is missing then, isn't he? Eyebags looks upset at the news. Yeah. Katsuki looks out the window. The police had known he was missing. I found him covered in blood. What the hell are you doing out there, Deku? Well then, should we report it to the authorities? Suki and I just assumed he'd gone away for holiday or something. They already know. Don't you ever watch the FNG news? His face was plastered all over the place for a while. You would have recognized him if you'd watched. I don't have TV at home, Bakugo. Eyebags' cheeks go slightly red as he says this. I usually get my news by scrolling forums and never once saw a missing person from this area around then. I think the last report were those nurses that went missing. Katsuki just scowls. This was just so like Deku. He was right in front of your face and then was just gone. If he hadn't known Deku since childhood, he would believe he had a stealth quirk. Boys. They both look up to see Suki calling from behind the counter. The police are telling us business owners that a villain attack is heading our way. You two better run home now or else you're going to get locked in here with me until it passes. Katsuki would rather face the villain than get locked in here with the Satan spawn that people call cats. He pushes back from the table and grabs his bag to head out the door. Wait! Ibags is holding his phone out towards him. Let's exchange numbers in case either of us sees him. We can let the other know. Katsuki just nods and puts his number in. See you around, Ibags. He leaves the cafe and starts heading home. He can hear a commotion up ahead and realizes he should have asked the cafe owner which direction the police said the villain had been coming from. Too late now. He actually hopes the villain comes towards him. He's a future hero for FS sake, he can take them. Plus, if it's in self-defense, he's allowed to use his quirk. He could do with blowing some steam off right now. He goes to turn right on a street when there's a sudden whisper in his ear. Don't struggle and it'll hurt less. And for the second time that afternoon, Katsuki loses control of his body as a slimy substance overtakes him. He draws in a breath before the slime encompasses him completely and feels a shift that indicates he's being moved. He attempts to open his eyes only to shut them in pain again. That sheet burns. He can't see, he can't breathe, and the sounds of the environment are muffled. He doesn't know how long it's been. 10 seconds? 2 minutes? Normally, he'd lash out in anger and just blast the BSTRD to pieces, but to his dismay there's not enough oxygen contained within the slime for him to catch a spark. The few explosions he manages are weak and barely shifts the slime away from him. I need to breathe. Panic starts to claw its way up his throat as slime pours down it. He genius and chokes and starts thrashing, swiping at the slime, trying to pull it off his face for even a second so that he can inhale some air. I'm going to die. Katsuki has never panicked before in his life. His heart is racing and his lungs are bursting, all cockiness gone from his body as it goes from fight into flight mode. Suddenly the slime flinches around him and Katsuki is able to break his face away. He spits out the slime and inhales deeply, curbing the burning of his lungs as air blessedly makes it down his airway and to his suffocating tissues. Taking the opportunity to gather his surroundings, he opens his eyes and sees that he's in the middle of the street surrounded by goddamn pro heroes who aren't doing a DMN thing to help him. Waterhose is there, putting the fire out on a burning building, and he can see Kamui Woods using his quirk to make a barricade, keeping the civilians that have gathered to watch the spectacle back, but he sees at least 4 other heroes, including MT Lady, standing by and just watching. He coughs, still struggling to be free of his imprisoner. The slime still has him in his hold, but it's suddenly shrieking in pain. Katsuki looks up only to see a knife has been inserted up to the handle in one of the thing's eyeballs. He struggles again, trying to break free, but for something that's just a liquid, its grasp is solid. I thought we had a deal. The slime pants out. What the F dash? We did until you warned the others. Didn't think I would find out, did you? And now you've gotten a civilian involved. I warned you. The League is not forgiving. Katsuki flinches in surprise at the second voice. Where did that come from? He looks around wildly, only to have a clear fluid suddenly splash onto his head from above. He looks up again to see the knife has been removed from the eye and its contents are dripping down onto Katsuki. He almost GGs. Is that this thing's blood? I'm sorry. The slime is crying. Katsuki feels a tug on his arm and suddenly finds himself looking at green eyes. They're angry, a hard glint to them, but Katsuki can feel a sadness emanating from behind the hard facade. The eyes are hidden behind an Oni mask, the face is dark green to match the stranger's eyes, but the horns and fangs are the deepest black. Oni masks are supposed to be fearsome and represent strength, to keep the evil at bay. Katsuki can't help but think this mask is just the opposite. This is a mask that is embracing the evil and consuming its bearer. Those eyes have been tortured. I'm sorry too. The voice says while still staring at Katsuki. His heart stops beating as the stranger yanks again, and this time, Katsuki is pulled forward as the slime releases him and collapses to the ground in a sobbing puddle. The stranger, no, Deku, lets go of Katsuki and takes off running. He's quick, the BSTRD. Beyond the Oni mask, Katsuki can't discern any distinguishable features, but he knows he's right. The stranger has a slim but muscular build and is almost completely covered in a dark hunter green spandex suit with black accents that run up his arms and legs and across his chest. He can't tell if the hair is green or black in juxtaposition to the suit colors. Katsuki sees the flash of a camera go off before the stranger disappears behind a corner. He watches as one of the heroes gives chase, but he quickly returns, shaking his head. He's gone. I know those eyes. Katsuki suddenly feels like he's being suffocated again. Those were his eyes. He can't say it with 100% conviction, but it's enough to have him questioning. Hey kid, are you okay? Emi lady's talking to him. He blinks into the present and looks at her. You know fucking, thanks to you. He shrugs off the hand she was extending to his shoulder and walks towards the police line that's now been set up. A couple of the heroes have surrounded the puddle of slime and are deliberating how to transport it back to the station. He catches the eye of a detective watching him and approaches. He knows the drill. The villain attack, the victims have to be questioned. He's going to have to go down to the precinct. They're going to call his parents and it's going to turn into this whole ordeal. Hi there, son. You did good staying calm out there. My name is Detective Tsukachi. Can you come with me, please? The blonde teen just nods his head and follows the detective. His mind is 11 years in the past, thinking of the green curly-haired boy with the bright green eyes. The boy that used to cling to Katsuki. The boy he always had to rescue from some sort of idiocy that he'd gotten himself into. It's why he'd started calling him Deku. He was useless. A nobody. Never the protagonist. He was the boy I was supposed to befriend again. The boy I was supposed to save. Now, those eyes, once so bright, have been extinguished, and Katsuki just witnessed him take down a villain with cold-blooded efficiency. Katsuki can't help the thought that flits in his mind. I think the Deku I knew is dead. Mystery vigilante appears in Mizudafu? Earlier this evening, heroes think they may have gotten the first glimpse of the mysterious vigilante who appeared on the scene of a villain attack in Mizudafu. The villain had taken a hostage and none of the heroes on scene were able to save him before an Oni-clad figure jumped in to save the day. Shota snorts. Vultures. Leave it to the media to twist the reality of the situation to save grace for the up-and-coming heroes that have been keeping their ratings high since they hit the scene. He can guess at what actually happened. None of the heroes wanted to step in and risk the hostage being injured by their quirk. Better to let the kid have died than to have been smeared by the media for quirk negligence. They'd just been watching, waiting for someone with a better-suited quirk to come in and save the day. It made Shota's blood boil. The future heroes he taught would never have just stood by and let that happen. This is just speculation at this point, but authorities believe this figure may be the mysterious vigilante that we've been following for the past month. Known to strike only at night, this would be the first time the vigilante has appeared in Mizudafu and the first time anyone was able to get a glimpse of him during the day. The question remains though, who is this newcomer and what are his intentions? Shota closes out of the app and rolls his eyes as Tsukachi's door opens and the tired detective walks in to sit at his desk. Their friendship has been strained over these past few months, to say the least. Shota still blames his kid's disappearance on the detective but has grown to accept with time that he was in a tough place and had only been doing what he thought was best. It still didn't stop from rubbing salt in the wound though. Why did he have to show his face here? The detective groans, leaning back in his chair and rubbing at his eyes. Shota says nothing and just takes a sip of coffee. He's due to start his patrol soon. It's him. Not that we're confirming to the media yet. But just like all the other villains that were taken into custody, they're not talking. This one won't stop apologizing though. Like he's scared of the vigilante. A vigilante or a villain? Shota wasn't sure what to think yet. True, he'd saved a kid today, one Shota recognized from the entrance exam actually, but his track record didn't give clear intentions. Plus, most vigilantes he knew always jumped at the opportunity to make fun of the heroes and was always cheeky with the media. This one had vanished as soon as the job was done, almost like he hadn't meant to be seen. And that kid, the hostage, Bakugo? He told me he knows the guy. Shota looks up sharply at the detective. What? I think he must have been in shock cause he kept saying that it was Deku, and my quirk said he wasn't lying, but then when I asked if that was the vigilante's name, he kept saying not anymore, which was also true. He heard the vigilante talk to the villain. Sounds like they'd had a deal go bad or something, but the kid didn't know what. I wanted to question him further, but then his parents came and collected him before I could. Tsukachi lets out a sigh and just stares blankly at his computer screen. Did this vigilante force the villain to get arrested then? Is that what he'd done with the others? What kind of deal? And why so widespread? He'd been seen in several other cities, all leading to villain arrests and thug disappearances. A feeling of unease settled in Shota's gut. This wasn't a run-of-the-mill vigilante on the loose. They needed to get the guy off the streets. And Bakugo? He remembers the explosive blonde at the entrance exams. He was wild and violent, but he'd also helped a fellow test taker. Were they really connected? Why would a junior high kid know a potentially dangerous vigilante? Shota didn't know the examinees' written test scores yet, but the blonde had gotten top marks during the practical. He was sure to get an offer into the hero course. Now that Shota knew his name, he was going to make sure he got put in his class. That way Shota could watch him without suspicion, for it was only logical what Tsukachi was going to ask him next. I need your help to capture this vigilante Aizawa. And there it was. Shoyuta didn't get called into the detective's office before patrol just for social hour anymore. Their relationship hadn't gotten back to that. But he'd already given Shota a potential lead and suspect. I don't know if he's going to stick around Mizutafu, but I don't want to risk downplaying his significance and missing something big. And before you ask, I already searched for the name Deku in the registry and nothing came up. Shota just grunts in response. If anything, the past 6 months had proved that nothing was going to go easily for him. He didn't expect that to change anytime soon. I know you're still looking for the kid, Aizawa. I hope you believe me when I say I'm still looking too. I just hope that we can work together on this as well. I'll never be sorrier at how things turned out with Midoriya. I hope you know that. Shota finishes his coffee and stands up to leave. It's time to start his patrol. I know, he says and walks out the door. Me too. Are they here? He asks as he steps through the portal. No. They'll be gone for a few hours yet, I imagine. Kurojiiri replies from behind the bar. Izuku nods and glances at the TV before breathing a sigh of relief at the lack of a red light. He won't need to go out for a bit and he smells like that nasty slime villain. I'm going to go rinse off. I'll be back. The mist man just hums in response. He throws the Oni mask on a booth table as he heads for the stairs and to the shower. He turns the shower on and lets steam fill the room as he slowly peels off his suit. A gift from Sensei, much to Shigaraki's chagrin, for his success over the last couple of months. Success. Every day I continue to live is a success, he thinks bitterly. His image stares back at him from the cracked, fogging mirror. 6 months of grueling training, foolish resistance and villain fights, and his body is now littered with scars. The most prominent of them, displayed on his neck and arm for all the world to see. He touches the rough skin on his right arm, a purple rippling wave of flame that travels from his wrist and licks halfway up his forearm. Occasionally, he'll feel sharp shooting pains spread through the damaged skin. There's nothing he can do to help it. Shigaraki calls it his and Dabi's friendship bracelet. Next, his gaze lands on his neck. Nerves were destroyed with that one. Someone could be choking Izuku and he wouldn't feel it until it's too late. An imprint of a hand wraps around the left side. The skin is rough too, but whereas Dabi's brand turned his skin purple, Shigaraki's is a deep red. He's lucky he still has vocal cords to speak with. He slips into the shower and lets the scalding hot water run over him, wishing it were hot enough to sterilize him, to burn away his sins. He closes his eyes, knowing nothing will cleanse him of what he's done. He thinks of the ruby eyes he stared into today. Sharp, but so much warmer than the cold glint of Shigaraki's. Did he recognize me? Kaken didn't say his name, didn't call out to him, so there's a chance he didn't, but Izuku also didn't miss the way his breath hitched and he froze for a split second as Izuku had pulled him out of the slime. Though that could have just been shock from the slime. Izuku didn't think he'd even recognize himself anymore. He tips his head back against cold tiles. That wasn't even supposed to happen today. He wasn't supposed to have needed to go out in the open like that. But that DMN slime villain had lied to him and let Izuku's prey get away, so Izuku had no choice but to confront him. He'd slipped past Izuku and took a hostage, who happened to be Kaken of all people, and well, now the world unfortunately saw him and how the rest of it had played out. At least the villain had been arrested. He hadn't failed in that. The world really did hate him though. You're just a Deku, a fool because you don't know how to give up. Kaken didn't know it, but those words back then had given him resolve, had made him think he could do it. Now it was his daily mantra, his reminder that he was a fool and there was no getting out of this mess, even if each day filled him more and more with sorrow. Never regret though. He was still doing this for her. There was still a dim light he was reaching towards. Izuku had already lost enough. He refused to add his childhood friend to the list today. He was still fighting to keep his mom off it permanently. He was certainly a villain for doing so. He'd become something of a lackey for the League of Villains, whose total membership Izuku was not privy to. The only members he knew of were Sensei, Shigaraki, Dabi, and Kurojiri. Izuku knew there was a mysterious doctor too, as the others spoke frequently about him, but he'd never come to the bar before. They had to have another safe house somewhere that Izuku hadn't been taken to. He figured that's where Sensei was too. And where the thugs Izuku wrangled ended up. Sometimes he could hear screaming in the background when Sensei was listening in on the TV, and Izuku thought he'd occasionally recognize a cry. All those months ago, Shigaraki and Dabi had discovered Izuku's uncanny talent for blending in plain sight and overhearing things he wasn't supposed to. It was how he'd found out about the doctor in the first place, and about how they were looking for subjects to work with the doctor. All the big Yakuza gangs and turf villains kept refusing their requests to team up. At first, it had resulted in Izuku getting beat to within an inch of his life for eavesdropping, before Sensei suggested Izuku could be of use in the recruitment department. And so he'd been forced to undergo training, overseen by Dabi, with knife-throwing and martial arts masters. They taught him well, and Izuku was a fast learner. He was pretty sure he could take on Eraserhead with ease now. He also thought that those that trained him had become ashes in the wind when they were finished with him. His job was supposed to be simple. He was told to wander the underground, listen in on conversations and search for people who might be willing to work with the League, attacking only as needed. "Can't have a FANG pushover be connected to us," Shigaraki had said. Initially Izuku had fought back, did his best to refrain from helping out, and tried to escape in the hours he was allowed outside. But the leash Shigaraki had him on became too tight and the abuse unbearable. He became SBMSSV in a desperate attempt for some semblance of independence. A sense that he was in control of something in his life. He knew whatever he got wasn't real though. He was always bound to them now, but it was nice getting to pretend. But then his job got complicated when in a moment of idiocy he pointed out that no one was going to work with a no-name league who hadn't done anything of importance yet, and Sensei had overheard him say it. "Tell me, Zero," his deep voice had boomed. "If you were in Shigaraki's shoes, how would you make a name for yourself?" By that time Izuku had learned to show the voice on the TV respect. He'd learned that cooperation made it easier to survive to the next day. People get comfortable when they know what to expect. It's the unknown, the uncertainty that causes fear. He had said, "People know that a new villain group is trying to form and they don't have men, therefore they don't have power. We need to become something unknown, something unexpected that leads us to be feared. From that fear evolves power over others." Dabi had started smiling at that while Shigaraki just glared at Izuku and scratched his neck raw. "You just said we have no men? How would you unlock the fear in others?" The TV asked. "You make someone an example. For a villain, what is worse than death?" Izuku doesn't wait for a response. It's imprisonment, and living every miserable day knowing you failed, knowing everyone else knows you failed. He was only speaking how he felt at that point, voicing his own failures to his own prison guards. You get them thrown into Tartarus and take their men for yourself. And that's what had led to Izuku's leash being loosened. He was sent out into the underground to become that unknown, unexpected entity, and it was easy for Izuku to blend in with the unsuspecting. After his first successful infiltration and takedown of Obake, the leader of the Ghost Yakuza who Izuku had been ordered after just for the affront that he had spit in Shigaraki's face, word spread in the underground, and soon Izuku could walk anywhere freely as long as he reported back at the end of the day and responded to any messages Kurojiri might send. It was how he started receiving gifts from Sensei for doing such a good job and staying in line. People, if they noticed him on the streets, would steer clear of him now and mutter behind hands to their friends with wide eyes as he walked by. Izuku hadn't gotten Obake thrown into Tartarus. He'd let Dabi have him and then left the results out for all to see. He coordinated the fall of 7 villains who ended up in Tartarus on Shigaraki's whim. And Izuku did his job so thoroughly that none of them would speak to the authorities. They knew keeping quiet was what was good for them now. Izuku would go out, collect the information, get the boss captured, and then call Kurogiri to take the other men. Izuku never got to see where they went. It became a routine, another cycle that followed the passage of every sun. It left Izuku feeling dirty. Hollow. But he'd already come this far. He was digging his grave and prepared for the day he'd have to lay in it. The only small solace he had in his actions were that at least his targets so far had only been villains. The ugly voice in his mind figured some of it was karmatic, and the villains deserved what Izuku was dishing out. Izuku didn't know what he was going to do if he was sent after a hero though. He saw himself as a villain now, but he still didn't want to harm those who provided protection for the greater good. He couldn't sever his love for heroes completely, even after being failed time and again by them in the past year. Shigaraki and Dabi started disappearing from the bar a lot when the bodies started coming in. Said they were working on something to defeat All Might. You don't need to know, little mouse. We own you. You're not one of us and we don't have to tell you shit. Dabi had responded when Izuku had worked up the nerve to ask about it one night. Keep your head down and act like a good little nobody, Zero. Do as we say and help us wipe All Might off the face of this earth and we'll let you find your little mommy. Shigaraki also chimed in. Dabi continued to laugh every time Mom was brought up. Izuku sighs and starts working shampoo into his curls. It was easier now to wash as he'd had to get an undercut to get the Oni mask to fit around his head properly. The nest of curls had been too thick and the mask had kept slipping off. Today had been a first. An anomaly on his perfect track record. He'd been working with the slime villain to track down a small time drag gang that had a boy with a mental quirk that Shigaraki had been interested in. When Izuku had gotten to their compound late this morning, he found it deserted. Only the slime thing had known Izuku was going after them. He'd given them the heads up and they'd wisely left town. The slime villain hadn't been as wise. Zero. Kurogiri's voice sounds through the door, bringing him back to the present. Izuku quickly rinses his hair and turns the water off. You've been in there too long. Come downstairs. My leash has been lengthened but I'm still attached to a handler. Yes, Giri. He towels off and changes into whatever clean random clothes he can find. Some could be Dabi's, some Shigaraki's. He didn't have anything of his own. Except his suit. And that needed to be washed. He makes his way back downstairs and crawls into the middle booth. It had sort of become his spot since waking up in the bar in the first place. He pulls his knees to his chest and rests his head on them, watching as the mist man resumes wiping the glasses. Izuku doesn't understand the man. He's the kindest to Izuku out of all the others, but he's also very impassive and follows Shigaraki's orders to a T. Dabi will occasionally bark out orders to him and Kurogiri will ignore him until Shigaraki gets annoyed enough and tells him to listen. Dabi finds it amusing to annoy the hell out of Shigaraki when he can. But Kurogiri's response is just so unnatural. Izuku can't tell why it makes him anxious being around him sometimes. Izuku's mind wanders again as time passes, wondering what his punishment will be for failing to get the psychic quirk for Shigaraki. The degree of punishment varied based on Shigaraki's mood. At first, they had often been violent, kicks to the ribs, the head, knife slashes across his chest, especially in the earlier days when Izuku still had the heart to try to fight back. He hadn't eroded his skin away again though. Sensei would stop him with a few words when Shigaraki got close. But then as Izuku started gaining street cred and notoriety for the league, the punishments became milder. Forced to eat food from the dumpster or not allowed to eat at all. Being locked in a closet until his next job. Petty dumb things. Izuku could tell that the real mastermind behind the league was Sensei, but he didn't know why he allowed Shigaraki the authority to act as leader. He certainly was a terrible one. There were a lot of things Izuku didn't know and he was tired of being in the dark. He was tired of being here. He just wanted it all to be over. He'd been hanging around here long enough that even he was starting to feel resentment towards the symbol of peace. It was his fault he was in this mess after all. Izuku had convinced himself of that a few months ago, even though in his heart, or what was left of it, he knew it wasn't true. A familiar chime sounds from Kurogiri's phone, and within seconds a portal appears and Shigaraki and Dabi appear. Izuku curls into himself even more and avoids eye contact. He knows they had to have seen him on the news by now. They'd already know of his screw-up today. Zero, he hears Shigaraki's voice call out to him, "Come get a drink, whatever you want. We are celebrating tonight." It takes Izuku a moment to process the words, as it was not what Izuku had been expecting at all. Timidly, he gets up and approaches the bar, sure that this is just an act and Shigaraki will strike as he gets closer. He quietly asks Kurogiri for a soda and waits for the hammer to fall. Instead, both Dabi and Shigaraki smirk at him and raise their glasses. "Start your countdown, Zero. Our weapon was perfected. Soon, the #1 hero will be no more thanks to you." For the first time, Izuku notices that Shigaraki's smile reaches his eyes. So, it will be over soon. And Izuku can't stop the thrill of excitement that runs through his heart. The excitement from the other night had died down fairly quickly. Apparently whatever project Shigaraki and Dabi had been working on still needed a few tweaks, and Shigaraki spent most hours away from the bar. Thankfully that meant he wasn't there to give Izuku any orders. He was sitting in his booth like normal, tossing his knife up in the air and trying to catch it handle first in his palm. Kurogiri was, as usual, behind the bar. Dabi was there too, scrolling on his phone. Izuku was feeling restless. Day in and day out of being cooped up in the bar was starting to drive him crazy. He puts his knife away and walks over to the bar. "Hey Giri." Kurogiri pauses mid-wipe and looks at Izuku. At least Izuku thinks that's what he does since he can't see his eyes beyond a yellow glow. "Can I go out?" If Shigaraki wasn't present, Kurogiri had authority over him. He sees Dabi pause mid-scroll. "Go out." Kurogiri places the glass down and gives his full attention to Izuku. He's the only one kind enough to do so when Izuku speaks. "Yeah. Just out. Go anywhere. But here. I'm bored." Izuku whines. He's the only one he'd dare whine to. "That makes two of us." Dabi mutters. Izuku glances at him sideways but otherwise ignores him. "Shigaraki would want you to stay out of trouble. The Mist Man is considering it. Scout's honor," Izuku says sarcastically, saluting 2 fingers off his forehead. "He's never been in the Scouts. You will come back when I call for you. Don't really have a choice there now, do I?" Boredom was really getting to his mouth. He hears Dabi huff next to him. The Mist Man is silent for a moment and then gestures with his hand as a portal appears on Izuku's side of the bar. He dashes to grab his Oni mask from the booth and runs through it. He doesn't care where Kurogiri dumps him. He's out. It's nearing 1 in the morning and the air is crisp to his lungs as he gathers his surroundings. Kurogiri dumped him in a park that looks oddly familiar. He continues looking around. "Minute. He dumped me in Mizudafu. He was at Cedar Park. Kind of where this all began." He could actually see the area where he used to train with Eraserhead. He wondered if he had patrol tonight. It would be nice to see a friendly face again. Izuku is about to start jogging down the trail when he hears a familiar whooshing sound and lets out a groan as he looks back. "Why are you here?" His sense of freedom is now gone. "'Cause I was fucking bored too. Didn't tell him to drop me off at the same dimming spot as you though." Dabi shrugs and puts his hands in his trench coat pockets. "So then leave." Dabi just glares at him and takes a step towards him. "Just for that I'm following but you little sheet." Izuku internally groans but turns around and begins walking. He could easily outrun Dabi, but it wasn't worth it. They'd both end up back at the bar eventually, and Izuku would rather it not be with Dabi in a bad mood. The scar on his arm stung as a reminder. He lets his feet guide him, going nowhere in particular. It's early enough in the morning that everyone is asleep. No one will notice the 2 villains roaming the quiet streets. He turns his head and watches as Dabi follows him, staring at the ground, not looking at anything in particular. His staples cause him to briefly shine every time they walk under a street lamp. Did a hero do that to you? The burns, I mean. Izuku cannot keep his mouth shut today apparently. Dabi continues looking down and Izuku thinks he's not going to respond until he hears, "The old F isn't a hero." But it's someone you know then. How'd you meet Shigaraki? It's actually a question he's been dying to know the answer to but has always been afraid to ask. It's none of your fucking business. Why do you want All Might gone? Dabi finally looks up at him. The F? Is this 20 questions? How about you listen to your name and change it to 0? Goddamn. Izuku sighs and continues walking. Maybe he should have stayed at the bar. It's silence for the next couple of blocks and then Izuku hears a scream. That sounds like a child. On instinct he takes off running towards the sound and hears Dabi cursing behind him. He follows the child's wailing and finds himself behind a small community park area that's shared between 2 apartment buildings. The buildings themselves are shabby and run down. Izuku sees someone close their window and pull their blinds to shut out the screaming. It makes him sick. I may be a villain but I can't ignore a child like that. He comes upon a small little girl, maybe 5 or 6 years old, cowering in terror and crying, flinching every time a second child is struck by a man standing just in front of her. You filthy liar. The man is yelling as he strikes at the second older child. This one is also a girl, but maybe 8 or 9, and must be the younger one's sibling as they share a striking resemblance. Don't you lie to me. I know you took it. She put you up to this, didn't she? Where did you hide it? The older girl just keeps her arms over her head, trying to protect herself from the man's fists. Mama said not to tell. She cries out. Izuku's blood raises as he takes in the scene before him. He's just about to take a running leap to kick the man away from the girl when Dabi's blue flame come flying past him, heading straight for the man. Izuku is barely quick enough to grab the girl and turn his back to the flames, shielding her from the searing heat. The man is not so lucky and is hit square in the chest. The force of the flame knocks him back, searing through his shirt and scalding the exposed skin. His head knocks back against the ground and he doesn't move again. Both girls are now screaming in terror and Izuku looks back to see Dabi, hands ablaze and taking heaving breaths. His blue eyes are glacial as he stares at the man on the ground. Dabi, stop. You're scaring them. Izuku has never seen the man so angry before and he doesn't seem to hear him. Izuku leads the girl away from the man and towards her younger sister. Okay now, it's okay. I'm sorry that happened. Look, you're okay. Izuku tries to console the girls but they both just start crying harder. The area suddenly lights up with blue and Izuku brings the girls closer and hugs them to his chest. Shoo, don't look, don't look. He has a feeling he knows what Dabi just did. The light turns back to normal and Izuku chances a glance behind him. He sees a pile of ashes, the cement scorched in the outline of where a man once existed. Oh my god. Izuku looks at the 2 girls. What do I do now? Turns out he didn't need time to figure it out as a heavy boot strikes him hard mid-abdomen and he goes flying away from the girls. Get away from them. Izuku groans but gets back to his feet quickly to assess the intruder. He sees Dabi's hands spark again and a man Izuku last saw 6 months ago stands protectively in front of the children, angled between facing him and Dabi. Erase her head. He'd heard the screams while taking a break up on a rooftop a couple blocks away. Being the only hero that routinely patrolled the area, he took off sprinting in their direction. The area was known to house the riffraff of society. Cheap housing led to cheaper morals and Shoto wasn't ignorant of the abuse that went on. He hadn't been expecting to witness a murder though. Too far away to see the quirk user, he could do nothing but run faster as he saw Blue's flames decimate the existence of whoever had been on the ground. The flames looked familiar to him too, and he wasn't sure where he'd seen them before until he got closer and noticed the burned, stapled skin wearing a trench coat. And his heart stopped as he noticed who was holding the 2 screaming children. The vigilante. The villain. He was now guilty by association in Shota's eyes. Is this a kidnapping? Get away from them. He didn't have time to decide as he finally reached the scene and jumped, kicking the Oni-masked villain in the side and getting him away from the children. Angling himself between them and the villains, he sees blue spark in Dabi's hands again and takes him to be the bigger threat. His eyes glow red as he activates his quirk and the blue flames die out. He sees the man's eyes widen in frustration as he tries to call forward his quirk again only for them not to work. Shota takes the opportunity to throw the ends of his capture weapon out towards each of the villains. The smaller of the two seem to be expecting him to do that and flips backwards at the last second, failing to be ensnared by Shota. Instead he only gets Dabi, who struggles against the restraint but can't escape. Shota may be holding him tighter than he normally would. Where is he? Shota yells at Dabi. Where did you take Midoriya, Dabi? The man stops struggling for a second and sends a murderous glare towards his companion before turning back to smirk at the hero. He's been around. Shota is angry. He takes his capture weapon and knocks Dabi against the side of the apartment building. The villain just grunts and blinks as a small stream of blood trickles down his forehead, having been cut against the uneven brick. Tell me where he is. Tell me. Shota's heart is pouring out with his screaming. He took my kid, he took my kid. Where did he take my kid? You gonna just stand there, you little sheet? Dabi is talking to the other villain. You better help me, you fucker, if you know what's good for you. This stirs the second villain into action and Shota moves to protect the children as a knife comes sailing his way. He's forced to look away from Dabi for a split second as a second knife slices into his skin, just under his goggles, and that's all it takes for the flame user to light up his capture scarf. He throws it off him and takes out his own knife, prepared to defend the girls, but then the smaller of the villains is running towards Dabi with a phone out and a purple portal appears. The same goddamn one that took Midoriya. He can't chase after them and abandon the girls, so he's forced to watch as the first lead to his kid's whereabout in months vanishes in front of him. I thought I told you to stay out of trouble. Kurogyri monotones from behind the bar, as Izuku and Dabi crash to the floor. Why, you little shithead? Dabi ignores Kurogyri, instead grabbing Izuku by the neck and pulling him up before slamming him back against a wall. Izuku's vision flashes white. How did that fucker know my name? He breathes into Izuku's face. Izuku panics. That's right. He doesn't know I know Eraserhead. All those months ago, Dabi had thought the hero was simply capturing Izuku to turn him in, not as someone who cared for the boy's safety. It doesn't matter that he can't think of a good excuse. Dabi is pressing against his windpipe hard enough that Izuku couldn't speak even if he wanted to. Dabi, let the boy go. Neither of them realized Sensei was listening in. Dabi does only after giving Izuku one last shove and turns around to find Shigaraki is back and watching them with curiosity. Dabi ignores him and goes to sit at the bar, taking a drink from Kurogyri and ignoring the wet towel he's given to clean his wound. Does someone want to explain, or do I need to make them? Shigaraki threatens. We went out and ran into the same goddamn hero that caught fucking Zero back when I brought him here. He takes a long gulp of his drink. The hero knows my name and I'm betting it's because this fucker told him. Izuku swallows. Technically it was All Might that probably told him, but Izuku is not about to admit that out loud. He needed to come up with something quick. Shigaraki looks at him and waits for a response. He may have told him your name, because he knew I was looking for my mom. Izuku couldn't think of anything less incriminating to say. Shigaraki eyes him suspiciously. Why were you talking to a hero about Dabi? Izuku looks off to the side. Because Eraserhead was trying to help me. Help you? Dabi exclaims and turns around on his stool. Are you a goddamn mole? Did you plan to get caught to spy on us? No, I swear. I didn't mean for him to catch me that night. He found out I'd left UA and then found me stalking your alley and he really was trying to catch me? Shut up. Shigaraki says with deadly quiet to stop Izuku's word vomit. Did I just hear you were at the goddamn hero school where All Might is going to be working, where we have been trying to figure out how to infiltrate for weeks, and you've been inside there? Izuku's eyes widen as he realizes his mistake. They were never supposed to know about his ties to the heroes. Tamura, calm down. I think you have just been presented with a solution to your problems. Sensei says to his student. Shigaraki turns around and grabs his phone off the bar top. Yes, Sensei. He breathes angrily, scrolling through something on his phone. He approaches Izuku, still hugging the wall that Dabi had thrown him against. Our little mouse is about to turn into a rat. He grabs Izuku's face, keeping his pinky hovering just above his skin. Here is your next job, Zero. You are going to infiltrate UA and you are going to find us an opportunity to put us in the same room as All Might. If you tell the heroes about us, if you seek rescue from them, then I swear to God I will kill her. He flips his phone around to let Izuku see the screen. His face pales as he stares back at his mother's crying face, mouth bound by a GG and hands tied behind her back. They'd had her all along. Tears welled in his eyes, just like the ones he was staring at, and his body started to shake uncontrollably. She looks terrified. This isn't right. He thought he'd been living the nightmare so she didn't have to. It had been his turn to shoulder the burden. He'd been her burden his whole life. They knew. They had her all this time. Why? He just didn't understand. He looks away from empathetic emeralds to malevolent maroon eyes. He doesn't have control over his body anymore. He's looking at Shigaraki, but his mind, his soul is no longer there. Why are you doing this? His hand slowly starts moving. She did nothing to you. None of those nurses did. He grips around a handle. Because the world is unfair and that allows me to do what I want. Because the world ripped my life from me before I was even born. Because what he is the bearer of should have been mine. And I will do whatever it takes to right the wrong that has been done to me. Shigaraki hisses into Izuku's face, not paying attention to his surroundings. We not so different then, are we, Shigaraki? He lets one tear glide down his cheek. His world had been ripped from him too. And he also was going to do what it took to right that wrong. They say an eye for an eye makes the whole world go blind. That's a lie. It just leaves two less villains to roam the earth. Izuku would gladly lie in the grave if it meant keeping the innocent out of it. Izuku explodes, taking a knife out of the sheath and stabbing Shigaraki in the chest. The blade slices through skin and muscle before getting lodged in the sternum, and Izuku kicks out at the villain's abdomen, using his momentum to dislodge the knife while grabbing for another one. Shigaraki screams and blood flows freely from the wound. Dabi jumps up, ready to join in the scuffle, but Shigaraki calls him off. Izuku storms towards Shigaraki, using the reflexes that they forced on him to knock back the villain's hands and continue slicing into his skin. Shigaraki isn't nearly as strong as Izuku is, used to relying on a quirk to be his bronze. Izuku gets a few good kicks in that has Shigaraki bending over and gasping, which Izuku takes as another opportunity to stab him again in the chest. This time the knife stays put. You just signed her death warrant, the villain wheezes, looking up at Izuku. Not if I sign yours first. Izuku snarls back at him. Shigaraki stands with a yell and swipes furiously at Izuku with the one hand that isn't applying pressure to his wounds. He forces Izuku back until he's butted against a wall and hovers his hand above Izuku's heart. Izuku freezes. Staring at Izuku with hate in his eyes, he rips the knife out of his side and replaces it in Izuku's. Izuku, so amped on adrenaline, doesn't feel the stab, but can't help the cough of blood that escapes right after. In our benevolence, we gave you a chance to be her little hero. Do you still remember what comes before one, you effing rat? Izuku just spits blood in his face. Shigaraki doesn't even flinch. Zero, he says as he slams his hand down on Izuku's chest. It's time there was nothing left of you. You can't mourn your little mommy if you don't exist. He smiles at Izuku, blood stretching across his lips. Izuku screams and tries to grab at the villain's wrist, but his vision is darkening and he can't catch his breath to give him the strength he needs to pull Shigaraki off. He feels as his suit disintegrates and the quirk hits his skin. Tamura, enough. Sensei calls from the TV. Shigaraki ignores him. Dabi, get Tamura off the boy and take him to the good doctor. He's bleeding out. Dabi gets up and shoves Shigaraki off Izuku, grabbing him by his shirt collar and dragging the screaming man through a portal provided by Kurogiri. Suddenly it's silent. The only sound coming from Izuku, gasping as he slides against the wall and hits the ground. His chest now has a gaping hole, but Izuku doesn't think Shigaraki got beyond the layers of skin. I'm sorry, Mom. Tears mix with blood. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku forces his eyes up to look at the blank TV. I have high hopes for you. It is the only reason why I pulled young Tamura off you. You're not going to kill me? Izuku doesn't have the breath to voice the question out loud. Tamura is young and impatient. He is currently lacking the intellect to plan and achieve his goals. But that is alright. He is still learning. We share the same goal in ending All Might. I am giving this task to him as an opportunity for growth. But as with every plan, a good strategist always has a plan B. You are my backup, Izuku. To be honest, I do not care if Shigaraki succeeds. I know that All Might is weak. With every day his power is fading. I will protect your mother, Izuku. Do not fear Tamura's wrath. She will be safe in my custody. You will carry on with Tamura's wishes and infiltrate UA and get him into contact with the symbol of peace. Simultaneously, I now task you with finding All Might's successor. Take as long as you need, for I am patient. I know you will figure it out one way or another. I would just love to see a happy reunion at the end of the day. Izuku coughs up more blood. His adrenaline is starting wear off, and each shallow breath he takes feels like shards of glass grinding against his lungs. But, the voice continues, unfortunately it looks like your lease is up. Tamura will not allow you to remain here after tonight, I imagine. You are on your own for now. You know how to contact Kurogiri. Send for him when you succeed in at least one of your tasks. That is, if you make it past tonight, as I will not heal you. After all, I cannot fully condone your behavior, Izuku. But I have faith in you. You are a rare talent indeed. A quirkless prodigy. Why, I think my brother would have adored you. Izuku is starting to feel lightheaded. How much blood can a human body lose before it starts to fail? Kurogiri. Strip the boy and dump him somewhere. I don't want him traced back to us. Kurogiri steps out from behind the bar and does as Sensei commands, taking care not to jostle Izuku too much as he strips him of his weapons and his villain suit. Kurogiri pauses for a moment when he's done as stares in Izuku's direction. Why is he so kind to me? Izuku understands what he's silently asking. Deed Dagaba please. B beach. Izuku whispers. A portal opens and Kurogiri picks him up and takes him through the portal. The cold ocean breeze sends a shiver down Izuku's naked spine. He can see the sun beginning to rise above the waves. The mist man sets Izuku down gently on the sand and walks back through the portal, letting it vanish without once looking back. He's free. But the leash of which he'd been held for so many months has never felt tighter. He tries to get to his feet but is ataxic from blood loss, every movement weak and causing more blood to bubble up from his lungs and drip down his face and chest. I'm not going to make it. He meant that in more ways than one. Izuku knew as soon as he'd stabbed Shigaraki that he was forfeiting his life. It was a moment of uncontrolled insanity. Months of pent-up anger at the world being unleashed all at once. What had he ever done to deserve this? He knows his mother didn't do anything wrong. This was all his fault. Still, he fought his way across the beach, looking past the black spots decorating his vision as the mountain of trash, his home, got closer and closer. Even if he made it to his destination though, no help was coming. He was a nobody, remember? But if he was going to die, he didn't want the last time he saw his mother to be her bound and gagged. He wanted to look at her lovely smile and eyes shining with happiness one last time. Wanted to see if he could feel her love one last time. He reaches the mountain and uses the pieces of debris to slowly walk towards the familiar blue car. He's relieved it's still here. By some miracle, he makes it and pushes down on the window, leaving bloody handprints along the way. After several attempts, he makes it through the window and crashes into the back seat and takes a moment to catch his breath. His breathing is harsh and sounds wet now. It won't be much longer, I imagine. This is a guess. 1010 would not recommend doing this again. He laughs with delirium, knowing there won't be an opportunity for an again. He feels cold and his body is shivering now, so he works his yellow All Might sweater out of his duffel bag and wraps it around him. It smells musty after all these months of sitting in the oceanfront air. He finds it ironic that the hero that has caused him so much comfort in his life has also been the source of his recent grief. He coughs again and settles into the seat. You will be the last thing I see in this life, Mom. The best thing that had been in his life. I'm so sorry I wasn't a better son. I will see you again in the afterlife. He turns his head towards the center console where he had left his most treasured item, only to see it's not there. The tears flow freely as his vision tunnels and consciousness slips away. He'd taken to going on longer runs since after the exams. He was fit, but he needed to be better. He'd even reached out to Ibags to see if he wanted to join since he wasn't a complete dumbass, but the purple-haired freak had said he'd join over his dead body. His new sort of friend had reminded him of Dagoba, though, so here he was running barefoot along the beach face watching the sun begin to rise. Running in sand required the use of muscle he hadn't realized he'd been ignoring. He's 2 miles in when approaches a dark trail in the sand. Katsuki looks around and sees nothing. It hadn't rained in days, there were no cars in the parking lot when he'd begun, so what was up with the sand? As he approaches, a shiver goes down his spine. The sand has been painted red with blood. There's a trail leading up past the mountain of trash. Katsuki wipes the sweat from his face onto his hands and continues running, following the trail of blood. He follows as it leads to a beat-up piece of chic car that has the back window down and blood dripping down the door. He lets off small explosions as he approaches the window and then nearly blasts himself backwards from shock. In the back lay his childhood friend, and Katsuki wasn't sure if he was breathing. "I'm not in the mood tonight, Tsukachi." Shota just wanted the shift to be done. He was exhausted both mentally and physically. He wanted to go home to his husband and his cats and cease to be aware of all the hurt in the world for just a few hours. He'd only needed to make one last stop for the night, something that had become a sick sort of cathartic release for him, even though he knew his kid wouldn't be there. Then he would go home. "We just got a call for an ambulance." "Aizawa?" The call came from Dagoba. The caller mentioned Midoriya's car. Shota hung up and started sprinting. He'd already been halfway there. He reaches his problem child's car just as the ambulance does. 2 paramedics fly out of the back and rush towards the open window of the abandoned car. Shota can see a trail of blood leading up to it in the sand. "Get out of the way, kid. Move." Both medics yell at a familiar-looking teenager who stumbles away from them as they approach. What is he doing here? He glances at the car. The medics are working to get the back door opened. He can't see the occupant inside. He still doesn't know if it's his problem child. "Bakugo," he says as he turns from the medics, recalling the name Tsukachi had said after the slime villain incident. He looks back to the spot where he had just seen the blonde standing, to find it's empty and the kid is nowhere in sight. What the F dash? Considering Bakugo had just been a victim of an attack himself, he knew better than to leave the scene. Shota doesn't have time to dwell on it as he hears a loud groaning sound and looks to see that they finally got that goddamn door open. One of the medics reaches in with a curse and comes back out carrying a limp, naked body, scarcely covered with a faded all-might sweater and a familiar mass of green curls. Midoriya. Shota's heart drops to the floor as he sees his problem child. He's covered in blood. And his skin is as white as a ghost. The medic runs back to the ambulance carrying Midoriya in his arms. They couldn't bring the gurney out onto the sand. Shota runs after them and follows the medics into the back, shutting the doors behind him. "Sir," one of the medics attempts to speak but Shota just cuts him off. "I am Pro-Hero Eraserhead and I am invoking my emergency foster license." He flashes his hero license. This kid has been part of an investigation and currently has no contactable family. "I am his guardian and I am going with him." His eyes are glowing towards the end of his statement, leaving no room for argument. The medic just nods and raps on the window separating them from the driver, and the ambulance begins to move, sirens blaring in the quiet of the morning. Shota sits in a small seat at the foot of the gurney and allows for the medics to work, squeezing his hands into fists to stop them from shaking. He's a seasoned hero and he's seen plenty of devastating wounds before, but never on someone this young, someone he cares about. Someone he failed to save from this mess in the first place. 3 by 1 centimeter penetrating wound to the thorax, 10 by 5 centimeters laceration to chest along midline. One of the medics is assessing his kid while the other starts placing a 4 catheter and slips an oxygen mask over him. Shota can't even tell if the kid is breathing. "What happened to you, problem child?" Signs of tissue hypoxia is present, suggests PCV is at transfusion level. Pulse not palpable, respirations shallow and inconsistent. The other medic gets the catheter in and starts hooking ECG leads up. Shota has been attached to one plenty of times over the years, and the beeping noise provides some comfort to him, until one of the medics curses and starts performing chest compressions. Shota jumps up and asks, "What's going on?" Panic is leaking into his voice. He's in cardiac arrest. The other medic responds while grabbing a vial of clear liquid from a crash box and injecting it into the catheter. Pushing 1 milligram AP. But I heard the monitor. His heart was beating. Don't do this to me, kid, not when I finally found you. He has pulseless electrical activity. The electrical conduction in his heart is still functioning, but the mechanical or muscular part isn't. The machine thinks his heart is beating when it's not. Shota can do nothing but watch helplessly and let the professionals do their job. He prays to any god that will listen to save this child. Why is the world so cruel to you? Shota wishes it was him on that gurney, not a child, someone too young to be taken from this world, who still needs to see the wonderful things that it still has to offer. That Shota wished he could offer to him. But I was too late. He's dead. Katsuki can't stop the small explosions emitting from his palms. He knows he's singeing his clothes, but he has no control at the moment. He can't get the image of Deku, laying there lifeless in the back of that piece of sheet car. How'd he even get there? What happened to him? There was so much blood. He didn't even remember calling the ambulance. All he knew was one moment he was staring at his dead childhood friend, sure he was dead because the living have to breathe, and the next thing he recalled was being yelled at by some medics to move. So move he did. He sits on the curb outside of Caffeinated. It was the closest familiar place to him from the beach, but it was still currently closed. He didn't even like the Diamond Cafe, but it was also the last place he'd known Deku to be alive at. He's still shaking as he hears footsteps approaching from behind him. "Bakugo?" A woman's voice asks. He turns around with wide eyes and a pale face and sees Suki, the shop owner, staring at him with concern. "Bakugo, what's wrong? Do I need to call an ambulance?" Suki comes over to crouch by him on the curb. "I don't think anyone can help him now. He was too late. They should have sent the coroner instead of an ambulance. Deku is dead. His teeth are chattering. He thinks he's in shock." Suki gasps in shock and clasps her hands over her mouth. A few tears roll down her cheeks as she takes a moment before rubbing gently along Bakugo's back. "Do you need me to call your parents?" He shakes his head. He can't bear to tell them right now. "A friend then? What about Hitoshi?" He nods. They said they'd keep each other updated on their mutual acquaintance. He hands her his phone with difficulty and she spends a few minutes looking for his number before asking, "Do you have his number?" "I don't see Hitoshi in your contacts." "Alright." He forgot the purple-haired freak's name when he'd originally gotten his number. LKK for EI bags. Suki shoots him a disapproving glare but says nothing as she steps away to call his sort of friend. Suki leads him inside the cafe and thankfully the cats stay away from him. It could be because of the explosions he's still emitting, or the fact that they know he wants to be alone in his grief. He doesn't know how long he's been sitting there, when a warm mug is placed in front of him and a purple-haired boy silently slides in next to him and places a hand on his shoulder. They both let the tears fall in silence. 2 minutes, switch. The medic doing compressions stops and watches the monitor. Now there are no lines on the screen. No beeping to be heard. Sheet, now he's in asystole. The second medic restarts compressions and the first grabs for the vial again, pushing more epinephrine into his kid. "I think he's hypovolemic and hypoxic." The first medic says and looks at Shota. "He's lost too much blood and it's depriving his tissues of oxygen. I think that's what sent him into cardiac arrest." "What's your blood type?" "B+. Do you know the kids?" "Oh. Sheet. You're incompatible, but it's the only choice we have right now. We don't have blood on the rig. If we get him back from this, it may prolong his recovery since his immune system's going to attack your blood, but we don't have a choice. He needs blood now." He looks to Shota for permission. Shota rolls up the sleeve to his left arm and sits down, holding it out to the medic. "Do it. DMN the potential complications. They can deal with that when it comes. Shota just has to make sure the kid lives to have the potential for complications. He'd give Midoriya all his blood if he needed it. He'd give this kid everything. The medic grabs an empty transfusion bag and quickly gets to work on Shota. He looks away as the medic inserts the needle into his arm and watches Midoriya. Instead, fight kid. Fight like hell. He'd known the kid long enough to see the strength the kid had. The fierce gleam that came into his eyes when Shota approached with a challenge during their weeks of training. The smile of triumph when he conquered it. I know you've already fought like hell, Shota whispers under his breath, but don't give up now. I know you're tired, but you're not alone anymore. I'll fight with you. They say the unconscious, the comatose, can still hear when loved ones speak. Shota can only hope it's true, and that he's on the kid's list. Switch. The medic stops compressions and they all stare at the monitor again. Silence rings inside the ambulance, only disturbed by the sirens screaming from outside. The two medics switch places and compressions begin again. The second medic sees that enough of Shota's blood has been collected and takes the needle out, telling Shota to put pressure on the site before turning to grab a new 4-line and starting to transfuse Midoriya. His body is still lifeless and pale. His lips and the tips of his fingers and toes have turned blue. Why aren't we at the goddamn hospital yet? He thinks desperately. He watches as the compressions continues and holds his breath as the medic calls out to switch again. His heart sinks at the silence from the monitor and even the medics start to look on with sorrow in their faces. No, don't you dare give up. Beep, beep, beep. They're slow and far in between, but the beeping is there. One of the medics listens to Midoriya's chest with a stethoscope. He smiles and nods, systole confirmed. The other medic cheers and continues to monitor the ECG. Shota lets out a breath he hadn't realized he'd still been holding. We're not out of the woods, Eraserhead. He needs more blood and surgery. It's going to be touch and go until... F-. The medic monitoring Midoriya starts compressions again. No. The kid had crashed again and they had already used all of Shota's blood. We're out of time. The medics continue their attempts to resuscitate him and all Shota can do is watch in horror. They finally make it to Mizudafu General, and the medics rush Midoriya into the arms of the waiting staff. Eraserhead tries to follow but is stopped by a nurse and led to the waiting room. There's only 1 or 2 others sitting in there with him and they eye him curiously. While they don't know who he is, they recognize that he's a hero. Heroes don't usually wait in the waiting room. They're usually the patients. He ignores them and takes out his phone. His hands are shaking and he feels like he just sprinted a marathon. He'd already been worn out from his patrol, and the ambulance ride is now catching up to him, tipping him over the edge of exhaustion. He died. My kid died. He doesn't know if his kid is still dead or if he's currently being saved by someone's healing quirk. He doesn't know if he's been gone for too long already. Why did the villains take him in the first place and why did they dump him like that? Why did they leave him for dead? Why do I always seem to fall short when it comes to helping him? Shota has too many questions that need to be answered, but he's not thinking clearly enough to find the answers right now. He knows Hisashi is working at the radio station, but he always keeps his phone on vibrate in case there's an emergency. Shota would consider this one. He doesn't think he can wait alone and keep his sanity. He needs his husband. Sho, are you all right? His husband immediately answers. Zashi. His voice cracks. We found him. The words he'd always imagined saying elatedly keep catching in his throat instead, caught by the grief of having seen the kid crash. Where are you? Shota can hear Hisashi grabbing his keys and doors shutting. Mizudafu General. I'll be there soon, Sho. It's only once his husband arrives and he's changed into civilian clothes, bless his amazing husband, that they find a private corner and the tears roll down both their cheeks as Shota recounts what happened this morning. He'll be okay, Sho, he'll pull through. Zashi gently wipes a tear away and cradles his husband's face. He saved you once and you just returned the favor. I believe it was fate the night you punched him in the face, yeah? Fate has brought you back together. It won't be so cruel as to rip you apart this soon. Shota bitterly laughs and leans his forehead against his husband's. His heart hurts and he feels like there's a missing piece. A piece that died with his kid. He thinks that yes, the world could be that cruel. It's been hours and still no update. He can only hope that means the kid is giving the hospital workers something to fight with. Shota looks up as footsteps approach in their direction. They're the only ones sitting in this corner of the waiting room. An exhausted doctor in surgical scrubs stops before him. He pulls the surgical cap off his head and places it solemnly clasped in his hands in front of him. "We lost him." "No!" A voice screams and silence falls over the lobby. Shota had already been having a chic day, and the bumbling blonde oaf that he hadn't noticed walking up behind the doctor was not improving things. If he'd had his capture weapon, he would have strangled Japan's #1 hero. Consequences be demanded. Wide eyes stare at the hero in the lobby, and Shota sees phones being whipped out. Shota was not doing this here. Not when he was potentially about to be dealt an emotional blow he wasn't sure he'd recover from. Oboro's death all those years ago still caused him anguish on some days. He didn't think he could survive past failing to save 2 people so young. The tired doctor seemed to be thinking along the same lines, and to Shota's relief said, "Let's take this somewhere more private. Please follow me." Shota shoots a dirty glare at Tsukachi, who'd been hiding behind All Might. "I had to tell him," he mouths. Shota just makes his eyes glow red in response. They're led into an empty conference room, and the 3 heroes and detective all take a seat as the doctor stands at the head of the table, more nervous now that he's in All Might's presence. "Eraserhead, I would like to update you on the patient, but he looks nervously at the 2 newcomers to the party. I am only supposed to release patient information to their guardian and whoever they give me permission to tell." Both All Might and Tsukachi's mouths hang open in shock. He sees All Might mouthing the word guardian a few times. "Yeah, that's right." Shota thinks bitterly. "I got to him before." "You could. But I'm still probably 2 DMN late." But he understands they care for the boy too. In some convoluted way. He takes a deep breath in and looks to the doctor. "You have my permission to release Midoriya's information to everyone in the room." The doctor breathes a sigh of relief and rings the scrub cap in his hands a few times. As I had been saying, he looks at Shota. "We lost him several times during surgery, but with all hands on deck, we were able to repair the wounds to his lungs and chest, and he's received 3 additional blood transfusions, in addition to the 1 given in the ambulance. Mr. Eraserhead, when he was brought into the hospital, his PCV was at 5%. That's not conducive to life. Your transfusion, your blood, saved his life. It bought him enough time for us to get him to the OR and begin stabilizing. He may be tired for a few days, but the boy will make a full recovery." There is a collective sigh around the room. Shota's heart is bounding out of his chest as adrenaline surges through his veins. He wasn't expecting to hear the good news, and it sent his body into fight mode. Zashi is gripping Shota's hand so tightly he won't be able to feel it for a while, and his husband is crying tears of joy. All Might is smiling, and Tsukachi has his hands over his face, leaning back in the chair and probably praying to the heavens. He is currently in recovery, and we were planning on moving him to the pediatrics ward, but I think with his current visitors, it would be best to move him to the hero ward. We will let you know when you can visit him." The doctor begins to bow, and Shota stands up abruptly. "Wait, please don't bow," Shota bows instead. "We should be bowing to you and all your staff. Thank you. Thank you for saving him." The other 3 stand up and follow suit. The doctor's cheeks redden. They all straighten up, and the doctor begins to leave the room before he adds, "And those 2 are not allowed to see him." "What?" All Might booms, and Tsukachi exclaims in unison. Shota turns to them, quirk activated, and the doctor quickly scurries from the room. "I meant what I said 6 months ago. You both were a danger to him. You gave him bait, allowed himself to be bait, and it resulted in him missing for 6 months and dying. You weren't in that ambulance. I was." Shota's chest is heaving with pent-up emotion from the past 6 months. Anger that this happened, fear of what the kid had to go through, relief that he would recover, uncertainty at what the kid would be like once he woke up. No one knew what had happened to him in the months he'd been missing. How'd he'd escaped, but not without first knocking on death's door in the process. "I don't trust your judgment when it comes to Midoriya. I gave you the grace of knowing he's okay, but that's it for now. You are not to see him without my or Hizashi's permission, and I sure as hell am not about to let you see him as soon as he wakes up." All Might looks angry but doesn't say a word. The man must be using his tiny brain for once and realizes that Shota is right. "Wait a minute now, Aizawa. I'm on his case, you can't kick me out. I have to interview him. Tsukachi retorts. No you don't. Get Sansa to do it. Shota will not budge on this. Gentlemen, Zashi speaks up and comes to stand next to him. I think emotions are high right now and we are all tired. We know you were just concerned about his well-being as we were. Let's just take this slowly. Let us get the little listener home and settled first. I imagine he's going to be more exhausted than we are. Reunions can come later. But it's protocol. Red eyes flare again as Tsukachi starts to dig himself into an early grave. I recall saying once to take your protocol and get the F out, Tsukachi. Shota snarls at the detective. Sansa. Just get Sansa. I'll text you when he's awake, I promise. Zashi tries to calm the quick escalation. The detective grinds his teeth together but nods and stiffly gathers his belongings. All Might takes the cue and rises to leave as well, but not first without turning back to the couple. I know I made a grave mistake all those months ago. I was foolish for helping him without thinking of the potential for complications. It was an uncalculated risk. For what it's worth, I am sorry. But it is imperative I speak to young Midoriya at some point. You too, for that matter. It will be coming out in due time anyways, I'm sure of it. Shota doesn't say anything. Too upset to accept the unexpected apology. He just nods and moves to sit again, his back facing towards the door. The two leave and the silence is sweet. Sho. Hands wrap around Shota's shoulders and Zashi rests his head on top of his own. Shota grips his husband's arms and squeezes, unsure of what to say. He's alive. You saved him. He just nods this time. Throat choked with emotion, tongue too swollen to produce coherent words. His body feels weak. Hollow. Too overwhelmed to do anything. His kid, his problem child, is safe. He didn't fail him. It was over. This nightmare was over. His husband doesn't press him for words. He understands that Shota goes mute sometimes when he's too overwhelmed. It's another reason he loves Yamada Hisashi. His husband gets him so completely and loves him for all his flaws. Understands them. He feels his chair slide back and Zashi pulls him up. Taking his hand, he guides him over to a couch and makes him lay down. Sleep, Sho. I will wake you when we can go see the little listener. He's safe now. He's safe. Shota falls asleep, holding his husband's hand, and dares to dream of a future that now includes a green-eyed, bushy-haired boy. Sho baby. Sho. A soft voice whispers in his ear. He cracks an eye open to stare into Zashi's smiling face. It takes him a second to remember where they are and he bolts upright. Zashi steps back and puts his arms up placatingly. It's okay babe, he's okay. The doctor just came in to tell us that they're moving him to the hero ward. We'll be able to go up in a few minutes. Shota breathes a sigh of relief and wipes a hand down his face. He could really use some coffee. His husband holds out a cup of the liquid gold. Shota takes it and chugs the whole thing in one go. His husband merely holds out a second cup and Shota huffs out a laugh. His chest feels lighter than it's been in 6 months. Like he's allowed to have these moments again. To laugh and enjoy the moment. He takes the second cup and gets up from the couch as a nurse steps into the room. Mr. Eraserhead? And Mr.? It's Aizawa now. Aizawa and Yamada. Shota responds. The nurse nods. Very well. Mr. Aizawa and Mr. Yamada, please follow me. I will take you to Mr. Midoriya's room now. The nurse leads them to the top floors of the hospital. Since it's the hero's ward, there are several checkpoints of security they have to go through before they even reach the nurse's station in front of the patient rooms. Shota is relieved his problem child is up here. The nurse stands in front of Midoriya's door and turns to both of them. He is still sleeping and maybe for a few hours more yet, so this will give you time to prepare. It may be a bit shocking when you see him. He had quite a few wounds, some of them old and unable to be healed with any of our healer's quirks. Hisashi looks at him and Shota squeezes his hand. Nothing could be worse than seeing the boy dead. They could both handle seeing the scars. The nurse stares at them a few seconds longer before nodding and opening the door, stepping aside to let them in. She closes it quietly behind them and leaves them be. The room is dimly lit and most of the light is provided by monitors next to the bed. Shota can't help the nervousness that comes from seeing the ECG. The beeps aren't so reassuring now, knowing the machines can be tricked. But then his eyes land on the sleeping boy in the bed. He's in a hospital gown, so the wounds that Shota had noticed are hidden, but they fall instead on his neck where there's a dark red hand-shaped scar wrapping to the left. Shota grips his own neck in shock. He thought that had been blood on the boy's neck. Zashi gasps as he approaches the boy and gently picks up his right arm. He hadn't seen the purple scar that adorns it earlier either. Both arms are covered in thin, white scars that pale in comparison to the other two. What did they do to him, Sho? His husband looks at him with sorrow in his eyes. I don't know, Zashi. But when we find out, he looks back at his husband. We will make them pay. He stares at the boy's face. Still pale, but no longer looking like death, he looks like he's experiencing the first amount of peace he's had in a while. Shota only hopes he will be able to keep it that way. Do you think he will want to live with us? Shota asks his husband. They'd had his room prepared for a while now. Thought they'd have been using it 6 months ago. Hizashi is silent for a moment, thinking. I hope so, Sho. But we won't force it on him. If he doesn't want us, we'll work to find him somewhere else that is safe. I don't think he'd object to that. Shota just nods and continues to stare at his problem child. They both take a seat near the bed and wait in peaceful silence for Midoriya to awaken. The world is spinning. Izuku blinks a white ceiling into focus and tries to move his head, but it sends another wave of dizziness. He groans, a raspy sound coming from his dry throat, and tries to move his limbs, but the effort is futile. He feels exhausted and like every body part weighs at least 100 pounds. What happened? He continues to stare at the ceiling, but his mind remains fuzzy. He thinks he hears a faint Midoriya, but his eyelids grows heavy and he lets them fall and returns to his restful slumber. The next time he wakes up, the dizziness is gone. He still feels exhausted, but his body doesn't feel so heavy. He blinks the sleep from his eyes and looks around. He's in a hospital bed in a darkened room. Looking out the window, it appears to be evening, though he's not sure what day it is. Hasn't actually known the date for a while now. He stares at the rising moon and lets his memories drift back to him. The last thing he'd remember was going after Shigaraki because he CKS in a sharp breath. He remembered now. They had her and Shigaraki and threatened her, and he'd stabbed him and sense it. This wasn't over. He said he'd protect her. But he still had to find All Might. Find his successor and Sensei Sade protect her, but a monitor starts rapidly beeping from behind him, and he suddenly hears a chair shifting and turns his head only to flinch in shock. Eraserhead. He's reaching out towards Izuku, slowly approaching like he's some wounded animal. There's a blonde asleep in the chair next to him, but his head is tilted back and Izuku can't see his face very well in the dark room. Midoriya? Eraserhead says cautiously. Izuku can't help the tears that spring to his eyes as he hears his hero say his name. He found me. I'm alive. He doesn't know how, doesn't know whether to thank the world or curse it that he's still here. Eraser. Midoriya sobs and lifts his arms wide open. He doesn't care that it's childish. The hero takes the cue and moves forward quickly, wrapping Izuku comfortingly into a hug. He cries into the man's shoulder, not caring that his heaving sobs are vibrating them both, and he's soaking the hero's shirt. Eraserhead slowly strokes a hand through his hair and whispers comforting words to him. You're all right. You're safe. I'm so sorry. It's okay. The truth was it wasn't okay. But Izuku couldn't do this alone. He'd worked up the courage to ask his hero for help once before. He'd work up the courage again. But for tonight, he needed comfort. He needed safety and to pretend he hadn't been a villain for the past 6 months. He needed time to heal from his wounds, both physically and mentally, and be allowed to act his age. He needed rest. He doesn't realize he's drifting back to sleep as the tears slowly subside and the hero lays him back gently against the pillows. He's not aware as his guardian brushes his hair off his forehead and plants a gentle kiss on the bare skin and wipes away the remaining tears. He doesn't hear as the blonde, who had awoken during his cries, looks at the black-haired man with love in his eyes and says, I think he'll want to live with you, Sho. He doesn't know the black-haired man answers with a wet laugh, also wiping the tears from his eyes. All he knows is that darkness welcomes him again with open arms. All he knows is that he is warm and safe, and that maybe things will be alright. But they haven't released the scores yet. He wasn't at the testing area. There are multiple areas. No one would notice he wasn't at any of them. Do you even think he wants to go after all this? It doesn't have to be the hero course. We still have to talk to Nizu. The meeting's in a couple days before letters get sent out. We'll bring it up then. Izuku continues feigning sleep. He can feel sunlight warming his face and the whispered voices are coming from behind him as he lays on his side. The moment he woke and heard them, instinct kicked in to let them carry on with his presence unnoticed. He had a feeling he wasn't supposed to be hearing the conversation. Perks of being a nobody strikes again. He needs to go there. They're still out there, Zashi. I didn't have a chance to tell you yet, but before all this happened, out on patrol, I had run into Dabi. He just murdered someone. That vigilante was with him. The one no one's identified yet, from the slime villain incident? The one that blasty kid called Deku. Oh no. Kaken did recognize me that day. But then, why haven't they connected that I'm Deku? Izuku wills his breathing to remain steady and his heart rate constant. He doesn't know if he's still hooked up to the monitor. Yeah, that one. He's working with them. He's not a vigilante, he's a villain. He helped Dabi escape. He's the one that got me here. Izuku internally cringes as he imagines Eraserhead touching just under his eye where a thin cut mars the skin. A cut that Izuku made. He doesn't know how he's even going to begin to explain himself. I have a feeling they're all connected. Until they're caught, I don't want him wandering where they can find him. They left him for dead. They wanted him dead. If they find out, who knows what they will do to finish the job. We still don't know why they did it in the first place. He would be safer at UA. You're right, babe. Hopefully the little listener will be able to give us some info on them. The kid's had enough happen to him. We have to protect him. We have to capture those guys. Especially that vigilante, Death. He's the worst of them. Pretending to play both sides but really siding with the villains. It makes me sick. He's the lowest of lows. And he's dangerous. He should be thrown in Tartarus with the rest of them. Izuku's heart sinks. He knew he was a villain. Last night had been a moment of weakness. He's almost embarrassed at himself for begging for Eraserhead's comfort. He should have known he doesn't deserve it. He does belong behind the notorious prison's walls. That he does deserve. We'll get them. I'm going to go grab some food for the little listener before they close the cafeteria for the night. In case he wakes up. Izuku hears the soft sliding of a chair as Zashi, who he assumes is Eraserhead's husband, gets up and quietly leaves the room. He hears the sigh of the underground hero and then it's silent. What do I do? Last night he'd been ready to ask for help. Ready to turn it over to the heroes and pray that they would be able to rescue his mom and the rest of the nurses. Willing to risk Shigaraki's wrath, knowing that Sensei would protect her. He'd never seen the man behind the TV before, but he had authority over them all. Izuku didn't think he'd been lied to. I now task you with finding All Might's successor. But Sensei would only protect her for as long as he thought he was working for them. He would be safer at UA. All Might is there. Looking for this successor. To what? Still, no one had told him. But considering UA was a school, it was implied they'd be a student. Eraserhead worked there. It could be his way in. Especially that vigilante, Death. He's the worst of them. He was though. He was a traitor to the heroes. He'd leaked All Might's information, which was despicable, blessing given or not. He'd led 2 men to their deaths. He'd attacked Shigaraki with intent to kill. He'd attacked Eraserhead. He couldn't ignore the facts. Deku really had died. He was 0 and he worked for the League of Villains. Until I free her. Then I will gladly turn myself in. He thought he'd been living a nightmare these past 6 months. Turns out it was just beginning. Izuku takes a long, deep breath and opens his eyes to a vibrantly red sky. He watches as the light is consumed by darkness. The imagery was not lost on him. Midoriya? Are you awake? Eraserhead asks softly. Well, here goes nothing. Or I guess I should say 0. He locked the guilt from his heart and turned towards his hero, knowing that this would only be partially an act. A small part of him still craved to be coddled like the child he was last night. He just blinks at Eraserhead. The hero looks more tired than usual, his hair oily and slicked back, like he'd been repeatedly running his fingers through the same spot. "How are you feeling, kid?" Real concern shines in his eyes. Izuku takes a minute to answer truthfully. He hadn't really thought about his reason for being in the hospital upon waking. Tired. Sore. His voice was raspy from all the crying. "How long was I out?" 2 days since you woke up last." "Oh." An awkward silence settles between the two. Izuku doesn't know what to say, and Eraser looks like what he wants to say is making him uncomfortable. "Do you remember what happened?" Eraserhead finally asks. Izuku sits up in the bed and bunches the sheets between his fists. "I can do this. Mix lies with truths. They have her. I'm pretty sure they have all of them." He hears Eraser SCK in a breath. "The nurses? You saw them?" "No. But he showed me a picture of Mom. She was gagged and bound in restraints. It wasn't fake. We'll get them back, Midoriya, I swear it. We will help you. Please, let us help you this time. I can't go through losing you like that again, kid." Izuku nods but remains silent. His heart is breaking to hear the desperation in the man's voice. "We don't have to do it tonight, but at some point we will need you to speak to the police. Do you think you can do that?" Izuku nods again. He'd expected that much. "Eraser, Aizawa. Aizawa Shota. I know you know my name, kid. We're not out on the streets here. Please, call me Shota or Aizawa. You don't need to use my hero name here." Aizawa. The name felt too personal to say. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything. For what I've done and what I've yet to do." Aizawa gets up from the chair and comes to sit on the edge of his bed. He leans over and gently ruffles Izuku's hair. "Midoriya, I should be the one telling you sorry. I failed you all those months ago and I will forever regret it. It wasn't your fault." Izuku mutters. "I'm the one that went looking for him." "Yeah, well, you're just a kid. And if I recall correctly, you never got to make the decision. He came and stole you away." Izuku keeps quiet. Eraser, Aizawa doesn't know the half of it. Doesn't know that Izuku had sent messages to the villain. "Hey." Izuku looks up to see a wry smile on the man's. "I'm glad you're okay, by the way." Izuku huffs a laugh, recalling saying those exact same words to him that night. "Guess we're even now, aren't we?" He responds. Aizawa just shakes his head. "I didn't know we were keeping a tally." The door to his room swings open and a tall man with long blonde hair piled into a messy bun and white-rimmed spectacles walks in carrying a food tray. He briefly pauses in surprise before sending a beaming smile towards Izuku. "Little listener, you're up." Izuku's jaw drops in shock. He turns to Aizawa with wide eyes. How did I not recognize him before? Izuku had listened to his radio show every morning since he was 7. "Present Mike? You're married to Present Mike?" Aizawa just laughs and turns to his husband. "I told you Zashi. He's good with heroes. You owe me 200 yen. The blonde man just chuckles and approaches Izuku's bed. "It's nice to finally meet you, little listener. I've been waiting a long time." "Why, you've been waiting to meet me?" "Why, of course. There are not many who've managed to ruffle Shota's feathers before. I have to say that's usually my job, but you got him good with the HPSC thing. He griped about it for weeks." He hears Aizawa muttering under his breath, "It wasn't for weeks." He smiles at that. "It most definitely was weeks." "Sho? Have you asked him yet?" The underground hero shakes his head. "I was waiting for you." The blonde raises a brow and nods towards Izuku, as if saying, "Well, go on then." Aizawa clasps his hands in his lap and looks at Izuku from the foot of the bed. "Midoriya, when you were found, I told the medics that I was using my emergency foster license on you. That I was becoming your legal guardian. But we know that your mother is still out there, and we're not trying to replace her, but you need somewhere to live, someone to watch over you. Hizashi and I had a room prepared. We were going to ask you months ago, but obviously that was interrupted. I know I've failed you before, but kid, we care about you and your safety. It's completely your choice, but..." Hisashi rolls his eyes and cuts his husband off. What he's trying to say is that we want you to come live with us, little listener. We want to take care of you. He holds out the food tray to Izuku. They want me? Izuku slowly reaches out to take it and sees the hero's eyes land on Dabi's scar. He self-consciously pulls his arm back and hides it under the covers, looking down. The silence is awkward once again. They need to know the kind of monster they're inviting into their home. He can't lie to them completely. It was Dabi. The first night I was there. Hisashi puts the tray down and sits on the other corner of the bed, shoulder to shoulder with his husband. Midoriya, you don't have to tell us if you're not ready. Aizawa says softly. Izuku looks at the both of them and sighs, pulling the hospital gown down to expose his neck. This was Shigaraki that same night. It was my fault. I had threatened them for information. He wouldn't tell them everything, but they had to know he wasn't completely a victim in all of this. They held the information over me. Said they'd tell me if I helped them. I didn't know at the time they were the ones that had Mom. A few nights ago I found out. He looks back up at the heroes. I stabbed Shigaraki. His voice cracks. I tried to kill him. I'm a V-villain. Why you don't want me? He can't stop the tears that fall. Midoriya. His eyes jump to Aizawa. We don't blame you and we're not upset. You're just a child. You did what you had to survive. As a hero I'm not supposed to be saying this, but I'm glad you fought back, kid. Because I know you. You were fighting to save someone's life. You're not a villain. Izuku just chokes out a laugh. You called me a villain 10 minutes ago. And you're not a hero yet either. But you will be. Let us help you. We still want you, kiddo. Have since day one. Izuku didn't deserve their kindness. But he wanted it. It would make his task a whole lot easier to have some support, even if they didn't realize he was a traitor. Sensei had said he could take his time. She would be okay. Maybe he was allowed a little bit of rest, a little bit of time to figure this mess out. A little bit of comfort. Okay. Are you sure you're feeling okay? I feel fine, Aizawa. I'm not an old man like you. He smirks at the scowl now present on the underground hero's face. It was easy to slip back into his old banter with the man. It felt natural and like they hadn't been separated for months. Even though a voice in his head reminded him this was temporary, he couldn't help it. He had missed it. The interactions where he didn't have to filter himself for fear of bodily harm. Felt nice. I'm not that old. Aizawa mutters from the doorway. The doctor had just cleared Izuku for discharge, and he was waiting for Izuku to finish putting on his shoes. His brand new red shoes. He wasn't ashamed to admit that he cried when Yamada had presented them to him along with a set of clothes. It had been so long since he'd had anything that was his, and that he didn't have to steal. They'd gotten him a t-shirt and a long-sleeved turtleneck compression shirt to let him choose to hide his scars or not. He'd chosen to hide them but had thrown the t-shirt on over the compression top too. He was grateful for the thought Yamada had put into it. We both essentially almost died from blood loss. I'm out of here in 3 days. You took 7. Hence you're old. Izuku's pretty sure he heard, you did die, and then a fondly muttered, little sheet, before hearing Yamada's voice chime in from the hallway, I better not be hearing you two argue about who almost died better or I swear I will make you walk home. Izuku smiled and stood up from the bed. It's not like he had any other personal possessions, so he just put his hands into the pockets of his joggers and approached the two heroes. His guardians. Temporary guardians. He had to remind himself again. All right, little listener, you've got a choice to make. Yamada peers at Izuku through his glasses. We will support you with whichever choice, okay? Izuku merely nods, not sure what the hero is talking about. The police need your statement. We can go to the station from here, or we can go home and go over there in the next couple of days. He thought about everything he'd already confessed to last night. There honestly wasn't much more he could say without incriminating himself as the vigilante, but he understood that the police wouldn't accept Aizawa. Or Yamada's recollection, it had to come from him. Did he need more time to make a cover story? He knew why the villains had taken him. He needed a good fake reason for exactly why they had kept him. He couldn't tell the police All Might's secret, unless he recalled that detective at UA the one time. Tsukachi. He had been on All Might's side and had known there was a secret involved. Maybe if he could talk to him, he would be able to get away with lying. Would Izuku be so lucky as to have the detective working today? He sighed. He was about to find out. Let's get it over with. Are you sure, kid? What you went through was traumatic. If you need more time, or to talk to a counselor first, we can do that. Aizawa told him. I'm sure. I mean, I guess it was traumatic, but I kind of got used to it. He'd always been an adapter. Good at blending in and getting by. Until he started stabbing people, that is. The two adults share a look before glancing back at him. Okay, little listener. Let's get going then. Yamada says sadly. Izuku's not entirely sure what he said to make him sad. Izuku follows them out of the hospital, averting his eyes as they pass by the hallways that Mom used to roam. He realized this was the first time he'd come here since her disappearance. He couldn't stop the image of her bound and gagged from flashing across his vision. He felt nauseous and stopped to grab the wall. Midoriya? Aizawa pauses and starts to reach out towards him with concern. I'm fine. He takes a deep breath to hold the nausea at bay. She used to work on this floor. He whispers. Out of all the nurses, why did they have to take her? He knows it's selfish, but the reminder of the past and knowledge of the present has hit him harder than he expected. Aizawa approaches him and tentatively wraps an arm around Izuku's shoulders. When he doesn't protest, the hero holds him close and leads him to the hospital exit. We'll get her back, Midoriya. The car ride is silent except for the occasional whistle from Yamada to accompany the music playing on the radio. Aizawa is asleep in the front seat and Izuku sits behind him looking out the window. He hadn't been in too many cars before, having always taken public transportation as Mom didn't own a car, but he knew that this one was fancy. The seats were leather and he saw seat heating options to use on cold winter days. There was a fancy navigation system built into the dash and all the windows were tinted to near black. Izuku was pretty sure you weren't legally allowed to have them this dark. He wondered if it was a perk of being a hero. He liked the privacy of it. In seemingly no time at all, Yamada stops the car outside the Mizudafu police precinct. Aizawa and Izuku get out of the car but Yamada remained at the wheel. Noticing Izuku's questioning gaze, he merely smiles and says, I've got an errand to run. I'll be back in no time. Before pulling away from the curb, Izuku enters the precinct and stands in the lobby awkwardly as Aizawa goes to speak with the receptionist. He looks around for Detective Tsukachi but unfortunately all the offices seem to be closed off from the lobby. Aizawa returns and they take a seat to wait. Not a minute later Aizawa's phone rings and he sighs before standing. I've got to take this kid. Sansa will be up in a minute for us. I'll meet you in there, okay? Izuku nods and the hero goes outside to take the call. Who's Sansa? He was pretty sure the detective's name was Tsukachi. Midoriya? He turns at his name. Oh, thank you, world. Detective Tsukachi is standing there with a cup of coffee and a couple manila folders under an arm. Hi, detective. Midoriya, I am so relieved to hear you are all right. I can't say how sorry I am that you had to go through all that. He glances around the lobby briefly. Where is Aizawa or Yamada? Aizawa's taking a call outside and Yamada left on an errand. Aizawa said Sansa would be out in a minute. He thinks he sees the man mouth, thank God, before turning his attention back to him. Sansa? Here, let's go. I can take you. He gestures for Izuku to follow him so he gets up and follows the man down a hallway and into a plain-looking room, with the exception of the two-way mirror that spans the length of one of the walls. Izuku takes a seat at a simple wood-top table and Detective Tsukachi takes his place across from him. I'm afraid we didn't get off to the right start, but my name is Detective Tsukachi. I was working on the missing nurse's case and would like to express my heartfelt apology for not believing you all those months ago. It's inexcusable and I will forever be filled with regret and wonder about if we had known about your mother's disappearance earlier, if we might have been able to find her or prevent the others' disappearances too. Yes, detective. I would hope in the future you would actually do your job. Izuku responds coolly. The detective is the one that brought up his failures. Izuku's allowed to agree. The man coughs a few times. Well, I can't change anything now, but I promise you, I am doing everything I can in the investigation. I happen to also be investigating the appearance of a vigilante that has recently come to town. He was spotted with Dabi the morning we found you in an incident across town, but considering you were kidnapped by the villain, I was wondering if you knew of him too. May I ask you some questions? Izuku nods. Detective Tsukachi pulls out a recorder and presses a button. This is Detective Tsukachi and I am recording this interview for investigative purposes. Please state your name and age. He nods at Izuku. Midoriya Izuku, aged 15. True. Izuku looks up funnily at the detective. Yes, I forgot Midoriya. My quirk is human lie detector. It allows me to differentiate if the speaker is telling the truth or not. He smiles at the him. Oh, if you world. He's sure whatever deities there are, they're laughing at him right now. He's suddenly wishing that Sansa person had found him first. He wipes his now sweating palms on his thighs. Now Midoriya, can you tell me who kidnapped you 6 months ago? Dabi. True. Do you know why Dabi kidnapped you? He wanted to see if I had found out information about a hero for him. He widens his eyes at the word hero and hopes Tsukachi gets the hint. True. Do you know how he found you? Izuku thinks for a second. He does know why the villain had found him, but not how he found him in that exact moment. He was about to find out if the detective's quirk